Good evening. I call the hybrid in-person virtual meeting of the Wauwatosa School Board to order. It is 7:01 on Monday, January 25th, 2021. I'm in conference room C of the Fisher Building, 12121 West North Avenue, with board members participating both in person and remotely via the video conferencing platform Zoom due to active health and safety concerns associated with the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic public health emergency. We will begin this evening with a moment of silent reflection. Ms. Newman, please call the roll.
Mr. Doman?
Here.
Ms. Fraley?
Here.
Mr. Meyer?
Here.
Ms. Mufeld?
Here.
Mr. Phillips?
Here.
Mr. Rowland?
Here.
Dr. Jessup Banger?
Excused, he'll be arriving in a little bit. And student school board members?
Oh, sorry. Ellie Katie?
Here.
Aiden Jones?
Here.
Okay. Members of the Wauwatosa School Board value the input of students, parents, staff members, and community members. The board's regularly scheduled meetings provide an opportunity for opinions and concerns to be expressed publicly. The board values all comments and will respectfully consider this input in decision-making. The board requests that individuals limit their comment on each item to 3 minutes. Following any comment, an individual board member may respond on the issue raised. However, it is not the intent of the public comment portion of the agenda for the board to enter into debate with a member of the community. Because non-agenda items are not publicly posted in advance, no action will be taken on public comment related to non-agenda items this evening. Are there any public comments on non-agenda items?
There are no hands raised virtually.
Seeing none, we'll move into the consent agenda. Are there any items on the consent agenda which board members would like to remove for separate discussion and action? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Ms. Mufeld. Can I have a second? Second with Mr. Rowland. Please call the roll.
Mr. Doman?
Yes.
Ms. Fraley?
Yes.
Mr. Meyer?
Yes.
Ms. Mufeld?
Yes.
Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
Mr. Rowland?
Yes.
My mistake, I forgot to ask for public comment on the consent agenda. First time, folks. If there is any comment on the consent agenda, please raise your hand now. It's not too late. Okay, any board member comment on the consent agenda? I just want to call out a special thanks to all of the donations that we continue to get from our community, both businesses and individuals towards our school programs. It absolutely helps the district in our ability to carry out these really unique programs, and we're just very appreciative. So for those of you who have done so, thank you so much. And for those of you who are interested in pursuing something like that and don't know how to figure out how to do that, please contact the district and they can let you know the opportunities that are available. Okay, our first teaching and learning agenda item this evening is the WSTEM contract renewal and proposal and report. Mr. Phillips.
Sure, thanks, Ms. Fraley. It is recommended that the school board approve the contract between the Wauwatosa School District and Wauwatosa STEM as presented, and I so move.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Rowland, another second by Mr. Meyer. Okay, and presenting this evening, we've got several folks.
Thank you for that tutorial. You probably shouldn't have to do that for a principal of a STEM school, but I appreciate it. My name is Mike Coyne. I'm principal of Wauwatosa STEM, and I will introduce Jessica Bordini, who is our board president, who will be joining us. You're up, Jess.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Jessica Bordini, WSTEM's Governance Board President. We are here tonight to discuss renewing the WSTEM Charter, and I would like to begin by thanking the Wauwatosa School Board and Dr. Ertl for the opportunity and privilege of sharing WSTEM's growth and success over the last 5 years and how we continue to share a vision and a purpose with the Wauwatosa School District. I would like to introduce our contract renewal team, all elected members of the WSTEM Governance Council, and let me remind everyone, volunteer representatives of this committee. Our Vice President, Maggie Anderson, Secretary Brooke DeLassis, our Treasurer, Joe Breckert, and our voting members, Katie Nunag, Rebecca Paxton, and past President Taylor Lamacchia. Next slide. WSTEM came about as a unique opportunity to develop an innovative community and curriculum that has gone beyond its own walls to benefit the entire Wauwatosa School District. It is this mission focused on elevating evidence-based education models in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics to the forefront of the classroom, that when paired with the vision of curious learners well-versed in critical thinking and literacy, that has prepared and continues to prepare our students to meet the challenges of the 21st century head-on. This mission and this vision, both so crucial in our success, were present from the inception of our charter and continue to carry us through this next phase of renewal. Tonight, we will be giving the board an update on WSTEM's 5 years of growth and success, our shared purpose with the School District of Wauwatosa, and our vision for the future. That mission and that vision have informed our development through several key phases of growth. With the support of the district and our school community, we have been able to define, attain, and exceed crucial goals during each phase of our school's history, each of which was defined by a key theme. In phase 1, our key goal was to innovate. During this phase, WSTEM began as a breeding ground for innovation, where we created our vision and our focused identity. In phase 2, the key goal was growth. During this phase, we reached our capacity and we were able to expand our professional development for teachers, sending them to conferences that directly then impacted our students, widen our community partnerships, and explore cutting-edge curricular approaches to teaching and learning. In phase 3, which is our current phase, we were focused on identifying key factors that would allow us to sustain our success in the future. It is in this phase we were able to extend our reach by helping to open another STEM school on the west side of Wauwatosa at Underwood, USTEM. One of our teachers from WSTEM moved to USTEM to help bridge our two schools. We also continued to invite Longfellow and Whitman M-STEM teachers to our yearly vertical team meetings with WSTEM teachers. The success of WSTEM helped to prompt the district to expand 60 more seats at M-STEM, offering engineering programming to other students in the district in the middle school program. As we look to the future and phase 4, our goal is to share our lessons and successes in tangible ways with the rest of the district.
In 2007, the Wauwatosa School District and a group of teachers supported by parents set out to pilot a new model of education for the 21st century. The Wauwatosa STEM Charter School was launched with 42 students. STEM has experienced a student waitlist every year amidst a 7-year growth plan. We have been at full capacity for 7 years now with 135 students. WSTEM provides an innovative and dynamic learning environment where students and teachers are encouraged to inquire, investigate, and discover the world around them. Through multi-age classrooms, differentiated instruction, parental involvement, community participation, and strategic educational partnerships, WSTEM provides an environment encouraging dynamic, and independent learning. For the board, if you have your packet, you can refer to the handout to the page that has a light bulb, which depicts how our governance council functions. Since our inception, WSTEM has maintained local control of the school through its governing council. Comprised of teachers, community members, and parents, the governance council uses guiding beliefs to shape decisions affecting daily operations and overall success of the school through innovative and effective financial planning. Teachers are at every monthly governance council meeting, in addition to leading one committee, which also meets monthly. In exchange for autonomy in developing innovative curricula, pedagogy, and operational strategies, WSTEM is accountable for financial support of these objectives. The Governance Council funds additional technology, staff professional development, and place-based learning opportunities for our students and our building. At WSTEM, sharing the innovative teaching methods of our staff through a partnership with the Wauwatosa School District has always been a priority. We look forward to years of deepening our relationship and our partnership in the coming years of this contract.
Now we turn our attention to phase 3, where we have focused our efforts since the last contract renewal 5 years ago. The primary goal of phase 3 was sustainability. Sustainability in curricular models, in funding, and student body growth. We are pleased to share our successes in achieving sustainability.
Good evening, Wauwatosa School Board members and Dr. Ertl. My name is Diana Mader, and I have been a Wauwatosa teacher for the last 34 years. I began my career as a second grade teacher at Wilson Elementary School. As a lifelong learner, I am always looking for ways to grow as an educator and a person. 10 years ago, I learned that there was going to be an opening on the staff of Wauwatosa STEM. After much thought and consideration, I decided to throw my hat into the pool of applicants. After teaching with the Wilson staff for 25 years, I was a tad nervous about the possible move and at the same time, very excited about the opportunity to extend my learning and pursue a different approach to helping students learn. I remember one of the interview questions I was asked, why STEM and why now? My response to that question was, I loved what I saw happening in the STEM program. It was thrilling to see students so excited about what they were learning, taking their learning outside the walls of the school, and the different approaches that were taken to extend the learning that was taking place. I remember thinking, this way of teaching is really opening up the different opportunities for students and their futures. So the question is, why is the culture of WSTEM so special? I hope that I can paint a picture for you in words. When I think about the team of teachers that I work with, that is exactly what we are. We are more than the staff of WSTEM. We are a team. Not only are we colleagues in the professional sense, but we have a unique chemistry that has grown to friendships outside of school. It is this type of relationship that allows us to hold each other accountable. Each teacher on this team is dedicated to the success of all our students. Prior to this 2020-21 situation, we met weekly during lunch to collaborate. During our virtual learning experiences, we continued to meet weekly, just using the Zoom format. As a team, we pride ourselves on our vertical teaching in multi-age situations. Not only are our classrooms multi-age with teachers team teaching, but each team member meets with multi-age engineering teams weekly that are comprised of students from kindergarten to grade 5. This allows us as a staff to get to know each student within our school. If you were to visit our school, you would not hear us refer to our class in terms of grade levels. Instead, we are teams. Students begin in team friendship, where they learn the value of teamwork and relationships. From there, they move on to team respect. Here, we learn to respect not only ourselves, but we learn how to respect others. The final team is team integrity. Students build upon prior learning, develop principles, create goals, grow leadership skills, and learn the value of honesty and hard work, which prepares them for the next educational journey. To educate the children, I like to think of it as a triangle. It takes the teacher, the student, and the parents. Each member of the WSTEM team offers an open door policy and welcomes input from our very strong parental structure. Through our deep lines of communication with families and the structure of the governance board, parents have a vested interest in the education of not only their children, but others as well. The support from our parents ranges from classroom needs, monthly committee meetings, and staff development opportunities for the teachers. One of the things I love about going to school every day at WSTEM is the flexibility of the curriculum. Some of the things we do are the same as the district, but others are very different. On a daily basis, each member of the WSTEM team works to incorporate the engineering process across curricular disciplines. The goal is to get our students to think outside of the box, increase their risk-taking skills, learn that it is okay to make mistakes, and always be looking for ways to improve themselves or their work. With the backing of our governing council, the curriculum committee, and parental support, we look for new ways and approaches to learning every day. We take things that we have learned outside of the classroom and apply them. I love the work we have done with the Milwaukee County Zoo, GE Medical, Milwaukee County Parks, and the Medical College of Wisconsin. The learning from the community does not stop there. We also encourage parents to come in and share their occupations as well. Before students even leave elementary school, they have been exposed to so many possibilities for the future. One of the most rewarding aspects of working at WSTEM is when former students stop in to visit or send an email thanking you for preparing them for the next leg of the educational journey. They often tell us how prepared they are and how doable things currently are. The standards and expectations are set very high at WSTEM, and this is what former students are thanking us for. Some people refer to their career as a job, or you can hear them say, we have to work. As for me, I say, I'm going to school where on a daily basis, I learn something new from my colleagues and students. These are the reasons I love going to school at WSTEM every day.
I hate to be the person that follows you. I guess that's you, Mike. Top that.
It's nice to feel the love. Hello, my name is Mike Hoyne. I've been fortunate enough to be the principal at Wauwatosa STEM for 9 years. Thank you so much, Mrs. Mader, for highlighting what makes WSTEM so special. One of the topics that I wanted to reemphasize was the commitment and dedication that our staff and parents have to our school culture. We believe a lot in place-based learning experiences that tie into our curriculum. We also attempt to bring in guest speakers to extend upon the curriculum. Staff are a part of all monthly governance board meetings and are also leaders on their committees. They collaborate a lot on their plans for engineering design teams. Our parents have numerous opportunities to help support with their volunteering in the classrooms and on projects. Even during a year that involved COVID, we still continue to build on our great culture. This slide shows 3 different Wisconsin DPI school report cards for WSTEM during this contract renewal. We didn't have a state test last year, and we're currently in the mix of a school year, so that's why there's only 3 instead of 5. As you can see, WSTEM has significantly exceeded expectations on the report card and have consistently been one of the top elementary schools in the state based on this reporting. We wanted to highlight many of the successes from last school year. In the summer of 2019, the governance board supported a Singapore math conference in Arizona for 4 teachers. We have continued our work with Lucy Culkin's Reading and Writing and are excited that this curriculum was adopted for all elementary schools, as this can be a way of continuing to share the ideas that we have. We had first LEGO League be part of the 2-3 classroom and continued to field competitive teams at the 4 and 5 grade levels. During the virtual instruction, we had David Stokes be a part of some virtual environmental education learning programs for both Wilson and WSTEM. 2 WSTEM teachers, 1 Wilson teacher, and myself were a part of Leadership Advancing Character and Culture in Schools at Alverno College last year. Those workshops and learning were great for us to bring back to staff about how to continue to understand all of our students and find ways to continue to make social and emotional learning an essential part of what we do. In the areas of science and technology specifically, we have continued our work and partnership with the Medical College of Wisconsin, in which they come and mentor our 4 or 5 students on their scientific process and help them develop a science project to present their findings. We incorporate the themes of science that we focused on this past year in all of our place-based learning experiences. Some of the unique technology that we are a part of involve coding, drones, and utilizing a green screen. We continue to explore the best use of iPads at the early grades through purchases that our governance board was able to support. At the K1 and 2-3 teams, we diversify the technology with iPads and Chromebooks as we see value and differences in how both devices can help our students to explore and learn. We continue to take one large block of time, 1 day a week, to have engineering teams that work on certain design challenges. Our engineering teams consist of a student from each team, K1, 2, 3, and 4, 5. This slide provides a few examples of what the students worked on last school year. In mathematics, we continue to utilize Singapore Math and focus on the math practice standards and core standards, while also supplementing this curriculum with a variety of different online math programs that help differentiate the learning for our students and allows for students to explore mathematical concepts on their own as well. As we share a building with Wilson Elementary, we continue to build upon the relationship we have with them and our PTSA, which supports both schools. Throughout the last year, we encouraged and promoted a team together approach to meet the needs of all of our students, and we share that common goal of having all students being ready and able to succeed. As shown here, there are a variety of ways that WSTEM shares out and partners with Wilson on certain projects or ideas. One of the bigger projects that we have is that we share the outdoor classroom that is on Honey Creek Parkway. We will continue to partner with Wilson and the Milwaukee County Parks to make this a great space for environmental education. Throughout the 5 years of this contract renewal, we have shared a lot of knowledge and received a lot of knowledge from so many within our district. When we reflect back on this time, it makes us excited about what more can come. We have shared our ideas and helped with the start up with USTEM, and also have continued to meet at least once a year with the MSTEM teachers. We have continued to be open to having other schools or other staff, like our innovation specialist, come visit to learn about what we do. We have seen that more STEM opportunities are being offered in all the elementary schools, such as the engineering design carts in all of the libraries, and that is also very exciting. Although we can't take direct credit for all of those things I just mentioned, as many others have taken their lead, we do believe WSTEM has at least had an influence on some of those things. For all of the reasons that my staff and I have shared, I hope that you all could strongly consider renewing the charter school contract, as we do feel strongly that it provides for a great experience for our families and staff.
Hello, my name is Joe Breckert. I've been volunteering at WSTEM as treasurer for several years now on the committee. My main role is to help manage and track our financial transactions and help guide the council on budget-related decisions. Tonight, I'd like to give a sense of how we use those funds that we fundraise or receive through donations. On the right, you can see a chart of our annual total financial support for the past several years. Our primary uses for those funds were described very well by Mrs. Mader and Mr. Hoyne in their past descriptions of all the activities and all of the curriculum that have been supported. This includes place-based learning for the students, professional development for our WSTEM teachers, and technology purchases to support the students and curriculum. We also have a goal to ensure that every student can participate in every activity as they desire. So we utilize our funds to support any families that are under financial stress by paying for or supplementing fees as needed. We're also careful to coordinate our fundraising and other activities with the Wilson WSTEM School PTSA to ensure that parents aren't overwhelmed or overscheduled throughout the year. As an example, we run our larger fundraiser every other year, alternating with the PTSA activities, which also host a larger fundraiser. We monitor our balance, plan our expenses, and plan fundraising scale and activities each month as a council. Thank you.
Having developed sustainable models for curriculum, faculty development, and financial stability, our primary goal during this next phase 4 is to share our successes within our WSTEM and Wilson school community, the district, and our broader community in a manner that promotes equity and fosters diversity. The charter was drafted in such a manner so as to allow for the creation of a tightly knit school community with strong investments from families and staff, prioritization of evidence-based, proactive curriculum development that drives positive change rather than being a passive recipient of that change, and a mutually beneficial relationship with the district and our regional partners to enhance both our school and the community at large. I did want to mention there were no changes made to the current contract. However, we did have 2 slight changes last week. Once we learned that the district was not using maps on page 2 and 3, that was changed. And we changed Power School to Infinite Campus on page 5. Otherwise, there were no other changes made to the current contract.
Hi, my name is Brooke DeLassis. I'm currently serving as the Secretary on the Governance Council, and I am here tonight to talk about the next phase of WSTEM and some of our hopes and goals for the contract renewal. So as you can see, we have 3 kind of key goals projected here on the screen, and we've articulated some needs that would accompany those goals. The first one is around increasing diversity of our applicant pool by partnering with the district on an application format and promotional plan. We'd also like to better articulate our current best practices, especially those in support of the equity plan that is now in place, and find opportunities to scale practices with other schools in the district. And we'd like to do that by working intentionally with the having the WSTEM and Wilson Equity team partnered with district staff to work on those practices and share as feasible. And then finally, increase the intentionality of teaching social emotional skills as related to the vision of a graduate to promote those positive learner identity pieces and growth mindset as well. We'd love to partner with the equity coaches and social workers in doing that work as well. Specifically, I'd like to point out that we have already begun having conversations around this first goal. The principals of WSTEM, USTEM, and Montessori have met with the Director of Student Services to continue to look at our enrollment practices, and we are invested in continuing to work with the district to increase our racial diversity in the application process, as we believe a change in enrollment is our fastest and most direct way to best match the district demographics, which is our ultimate goal. As you can see on this slide, we also are working to align more closely with the new equity plan that was put in place in the district. The 3 areas of opportunity, belonging, and achievement have framed the work of our equity team, which I'll speak about just a little bit. But I do want to mention that at our last year in review, the school board members raised concerns about what our school is doing to be more reflective of the diversity of our community. I mentioned in the last slide that we have taken some additional steps around enrollment. There's also a link on here. We don't have to look at it, but we do have an equity timeline that we put together because we wanted to illustrate that we have been working each time concerns have been surfaced and also trying to be proactive in addressing those concerns, especially given the constraints on enrollment per state law. We have actively worked with the district to keep getting better at proactively recruiting a diverse pool of student applicants. Additionally, a parent equity group formed in 2019 in an effort to support the district and our building with equity goals. This group has grown to 24 members at WSTEM and Wilson and meets monthly. We have connections to other district school parent equity groups as well. Our group reached out for connection with the equity director and our equity coach, Tracy Karras, and used the 2020-2022 equity plan to guide us in our decisions. The focus of the district plan is opportunity, belonging, and achievement. And in the summer of 2020, 3 subcommittees were formed: institutional data, curriculum outreach, and student and family. These subcommittees work on identifying ways to assist our teachers and staff in enhancing diversity and inclusion work in the classroom, developing a sense of inclusion among all of our families, and work toward our school and district equity goals. Another area of increased intention and alignment can be around the district's relatively new vision of a graduate. The skills articulated here on the screen have always been present in how WSTEM functions. However, we can continue to deepen student growth in these areas by offering specific lessons and feedback to connect this learning to the work already in progress and around social emotional learning and cultural competency for students. Finally, you can go to the next slide. Thank you. Finally, no matter how much we increase the diversity of our applicant pool, we know that we are a small school and need to look for other ways to increase our reach. With our renewal of the charter, we want to look for ways to share our current practices, a lot of the practices that we've highlighted earlier this evening, and share those with students and teachers throughout the district, and look forward to discovering what we can further enhance in our new flexible space with Wilson and WSTEM.
We thank you again for the opportunity to share our mission, our vision, our growth plan, and our successes as we seek a 5-year renewal of our charter at WSTEM. We are grateful to be a part of a vibrant, engaged, diverse, and engaging district that continually places students and families and staff at the center of every discussion and decision, poised for success now and in the future. Since the inception of our charter, we have committed ourselves to innovation, to growth, sustainability, and sharing. And with the support of the district, our amazing staff, our incredible families, we have exceeded our expectations and look forward to what the next phase of this charter holds. Thank you so much for the opportunity tonight. We really appreciate you having us. Thank you so much.
Thank you all very much. Dr. Jesmayer, can I just add a couple of thoughts? First of all, thank you to parents past and present. It really is what makes the school somewhat different. Their involvement and engagement and the work they do has been tremendous. And to the staff at the school has been awesome. Over time, one of the things, and I think they have heard loud and clear the last several times when they've come to the board and about the issue related to racial diversity in the school. And I think, I'm going to say it, not I think, I know they've taken that to heart. Every conversation I've had with Mr. Hoyne or with members of the governance team, they've done a lot. They're doing everything they can. I think they've had some good impact, but I think they're limited by, I think they're being asked somewhat of an impossible task because of the structure of the way it's set up. So I'm just going to throw out the idea that I think for consideration, I don't know that next year is the time to do it, but part of the bill at Wilson was to increase, have available space. So if we're looking to increase that, I think taking some time to really look at how we can enroll additional sections of WSTEM and how we can, whether it's just recruitment, whatever we can do within the law to increase that diversity through an increase in size of WSTEM and full capacity at Wilson. But just a big thank you, because dating back to 2007, this has been an amazing journey and a great school and a great opportunity for our kids. And thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ertl. Questions and comments from the board?
Yes, comment from Mike Meyer, if I may.
Yes, sir.
I want to throw my full support behind the concept of extending this success to additional sections. I think, we have these 4 new elementary buildings with brand new floor space. Much of our footprint is a 2-section situation now. I would very much support seeing us extend success to additional sections and utilizing that capacity to its fullest. During the past 15, 16, 17 years, the community and the school board has achieved success by growing and building. And I think it would be an excellent strategy to continue in that manner, to ask these good people to mentor and extend to additional sections to include the additional opportunities for all our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Ms. Fraley.
No questions. I just wanted to say a huge thank you to the current and past governing boards, having sat on a charter school board for many years prior to moving to Washington, or moving here to Wisconsin. I know what an enormous amount of time and energy that takes. And I know I've gotten the opportunity to engage with several of you board members and parents, and I'm just in awe of the dedication and creativity that you have put towards the school. And really the next big thank you is to Mr. Hoyne and the teachers. I've visited every school in this district, a couple of times, and my visits to WSTEM classrooms were exciting, and I didn't want to leave. There was so much excitement in the kids about what they were working on, and it had been a long time since I had seen littles working with, 5th graders, and it going so incredibly well. And I know you all have won some awards, and that's great. My ask is, like Mr. Myers, let's continue figuring out how to share this. We have other teachers across the district that are equally as talented and excited by STEM content, and would love for us to see us figuring out ways to infuse this type of learning, collaboration, and risk-taking. Ms. Mader, I loved when you talked about kids learning how to make mistakes and how important that is in terms of resilience. And so that's my big ask, is that we figure out how to continue not just expanding in terms of scope, but expanding in terms of the learning that goes on across the district. But sincerely, thank you. I needed this breath of fresh air for this meeting tonight before we tackle other really challenging topics. So I'm happy you're here tonight.
I would like to comment. I don't know if it was 6 months ago or 2 years ago that we met. It may have been last week. I'm not sure. And we talked a lot about the challenges that you have in the work of trying to diversify the student body, of your commitments. And I've been really impressed kind of with how you've incorporated things in the efforts that you've shown. And I think we'll continue to partner with you on this. Like Leanne, my first foray into boardhood was sitting as a parent, as a board member at a charter school in Milwaukee. And I greatly, really appreciate your efforts and your commitments, and look for ways to find creative, innovative solutions. I think the possibility of the charter movement is to innovate. The hard part is actually getting that to spread. And so I think wherever we can partner on that and learn from each other and learn with each other will be absolutely essential.
Could I ask a couple questions, Dr. Jessebanger?
Shoot, Mr. Doan.
So we've talked about this often, about the lack of diversity at the school. Certainly, last time I checked, it's not even close to mirroring our district. So I guess I was hoping to see a little more meat in as far as what our goals were and how we were going to accomplish them. I understand there's a focus to do it. I don't doubt the intent. But my concern is it's another 5 years. We're 14, 15 years in, and still vastly apart from district representation overall. So what are some concrete goals that we're achieving, and what are some concrete things that we're doing? I mean, conversations are great. I appreciate the intent of everyone, but at this point, I guess I was hoping to see a little more as far as what are the specific things we're doing to attack and to approach these issues, because the makeup of the school is just not representative of our district. And you guys are doing amazing things and doing great things. And I guess the downside of that is, we need to make sure that it's equitable across the students. And right now it's not. So what are the concrete things we're doing? And maybe Dr. Jessinger, you could share a little bit about some of the challenges that you mentioned that are keeping it. I mean, I know there are some, and we've talked about them in the past. I guess I'd like to hear more concrete things. 5 years is a long time. If we're going to continue to be this far apart, that's very concerning to me.
Mr. Doman, one thing I would say is we are required to prioritize sibling preference. That's a non-negotiable within the contract, not because of request by the folks at WSTEM, but I believe it's requirement of charter law. State charter law. And so what it means is that there's limited opportunities to move this needle quickly. When Dr. Ertl talked about expanding the program, there will be an opportunity to actively recruit, seek out, and do additional diversification of the program and open it up more broadly if we have more spaces open in a single year. Doctor, is that?
Yes. And we're saying since 2007, it's the sibling preference that's kept us from doing this, not a lack of focus on this issue until recently. Is that what I'm understanding?
If I can speak a little bit to it, we are held to our enrollment practices. And right now, currently, we have 1 in 4 applicants are non-white to WSTEM. That's 25% of our applicants. And part of our ask, I guess, this year is to really work with the district. We don't do anything really with the enrollment. The district creates those enrollment forms. And what we'd like to see is either, a couple options, either putting everyone in the district into the lottery and allowing parents to make that choice, right? If they would like to decline, or possibly having students check a box, because currently the enrollment practice right now through the district is that parents have to jump 2 hoops in order to get an application into WSTEM. The very first thing they have to do is to create an application for their student, kindergarten registration. Then they have to create a second lottery application to the district at a separate time in February. So I think that in part is actually holding us back from seeing some of the diversity. And I would love to see the district change their enrollment process, just enroll everybody in the lottery and allow the parents to make a decision, or have a box directly on the application process for families.
So I love the idea. I mean, that's the kind of thought that I'm looking for, but I don't see that's what we're going to do, right? I mean, we talked about this last year. It's been 14, 15 years, and we're just considering it now. I guess that's really worrisome to me. We had this conversation last year. These numbers have been this way for some time. I guess I'm confused why we're just having this conversation tonight, just starting to think about these things. It's been a long time. So I guess I'm personally not convinced the next 5 years are going to bring any change if we're just thinking about it now. I don't know how to get more comfortable with that, with a vote tonight, but that's where I stand. I just don't. I'm not comfortable with where our numbers are at, and I didn't hear enough presentation to make.
I think we also have to take a look at, our enrollment. We are at 135 students. It's a much less than a lot of the other schools. I know Montessori is at 16% diverse. We are at 18% diverse, and Lincoln's at 18%. And then the next one, McKinley, I think, is at 21%. Obviously, all of us, that should be our goal, is to increase our racial diversity. And I think creating the very first parent equity team, our team has grown from a few people to 24 people that are committed to working on this. We've created, our equity timeline showing you some of the things that we're working with. We work directly with Tracy Karras, our team does, our Wilson and WSTEM equity team. For example, we send out monthly things. Some of the things that we're working on is how do we focus on the diversity in our building too, right? In our community, we want to include as many people as we can, right? And sometimes that's a hurdle as the enrollment process. And we don't really have any control over that. What we do have control over though is our building and what we're doing in our building to make our families of color feel accepted, have, be a belonging to our community. And I think some of those things, Tracy Karras had asked, at our last equity meeting, if she could share some of the things that are through the district to other schools of what our WSTEM and Wilson equity team is doing. So I assure you, there are lots of things coming and to be done. Granted, we've worked, we've done a lot in the past 5 years, but that's our phase 4. That's our next phase 4. We're working on a plan. We want to work harder with the district to make this a priority.
May I?
Yes, please.
May I? Thank you. Good evening, and I'm really, really excited to hear your report this evening. Many of you I have met with, and very pleased to hear from Mrs. Mader. That's a lot of fun, and of course, I go way back with you. So, what you've done here with the governance and the things that you've brought, obviously. We're still working on some items, and we should be. It's very exciting to see the expansions, the different educational opportunities we're creating, and I know that we're going to continue to create them. We now have the space to create more opportunities. So we have limitations, and I certainly understand them. But we are going to do more things. So I support your contract, and I'm excited to see us continue to grow, and for the district to partner with you to help and to make that happen.
Dr. Ertl, Dr. Jessup Anger, is there any requirement that these have to be renewed in 5-year contracts? Or why do we settle on 5? Maybe I can understand the background there.
I think 5 is the max length of a contract that you can have. It's trying to stay with past practice of contracts. They've always been with WVA, and with this is 5 years. So I don't think there's anything magic other than I don't think they can be longer than 5 years. I think you can go into a contract shorter if that's what you wanted. I think the idea behind 5 years is to have some assurances. I think that's why you try to renew it a year and a half in advance, at least, generally speaking, because if for some reason the charter were to get not renewed, then you have a whole de-enrollment process. So the 5-year concept is about stability.
And I'll just add.
May I make a suggestion?
Mr. Meyer, I think Mr. Hune was going to just respond to that last question.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Please let me know when I can speak.
Sure. I would just add that within our current contract and going into the next one, we do present an annual report to the board. And I know tonight that kind of got in the mix of the contract talk. So, I think the goal there would be, continuing to try to hear concerns, continuing trying to work with the district. And Mr. Doman, I do understand and appreciate your views. But it is something that, we're going to continue to work on, and hopefully we can get those numbers in a better spot. So we'd like to see more success with that as well. Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Go right ahead.
I'm all about tangible, measurable objectives and places where people have influence. So I suggest that we make the the diversity of the applicant pool part of the performance objectives of the other elementary schools and of student services staff in the Fisher building. I deeply believe here that if it was part of the performance goals of the other elementary schools that are the source pool for the diverse applicants, was part of their performance goals to make sure the word got out, the encouragement was there, the publicity was actively done and facilitated by student services staff and student learning staff, whomever is appropriate for that in the Fisher building, that I think this should be everybody's objective, not, the WSTEM people have been very kind about taking all the responsibility on themselves, and it certainly is a lot of their responsibility, but they're not in this alone to communicate to the rest of the school district about these opportunities. Everybody needs to own this, and it needs to sting if it doesn't get done. It needs to sting everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did have one more thing, Mr. Doman. I feel that. I feel your comments. But I do want to share, I think that's part of what we came to share tonight, is that we are really working with Wilson. Wilson has a larger, racial diversity background in their school. And so our goal is to really start working within our own building, starting there, and really using that as a bonus really for STEM to learn from and to grow. So just another point there. So thank you. I appreciate your comments.
And I would just like to add, I would just like to add that, and Jessica, thank you for saying the sense of belonging and the commitment of the students and the families to that building and that campus and that neighborhood is fantastic. And I know that feeling. I know that. So Taylor, Jessica, the other members of the team, thank you for that. And we do need to make sure that all of our school buildings have those same successes. So I like Mr. Meyer's point. Dr. Ertl, what do you think about that?
I think it's worth looking into. I mean, I would have to, I think there's a lot of other factors that play into enrollment. And like I said, it's limited what we can do, and it's limited where students and their ability to travel. And it's something we can look into.
I guess to just build on the point, number one, WSTEM school is consistently ranked as one of the best schools in the state. So I really sincerely appreciate all the folks who put in a lot of work of their own time to make that a reality. So thank you. Number one, plan to vote for the contract tonight. I hope it stays around for 5 years and much longer than that. So congratulations to everybody who is working hard on that. To me, it's just, I guess my preference would be, as opposed to, we're going to look into that, or, let's just whiteboard it. Let's get together in an in-service separately, in a month or two. Let's come back with ideas. Everybody come with ideas in a month or two, and we get together and we put it all on the table. We're talking about tweaking around the edges here to make a great school even better. I don't think that we should vote against extending a contract tonight. I think we should schedule another meeting soon so it doesn't lose our, top of mind here, so we can build on this conversation. But I hope we vote yes on this tonight.
Thank you, and we'd love to be part of that for sure. And I thank Dr. Jessup Anger, Dr. Ertl, who did meet with us, I think about 3 weeks ago. I know a lot's been going on. Just to touch base on all those things, because in the 9 years that I've been here, I haven't had that opportunity to meet with the board president. So I would greatly appreciate that.
Happy to be there. Any final questions or comments from the board? Any community comments on this item?
There are no hands raised. There is one now. John K, please state your name and address. You have the microphone.
Hi, this is actually John Kay's wife, Carmela Rios, 1934 4th Street in Wauwatosa. My question isn't towards the elementary STEM, but I'm curious if the board of the Wauwatosa STEM has control or recommendations over the lottery system to get into the middle school STEM. And my reason for asking this question is I've had 2 of my 3 children go through the lottery system to get into the STEM program at Longfellow. And the numbers that are open have become smaller and smaller. And I believe one of the reasons is the sibling preference. Because for both of my children, I've had numerous of their friends get in because of siblings that have been in it in the past. And I understand the rationale at the elementary school, if a family is, driving one of their kids, but when it's all in the Longfellow, I don't really understand the rationale. So that's my question. And this is an example of where, the same issue with diversity, I think, is also happening at the middle school. I'm Hispanic, it would increase it, but we have not had the opportunity. And that's the question.
Okay, Lisa, please state your name and address. You have the microphone.
Hi, can you hear me? This is Lisa.
We can.
This is Lisa Powell. I live at 310 North 113th Street. Regarding the diversity at the STEM programs and the Montessori school, I guess what I'm wondering is what kind of analysis we've done on looking into maybe why we don't have the diverse applicants into those programs. Do we know for sure that it's, are they not aware of it? Are they just not interested? Or are there other barriers, maybe transportation? Wauwatosa is designed to be a neighborhood school, so you walk to your neighborhood elementary school. And sorry, my son is talking in the background. And I guess I'm just wondering if we've done any research on that, or if that's something that maybe someone could look into.
Okay, John K, you have the microphone. Please state your name and address.
We've already asked the question, so we're good. I'm not sure. Oh, I didn't lower my hand. Maybe that's why.
All right, that's it. There's no more hands raised.
Thank you all very much. Ms. Newman, I think we're ready to call the roll.
Mr. Doman?
No.
Ms. Fraley?
Yes.
Mr. Meyer?
Yes.
Ms. Mufeld?
Yes.
Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
Mr. Rowland?
Yes.
Dr. Jessup Banger?
Yes. And that item passes. Thank you all very much for your presentation and your time here. I hope we continue to work together. We know that we've kind of identified what the major challenges and that we'll find some creative ways to address it.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that was our last item for the evening, wasn't it? Tough crowd. Our next item is a superintendent action item. Recommendation for secondary schools to move to 5 days a week in-person learning. Sharon, can you read this one for us?
Yes, thank you. It is recommended the school board approve moving the phase into learning 6th through 12th grade to 5 days a week in-person learning starting on February 2nd, 2021. TOSA connected students will start 5 days a week, synchronous learning on February 2nd. Students would not have school on January 29th and February 1st. Those will be staff work days to prepare for the transition. The superintendent, in consultation with the Medical Public Health Advisory Committee, is authorized to shift to exclusively virtual instruction because of worsening metrics in Wauwatosa. Approval of the school board is not required for a shift to virtual instruction, and I so move.
May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Fraley. There are, I think, my understanding is a series of presentations on this. I want to do a quick reset of where we've been on this topic. Last summer, the board in late July voted, I believe 6-1, to put into place what we called at the time phase into learning. And it was that we were going to offer 3 different options for families within the district: Wauwatosa Virtual Academy, TOSA Connected, and the Phase into Learning program. Certainly lots has been learned along the way. We put forth the challenge to Dr. Ertl as superintendent to do all we could to get into 5 days a week, and to do that safely, and to co-center student success and well-being, and the health, physical health and safety of the staff and students. We laid out kind of a timeline and process. We have proceeded conservatively, I think pretty much every step along the way, where we have taken in June and paneled a really outstanding group of community members to serve and to guide us, medical professionals, scientists, public health professionals, mental health professionals, who've been meeting and providing guidance to Dr. Ertl along the way, as well as looking at our operational plans to make sure that we are doing everything we could to keep staff and students safe within the schools. We have, along the way, shifted from an all virtual beginning to a hybrid to, in December, ultimately voting to send our elementary students back to 5 days a week. And that started as we came out of the winter holiday season. We are going to hear from our medical advisory panel tonight. We'll be joined by them. An opportunity to ask a number of questions. Dr. Ertl will be working with the district staff to present a variety of information. And I know there's a lot of our secondary principals and others who are here to also answer questions and walk us through. We'll have an opportunity here, and we've been certainly getting a good amount of email from district staff, from families, and a lot from students advocating for different perspectives that the board would consider. What I hope as a community, what we come out of this tonight, and ultimately the board, one decision we have to make is, do we send secondary back 5 days a week or not? There are many other decisions also that we may grapple with tonight. We may have movements and we may have shifts. We may be thinking about creative ways. Ultimately, we have this charge, and it's a dual charge, and it's the co-centering of the safety and health and well-being of our staff and students, and the safety and well-being of students and their academic success. And my hope is that's not an either or. And I think what we've been pretty committed to all along is that we would be curious, be thoughtful, listen, challenge ourselves to figure out ways to move through this process and to stick together as a community, to find ways to provide opportunities for all different students and what they needed to learn to the best of their ability, and that we could educate them to our best of our ability. We will now have a sense of kind of how things have gone over the course of fall. And it's not a full picture, but it's certainly an emerging picture. We can take a look at what is happening in communities adjacent to us who are operating in different modes and models. And we will be able to use that to guide our decision making. So tonight, that's really the charge of the board. We have before us a recommendation to move to 5 days, and we've got a long discussion on that. And then ultimately, as a board, we need to determine how do we hold these two things at the center: the health and well-being of staff and students, and the health and the well-being of students and their mental health and their engagement and their success as learners. I hope this isn't an either or. I hope this is, we can figure out a way to do this and hold both of those things and value both of those things. And no matter where we come down individually as a board or as members of the community, I hope there's a recognition that we can say that both of these things are important, both of these things are valued, and come to a different conclusion. There is no easy answer here. So we're going to listen, and I hope folks are ready to listen with open minds and hearts. And Dr. Earl, take it away.
Dr. Jessica Banger, before we get into presentations, I'm wondering, with the presentation materials, can those be emailed out to the board now or posted to board docs? Just, in a perfect world, we would have had these before the presentation began, because we could dig in and then maybe have follow-up questions. So I don't know if it's possible to quickly aggregate and email out these materials. If it's possible, that would be great.
Yeah, we should be able to download it to a PDF and email it out to the board. Should be getting an email from Mrs. Bauer shortly.
Thank you, Ms. Bowers and Dr. Earl.
Thank you.
Nolan is going to be starting out, so I'll turn it over to him right away.
I appreciate it, Dr. Erdl and Dr. Jessup Anger, and I thank you for the reframe, just because I think it's important to do as we kind of move from one agenda piece to this agenda piece as we go forward here, especially because, I mean, this is hard stuff for sure, and so I think we can pause for a second and just know that we're going through this together, these hard decisions. And by naming it and giving it that space, I think it can help us to kind of move forward with it as well. And to Mr. Rowland's point, if there's anything as I'm presenting, I live a life of interruptions all the time. So by all means, interrupt and ask questions if you see something that I'm not covering appropriately, or if you have any questions like that. I will share my screen and we will get going. I did the wrong thing there. There we go. That should be it. All right, do you guys have my screen? Perfect. Yeah. Okay. So this is the roadmap that I thought, honestly, this is the hardest one I've done. I don't know, 5, 6, 7 of these now for the board. And it's once again, my honor to be here. And I should introduce myself for any community members that I have not had an opportunity to introduce myself to before. My name is Sean Nolan. I'm an ER doc. I live here in Tosa. I have a Tosa East kid, and I have a Longfellow kid as well. I have a private school kid too. Don't hold it against me. It's an honor to be here, and doing all these presentations so far. They've all been challenging in their own way as far as trying to communicate our thoughts effectively to the board, especially as folks who are really deep into this, communicating those thoughts that we have about it to folks who aren't, especially like some of the community members who aren't in the medical field. And don't see this on a day-to-day basis, trying to get them to understand our thought processes as well, or at least the best that we can. It's a challenge at times. This one was definitely a challenge, just because I think we all know as we've gone along in this process, we've kind of separated our elementary school kids fairly early on from our middle school kids and our high school kids. But once again, we learn more and more every day. Our knowledge base grows every day. And when I thought about how to tell this story to the board and to the community, I thought that this was by far the best way to do it. And that is going through it from a risk-benefit point of view. And we'll start on the risk side of this slide. And that big risk that's hanging out there for everybody is, what is that risk of moving forward? If the board decides to go forward and approve the district's recommendation for 5-day in-school learning for the middle school and high school kids, what risk does that entail? Like, how can we quantify that for the board and for the community in order to make them comfortable enough to make a decision? And then the next thing based off of that is, what can we minimize out of that risk? And then that will lead us to what our actual risk is. But there's not just risk of moving forward. everything in this, everything that we have done has come with some risk to it. There has not been a risk-free decision that we've made at all. And even that decision of not moving forward carries some risk with it as well. And so that also plays into the risk that we have to put into our decision-making process today. And then on the flip side of things are the benefits. There's benefits to moving forward, most likely. What are those? How can we quantify those? What can be maximized with those benefits? And how does that play into any benefit of not moving forward for that large benefit and that risk, and putting those together in order to make our decision? And I'm hoping to do that in an unbiased way. I hope to be able to present the data and our thoughts from the Medical and Public Health Advisory Panel to the board and to the community without inserting my own bias to it in any way, so that we can make this decision together. So that's the roadmap for us that I was hoping to go through. And once again, I put this slide in twice, this one with words, as far as our roadmap goes, because I really want us to keep this in the back of our minds as we go through all the data that we're going to go through moving forward. And that is, the first thing that we need to do is identify that risk of being being in person 5 days for middle school and high school. And are there ways that we can quantify that? There probably are, as we'll get to. But we need to also include that risk of inaction. There is risk to not moving forward. So we need to talk about that a little bit. We need to talk about the ways that we minimize risk to the extent that we can. And most of that is our mitigation. So we're going to talk a little bit more about mitigation, and not necessarily the layers of mitigation, but distancing in particular today, because that is the bone of contention when it comes to talking about bringing more kids into the building, especially more bigger bodies into the buildings than we did with the elementary school kids. Then we're going to talk about the benefits of in-person 5 days a week for the middle school and the high school kids. And we'll talk about how we can maximize those things. And then hopefully we get to that point where we can kind of weigh those risks and benefits and decide as a board and as a community, which is the best path to go down right now. And as Dr. Jessup Anger said, there might not be just one path to go down. There might be middle ground that we find as we continue to have this conversation tonight and into the future. One of the biggest things that I personally want to do this evening is to assure an accurate and fair representation of what we think those risks and benefits are from the Medical and Public Health Advisory Panel, and to make sure that we process that balance for the board, so that we can all come to a decision tonight. So that's the roadmap that we're going to go down. And it sounds like a scary roadmap, but we've done this before. We did it with the elementary school kids. And at the beginning of the year, like going back to June, going back to August, we didn't have it separated out elementary school kids and middle school kids and high school kids, because we didn't know that yet about COVID. And we've learned that throughout the fall. We learned that the elementary school kids were probably a little less infectious, and it was they had more relative safety going back, and we felt they had a clear benefit. And some of that benefit came from educational stuff because of their developmental age that they're in. But it wasn't a risk-free decision at all. We did this process before, and we're just going to do that again tonight. Hopefully not just tonight. We've been thinking about it for a long time. And so we're going to do that again, and we have to fill in these blanks as to what those good things are about going forward, what those bad things are about going forward, what those good things are about not going forward, what those bad things are about not going forward. Because they all have that risk and benefit to it, no matter what decision that we make tonight. So before we get into the actual stops on the way with our roadmap, I want to just let everybody know where we are right now. We've looked at our internal metrics each of these times that we go around, and we've looked at our external metrics, and they're not going to play a lot into our discussions tonight at all, because in a good way, it's not going to play a lot into our discussions tonight, because we're actually in a really good spot in Wisconsin, and especially in the Milwaukee County and Wauwatosa area. If up on the top, and this is from our dashboard, anybody on the community or on the board, Michelle does an amazing job keeping our district dashboard up to date, and it's all public information. I just copied the screen. This is from the 21st, so it wasn't just from today. I apologize, but it has not changed a lot at all from then. And up on The top here is the number of our positive COVID cases, and this is our quarantines down at the bottom. And so you can see the scale is about a 10-fold different because we have more quarantines than we do COVID positive cases. We hit our peak of COVID positivity probably about mid-November when we were in a very large spike at that time. We had a little bit of a bump over Christmas break as well. And this is all kids at home, and you can tell we know that from the timing of when they became positive, as well as we did not have a teacher spike at that time at all. So these are all kids at home on break or just before break. But we only have 9 students who are out in isolation right now who are positive, and 6 staff, which is a fairly low number for us. We only have 41 students out on quarantine right now. We only have 6 staff members out on quarantine right now as well. And we've looked at kind of numbers like this over here before on the right-hand side, and this is our source. Where do we think people got their infections from? And a lot of the times, unfortunately, it's hard to find out. So there are a lot of unknown sources. But the ones that are proven to be school infections in the Wauwatosa School District remain relatively small. We still do not have a case of a student giving an infection, documented giving an infection to a teacher. We do have some student-to-student transmission, which is very low. And we have some staff-to-staff transmission, and we have some staff-to-student transmission. And that has happened over the past several months, and we've talked about that a little bit. It hasn't changed dramatically at all as this has gone on. And part of our internal metrics now is how our elementary schools are back in 3 weeks, and I think they're like 16 days of class in somewhere. And don't quote me on that at all. I don't have an elementary school kid at home, so it's somewhere right in there. We did have 2 classes quarantined because of positives. Both those positives, the index cases, were 2 students that came in, so both classes were quarantined. We did have 1 secondary transmission off of one of those quarantined. The second quarantine class came back, and what a secondary transmission is somebody caught it from the student who came to school. And there was a couple of asterisks next to this case, though, just because they did not just, the index case and the secondary case did not just have contact with each other while they were in school. They also had contact with each other the same day outside of school. So it's very difficult to tell if they actually caught it in school or if it was a social secondary case, which would be more common as far as the rest of our secondary cases are concerned in our school. As far as our external metrics in the county right now, we're doing really well. We have the lowest scorecard that we've had in some time. I didn't get a chance. I meant to go look back. I think it's back until September or the beginning of October that we've had a scorecard that looks this well. We still have a fairly high caseload at 635. It's more than half of what it was back in November. Our positive rate is 7.6, if I remember correctly, but I didn't put it up there. Our hospitals have weathered the storm fairly well, and they are in a decent position right now specifically as far as COVID cases are concerned in their ICUs as well as on the floor. And our trend has been stable. It has been decreasing and stable pretty consistently over the past probably 6 weeks or so. And so from an external metric point of view, we're doing really well too. So that's where we are right now. So we're going to start kind of moving forward and taking a look at what we think these risks and benefits are. And so when we talk about the risks of moving forward, these are the 4 risks of moving forward that we could really think of. And there's more. This is not an inclusive list. First thing, and the biggest thing that everybody thinks of, is disease. How much disease are we going to see? Are we going to see more disease? Are more people going to get sick? Or more teachers going to get sick? Or more students going to get sick? Or more people going to get sick and bring it home to the community? Are community numbers going to get worse if we decide to move forward? And so we'll try to answer that question when we talk about disease. The second risk that we have moving forward is quarantines. Are we going to see more quarantines if we decide to move forward? And so we'll talk about that specifically. And then we're going to talk about mental health, and mental health has a thread through all of these. Mental health and social, emotional health has a thread through all of these risk benefit quadrants that we're going to talk about. And so Chastity Brynmeyer is going to talk about that as far as our risks and benefits of the idea of moving forward, the idea of not moving forward, and what those risks and benefits will be. The variants, we felt like we needed to mention the variants. They are on our radar. And this is all I'm going to say about the variants. Really, I'm not going to do another slide later at all. We don't know exactly what it means. There is no evidence whatsoever that they are more virulent, meaning they don't make people sicker. There is some evidence for more transmissibility. So far, the two big variants that people have talked about are the UK variant and the South African variant. Both of those should be comfortably covered by our vaccines that we have currently, and there was nothing that we would do differently other than our mitigation that we've been talking about all along as a country and as a district in order to combat those variants. There's nothing different that we would do necessarily. It's something that's on our radar, and we're keeping a close eye on for sure as any more data comes out about that. Now, when we talk about the risks of moving forward, this slide is going to look really similar to the next slide because the risk of not moving forward, that risk of staying in hybrid, there is a risk of that as well. And so we need to identify it, and we need to weigh it with the risks of actually going back to in-person 5-day. And the four big risks that we thought about when we thought about this was educational risk, which Dr. Ertl and a lot of our staff and administrators from our middle school and high schools will talk about at the end of this, and they'll dive into what we think the educational benefits and risks are. And then once again, the mental health and the social emotional health. And then we're going to talk a bit about at-risk populations, because that is something that has not come up a lot and is probably more possibly more of a risk. There is more risk benefit than on the elementary level possibly. So we're going to talk about that a bit. But like I said, these two slides look exactly the same because we felt that our risk of not moving forward and our benefits of moving forward kind of paralleled each other as we move through this. And so the process that we're going to go through this is we're going to cover 5 different sections, with the first being the disease. And we'll talk about, is there a way that we can quantify how much disease that we think we'll see in the schools if we move forward, and will that bleed over into the community? And then we're going to talk about quarantine specifically. We'll talk about at-risk populations, and then Dr. Brynmeyer is going to talk about mental health and social emotional health. And then Dr. Ertl and our administrators and teachers from the middle school and high school are going to talk about those educational risks and benefits. And so that's the road that we're going to take this evening. Anybody any questions before we move on? Okay. So let's talk about disease, because this is the big, as far as the conversations that I've had with people, the emails that we've received from teachers and community members and students. And by the way, students, thank you so much. We've gotten a lot of student emails over the past several weeks, and that type of engagement is excellent to see. And the biggest thing that people worry about is disease. Like, why would we bring all this disease into the school? And is that actually the case? And so when we talk about the disease coming into the school, I think we break it down into two different questions, really. And the first question is the school going to have an effect on the community burden? Like, if we bring everybody back to school, do we have evidence that it'll be okay and our community burden won't go up? Or do we have evidence that our community burden will start to increase because of our students coming back into school? And so we'll try to answer that question. And then the second, probably bigger question I find that it's on people's minds is, will students and staff get infections in school because they are in school? And so we'll try to answer that question as well. In order to do this, we're going to talk about a couple different things. One is burden, and then we're going to go through a couple recent articles in order to kind of look at, is there any data out there right now that can actually help us make these decisions? And then we're going to hopefully look at our own numbers to kind of get an idea of what kind of pattern we can expect to see, at least. And I think this is it's more when it comes to our disease burden within the schools, it's more of a pattern that we would have to see. So this first graph, I debated showing everybody in the community. This is our burden within our within our school compared to Milwaukee County city residents. And the Milwaukee County city residents are the gray line. High school is the red line. Yellow line is our middle school students, and then the green line is our elementary school students. And its burden, it's a little bit different number over on the side here. It's a burden, it's a 14-day case burden per 1,000 students. And so these numbers are lower over here because they're out of 1,000. Most of the time when we look at our caseload, we're looking out of 100,000. And so just keep that in mind. This is the first thing that jumps out at everybody here. This big spike in our high school right here was right in the beginning of November. This is, when you first look at it, when I first looked at it, I was like, oh my God, what happened to our high school? Like it's leading the way. But it's really not. I actually take it as a success story now, because this is what an outbreak looks like. And this is how we know we can see what an outbreak looks like within one of our schools. We had one outbreak that went up to 9 people based off of a sports team in one of our high school sports teams. And this is what it was. Our contact tracing caught it early on. They were able to quarantine, and it did not spread beyond that sports team. And so this, even though it's very dramatic looking, is actually a win in my mind. One, because we can see it as we track moving forward, as we move forward in our data as the year goes on, we will be able to see those outbreaks, as well as I think we effectively handled the outbreak, which is in testament to our school nursing staff and how they were able to contact trace that, as well as quarantine off of it. But the one other thing, the big thing that we want to look at here is this gives us an idea as to who is driving the transmission within our community environment. And for the majority of the time from October until January, our students are below, and most of the time very comfortably below, the burden of our community. How we take that is that most of the time our students are not driving the community. Usually if we're driving the community, it's going to be areas where we have sustained burden that is well above where our community is. And so there are times definitely where we bump up just a little bit, like our elementary school kids bumped up here. We did have that spike right after Christmas with our elementary school kids based off of household contacts. And so that bumped up there, but we don't see that translated to our community the way we do here. And this is a good example when we look at our elementary school and our middle school kids here without an outbreak, where it's just normal transmission that we would normally see. Our community led the way for this transmission prior to our elementary school and our middle school kids go up. And this is our the big spike that we had in November and into the beginning parts of December here. And so that's hopeful for us looking at that it's not likely it's not likely our schools that is driving transmission in the community and driving community numbers. That it's likely, it's the opposite. It's the community is driving our numbers. The other thing that is very hopeful as far as that's concerned is almost all of our cases come from the community into our school. We have very little, as I showed you before on our internal metrics, we have very few cases of in-school transmission. And so almost all these cases are coming from outside of the school. So it's hopeful data that the schools really are not driving community transmission. Is it drop dead data that it's not? No, absolutely not. There are worrisome times here when we look at it, like this really large spike from our high school burden. And there's times here where we are definitely above the community transmission rate for our burden. And so it's not just drop dead, we don't drive the community at all, but it really doesn't look like we're the primary driver whatsoever. And we have some other data to back that up as we move on.
Dr. Nolan, could you go back to that slide? I have a question, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So the elementary data that's higher than the rest, that also coincides with elementary students going back, all students going back 5 days a week. And if I remember right, back to your earlier slide, with contact tracing, the vast majority, we actually don't know where they got, and we can say for those that we know, comes from the community, but actually, I think it was over 50%, we actually just don't know where they came from. if I'm remembering right.
Go back there. Yeah.
Yeah, so elementary 66% is unknown. So actually, school
Right.
work is 9.4 to 66. Sports activity is 0 to 66, right? I mean, that's really the range because the bulk is we don't know. So I guess help me, and I'm guessing the community watching has the same concern. We see a spike in elementary that's higher than the rest of our school, and we also don't know where the vast majority of them contacted from. How do we know whether they're getting it in school or they're getting it from somewhere else, or do we just not know? And maybe that's the answer.
Sorry, can I just jump in?
Sure.
This data is it's combining before we were 5 days a week and after we were 5 days a week. So that little bump up after we came back was actually a lot of kids were exposed over Christmas holiday when they went to go see family. I'm not going to say all of them. I don't have the exact data on it. I can try and look it up real quick. But a lot of kids came back positive. They actually never even made it into the building. But that little bump up is from that post-Christmas seeing family.
So if we know that, then why is 66% unknown? I guess that's the connection I'm missing.
That includes data from the start of the school year. So it doesn't separate out just the data for the 5 day weekend.
So are we getting better at contact tracing that we can say that spike after Christmas is specifically to them being in their home environment, or how do we know that better now than the 66% that are unknown?
How about I pull it real quick because we don't have that many who have been positive. So let me see if I can figure out a percentage while Dr. Nolan continues.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Doctor, I don't see staff on here. I see it as, it's called out staff.
Community or
I don't know about anybody else, but I couldn't hear whoever was talking there because there was an echo.
Oh. I just wonder, staff, are they an outlier of the community line, trend line, or they follow community?
Our staff line, if I heard you correctly, our staff line roughly traces above our community line. Our staff line our staff carry a higher burden than our community. I don't have that graph in here.
Okay.
And we've tried to understand a bit why that is, and a big part of it appears to be their age group, because this is all comers age group here. And our staff tends to be in the largest, the age group that carries the largest burden, which is like 24 to 50-year-olds. Which is where a lot of our staff lie. And so that pulls our staff up a little bit higher, but then there's other unknowns to it for sure.
Got it.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it would just be good to see, but I get it.
Okay. So another way that we need to look at when we looked at elementary school kids and how they kind of patterned what happened in our community, our high school kids tend to do that a little bit differently than our younger kids do. And this is statewide data here, and it's 14-day case burden data, and it's out of 100,000. So if you look over the scale is very different than the graph before that. And I have to move our faces out of the way here. So the red line at the bottom is our 0 to 9-year-olds. So basically our elementary school kids. The orange line there is really our middle school and high school kids. And then you have your 30 plus is the blue line. And then the aqua line or green line is our 20 to 29-year-olds, which this runs across the board almost everywhere, that the 20 to 29-year-olds carry the biggest burden as far as having the most cases. But the biggest thing I wanted to point out here is not whole numbers necessarily, but it's kind of the differences between the levels of where people at. There's orders of magnitude in between these curves. And we expect that to hold true for us as things go forward as well. If you put all comers together, the line would follow pretty roughly close to the 30 line here, the blue line. And so our high school kids carry a burden that matches very closely the line as far as the curve goes for our community, but it's an order of magnitude lower. Our elementary school kids, where we got the real benefit or the risk was lower with our elementary school kids, is they don't get this big bump here the same way that the high school kids do. The high school and the middle school kids do. And so these high school and middle school kids follow this curve, our community curve, much more closely. It doesn't match it. They don't have the same number, the raw number of cases at all, but it follows it more closely than the elementary school kids do. And it's orders of magnitude higher than that, but lower than the community. And this is held very, very, very true since the beginning of the pandemic and even through when schools started. And so we don't expect that that's going to change necessarily as time goes on at all. That we will continue, our middle school and high school students will follow what the community does. It will follow what the community does, but it will be orders of magnitude lower than what the community is doing. So I don't know if that, I hope I'm doing a good job of explaining that, because it's a concept that's it's kind of hard to wrap my head around a little bit, but at the same time I think it's a very important concept, and they're somewhere in between what our elementary school kids do and what the rest of the community does, but they match it closer. And so if there's going to be big spikes within the community, we're going to feel it more with our high school and middle school students than we would with our elementary school students, because this spike, like right here, is a good example. That spike follows these spikes much more closely than the elementary school spike does. And so we're much more tied to what our community burden does with the high schools as far as bringing cases into our schools. This is, I'm gonna show you a couple of papers that hopefully kind of illustrate these points a little bit better than I illustrate them. And this is from the Morbidity Mortality Weekly Report, which is the CDC and Infectious Disease Society puts this out weekly. It was from January 22nd. It was actually pre-published 2 weeks before that. But it's a study of persons aged 0 to 24 from March 1st to December 12th. It's national data for positive testing in those age groups. And a couple of things that I wanted to point out to the board are, this is some of the best data that we have nationally. It's not local data. And one thing we've definitely learned about COVID is it can behave a little bit differently in different places at different times. And so you really have to pay attention to your local environment. But I think there's lessons that we can learn from this data as well. And when you had all of these people, all of these children, I guess, age 0 to 24, there were almost 3 million of them. And then they broke them down by age. And these are what we're really looking at here. And out of that 3 million people, more than half of them were in that 18 to 24-year-old range. So that's where the real burden of this disease is in this 18 to 24-year-olds. But I mean, we can just ignore that and then say it's a study on these 1.5 million kiddos here. So 1.2 million kiddos here from aged 5 until age 17. And you get this sense of the same sense as if we go back here, like, this is just a higher level of disease that you're going to have in these older kids than you are in these younger kids. And so, sorry, it went the wrong way. So out of all these 5 to 17-year-olds, or if we go to the 0 to 17-year-olds, 16% of them are going to be in that 14 to 17 range. And this, it kind of flip-flops every once in a while in all the studies that come out, that the elementary school kids and the middle school kids will kind of flip-flop back and forth. And here, the elementary school kids actually have a little higher burden of disease than the elementary school kids do, or than the middle school kids do. And so it just kind of illustrates that point that our high school and middle school kids are probably going to carry a higher burden of disease as we go forward. But again, it's going to parallel our community burden going forward as well. The other big thing about this paper that I wanted to point out is it really didn't find a difference in community burden depending on what type of school environment the different counties and districts were in. They found that in-person districts had a community burden of 401 per 100,000 cases, or per 100,000 people, and districts that were online or virtual carried a burden of 418. So they were almost exactly the same. And so once again, going back to that first question that we asked about it, like are our schools going to impact our community if we go back? This paper would say no, that they probably will not have a big impact necessarily on our community burden going back. Next paper I wanted to talk about is, it comes closer to answering the big question is, are we going to get cases in school, than any paper that I've seen so far. And there's definitely pluses and minuses to this paper for sure. There hasn't been, like, if there was the one study out there that said this was the right thing to do, we wouldn't be having any of these conversations at all. But this just adds to the conversation. This is in pediatrics. It's pre-published, so it's not published just yet. And it's a study from North Carolina, and they did a really nice job of, they had a ABC consortium of districts that followed certain protocols throughout COVID, going back to school. And some of those districts were able to report data back, and they have data from these 11 districts that were all had in-person school, and it was a combination of either hybrid or in-person throughout these 11 districts. And it was 90,000 students total over a 9-week period in the fall. And during this time period, North Carolina had fairly brisk community transmission. It was somewhat equal to ours. Ours was a touch higher than theirs was during this time frame, but it was fairly brisk community transmission that North Carolina had during this time. They had 773 cases come into the schools. They were community acquired, meaning somebody got it out in the community, and then they came to school, and they were in school and had to have people quarantined, and they had to go isolate. And what they really wanted to look at with this study was how many people that had to quarantine got a secondary infection, got infected. And so out of these 773 acquired cases that came into the school, they only had 32 secondary infections of 32 people that actually got their infection in school that they were able to prove. Now, like I said, these all come with caveats. Like our data comes with a caveat as well that Mr. Doman rightly pointed out. They did not, that I know of, that I remember, they did not report their unknown data. These are just the 32 cases that they could confirm were contracted in school. They probably, like us, have some unknown cases because sometimes it's really hard to figure out exactly where people get COVID from. But it's pretty hopeful data based on their modeling of what community transmission was doing at that time. In those 773 cases that came into the school, they would have expected to have either somewhere between 800 and 900 infections based off of their modeling, but they only had 32. Which what that says, to me at least on my read of it, was that there's something good happening in school that is stopping these infections from spreading while they're in school. Whether it's our mitigation, whether it's the masks or the ventilation or or physical distancing, I'm sorry about that, or good hand hygiene or whatever it is, there's something that's happening in the school that is stopping that in-school spread. And so this is the closest paper that I could find to actually answer that question of, are we going to have a bunch of infections in the school once people come in? No, it doesn't.
Do you know if that report delineated of the 11, how many were hybrid and how many were 5-day? I mean, is it possible that 10 were hybrid and 1 was 5-day or vice versa? Or is it just their way to know?
Not that I saw. It said hybrid, and actually all of them that were full in-person had decreased enrollment, so there were some virtual students, even if they were 5-day, there were some like Wauwatosa virtual students and things like that. So none of them were 100% enrolled schools at all. Some of them were definitely hybrid for sure. And so, like I said, all of these come with little caveats to them when you have to kind of weigh all these risks together. It's not a perfect apples to apples comparison. It's hopeful data. that there's something that's happening in schools that kind of keeps these, and it compares pretty well with what we're finding, what our experience has been so far throughout the fall in the Wauwatosa School District as far as the amount of secondary infections that we've found. So we asked surrounding school districts as well what kind of data they had, and it's awesome that they were able to give it to us. And all of this data, this is data that they just gave to us. We didn't actually grab it ourselves, so we don't know exactly how good this data is, but it can give us an idea of what to expect going forward. Because I'm sorry, but I'm not going to be able to tell anybody exactly what's going to happen going forward. But I think we can give people a good idea of what's going forward. So this is COVID-19 infections for middle school students in the with surrounding school districts that they were able to give us some data. So this is Wauwatosa up at the top. And out of our middle school, we had 43 infections, which was 3.8 of our total 1,100 students that we had. The closest, the other closest district as far as size and whether or not it was suburban, and one to compare and say, hey, if we were in person and we were apples to apples, what would our infection rate actually end up being? And for the middle school kids, if we look right in here in this column, the percent of COVID-19 infections, our closest comparison is this District A here, and they had 5.7% infection. So they had 49 infections out of 856 students. We don't know if those were infections in school. We don't know if those were infections from home, anything at all along those lines. I apologize, this is a touch blurry slide. It didn't transfer over very well. All these others had fairly low percentages as well, and they were all in person, but they're all fairly small, either suburban or rural public schools, which it starts getting into more apples and oranges as that goes on to make those comparisons. But it's a relatively, it's definitely high, and it does hit significant clinical significance at the 5.7%. So they did see some more infections. It wasn't 20% or anything like that, though. It was 5.7. So that to give the board an idea of, if you wanted to say, what could we expect to see going forward on our middle school kids? This is high school kids from the same cohorts. It's actually different schools that we're comparing to. And if we look, once again, same column with our percent COVID-19 positive, we have 5.7% here with 100 cases in our high schools out of the 1,800 or so students that we have. And the closest one that we have is this District A once again, and they were up at 9.2. So they were about double the infections. Once again, we don't know if those were infections that happened in school whatsoever. We don't know if those were infections that came from home. We don't know if that was a district that was in a higher community level. I know some districts near us definitely had higher community burden than we did during the fall, which this would all be fall numbers. This is all from data as the beginning of kind of middle-ish of December, late December here. So it's hard to, you can't make direct comparisons. I can't say that we have 5.7 and next semester, if we're all 5-day in person in our high schools, we're gonna have 9.2% infections. But I can tell you a district that is similar to us, they did have 9.2%, which is a little less than twice of what we had as far as infections are concerned. So what can be minimized out of that? So we talked a lot about disease and where disease might come from, and we've talked a lot about this idea of layered mitigation before, and I think we've mentioned this Swiss cheese model of mitigation, where you have several different factors of mitigation, and we line them up with each other to have them work together to be bigger than the one, to be symbiotic of each other. And the one, I mean, the big card on the table here is physical distancing. The idea of bringing more students back into school is the only way to do that is to decrease our physical distancing that we've had. There is, I've had a lot of conversations with people about this lately, and we're going to get into physical distancing just a touch more when we talk about quarantines. But I think there's this dichotomy that we're currently in hybrid. We are awesome at physical distancing and we do it all the time. And if we go to in-person 5-day, we will never physical distance. And it's not that at all. It's really gray in between. Like, we're not that good at physical distancing now, and we won't be awful at it if we go to 5-day in person. We will be worse at it though. We will have less physical distancing if we decide to go back to 5-day in person. So it begs a question as we go forward: do we trust all those other mitigation factors? And I hopefully will be able to answer that a little bit for you as we go on here. But that's how we minimize. Those are the ways that we can minimize. Then there's other things that we need to talk about from a district point of view, and they have started these conversations and have very good plans as far as most of these things are concerned, but there are some special consideration environments that we have to talk about. Lunch is a big one. Lunch is a big concern. And so I think the district has plans. I'm not sure if they're going to talk about them today in their presentation, but they have plans that they presented to us as an advisory board that we felt very comfortable with, to make sure that that high risk situation where people have masks off and are eating near each other is as safe as possible, and we can maximize our physical distancing at those times for sure. The other ones are specials, are definitely special consideration environments, especially if we're talking about choir or band or art class even, especially choir and band and gym, where you're breathing heavily or opening your mouth to sing or blowing into an instrument, or you're bringing lots and lots of kids into a room or circulating them through very quickly with our specials. It's something that we need to consider those things separately at all. I'm not going to go through any answers, but it's just something we need to consider as we talk about how much disease that we're going to project ourselves to see. Then the last thing to talk about with ways to minimize stuff is vaccine. I've heard some thoughts about, why can we wait till the vaccine for all our teachers? Our teachers, I hope they all know, they're coming up in 1B, which should happen very, very soon. I know the state is working as fast as they can to get through the 1A folks, and all those over 65 when they went into 1A a couple of weeks ago are lining up for their vaccines. So the vaccine it's an interesting question, but there's a couple of reasons why the vaccine is not our answer this year. The vaccine is our answer long-term for sure. And I'm going to come out to say that the medical advisory panel fully endorses our 2 vaccines that are on the market in the US right now, both the Pfizer and the Moderna. Most of us on the panel here have been vaccinated. Here's a few of us up here have been vaccinated. There's a couple of things about the vaccine, though, that you have to take into consideration if we're going to have any type of conversation about let's wait to vaccinate people. One is just for adults right now. Our students do get ill with this. It's very, 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 very infrequent that a student would get ill enough to have to be hospitalized at all. But Pfizer is only for 16 and older, and Moderna is only for 18 and older. So we are only, if we have a vaccine conversation, it only revolves around teachers. This year, they're starting all the trials for children are ongoing right now, but it'll probably be months before they're done and the data is reported and they get authorization for children for the vaccine. The other thing is, it's a 6-week process to get vaccinated and have an efficacious vaccine. It's a 2 vaccine regimen, and you do not have full efficacy until 2 weeks after the second dose. 20 days apart for Pfizer, 28 days apart for Moderna. So if, say, we started vaccinating teachers today or tomorrow, like the end of January, we're looking at the mid of March, late March, April, until, even if we vaccinated all our teachers on the same day, on the first and second dose, until they actually have full efficacy from that vaccine. And so it's not an answer for this year necessarily. It is our answer for long term, for sure. And then the other big thing with the vaccine is from my point of view, a very depressing thing to talk about, but it's the buy-in from the vaccine. Like, even in healthcare workers, we're approaching 20, 30, 40% of healthcare workers that are choosing not to get vaccinated. So if we try to say that the vaccine is going to be our way out with this, my guess is, I don't know, my hope is that 100% of our teachers will get vaccinated, because I have full confidence in this vaccine. And anybody who ever wants to talk about it, I'd be more than happy to have that conversation. But my fear is that, unfortunately, we'll probably see similar numbers with our teachers, 30, 40% of our teachers possibly not getting vaccinated. And if that's the case, then that's not our answer for this year at all. And it might not be our answer long term, unfortunately, too. And so to try to kind of sum up what I think is going to happen, or what I shouldn't say that, what we think is going to happen going forward, if we were to go 5 days with our disease specifically, is that our schools are going to follow the community. If our community stays fairly low level, we will stay fairly low level within our schools, is what our thoughts will be. Almost all the disease that we see in our schools comes from outside of our schools into our schools. We don't see a lot of transmission within our schools at all, and that holds true other places, which makes me think it's not just us. It's something about the school environment, the way we are masked, the way we are vigilant while we're there, the way we are able to do some distancing while we are there. There's something about the school environment that is able to decrease those secondary transmissions. And everything holding true, the greater the age, the greater the burden that of disease that we'll have to deal with. Our staff will have the most disease on a per 1,000 person basis. Our high school students will likely have the second most. Our middle school students will likely have the third, and our elementary school students will likely have the least burden out of everybody going forward. To give you a number on what that is, I would be guessing, and I respect you all too much to guess at a number like that. Will there be disease in our school? Yes. If we stay hybrid, will there be disease in our school? Yes. Will there probably be more disease in our schools if we move forward to 5-day in person? Probably, yeah. Will we have more transmission within our schools? Maybe, maybe not. We haven't seen a lot of transmission in our schools. By far, our most common transmission, and this also holds true in most studies, is staff to staff transmission. It's not staff to student, it's not student to student, it's staff to staff, which is something, if we continue to see high levels of that, it's something we have to look into as far as, are we protecting our staff well enough from each other as far as physical distancing at either lunch times or meetings or outside of the classroom or something. We'll have to look into that closer if we see a lot of that. Student to staff will be extremely rare. It has been across the board in all the literature. It has been in our institutions as well, that a student will transmit to a staff member. Almost all of our secondary transmission as well will come from either sports or social environments. Our students getting together outside of school, our staff getting together outside of school, or our sports or clubs that folks will be in, but not actually the classroom at all. And I think that's the best that I can tell you about what we think will happen with disease going forward. And I know it's not a solid number. We're going to see X number of cases, or it's going to be X times as much as we saw before. But I hope that gives you at least an idea of what we think the disease will, the burden of disease will do going forward. And so to answer those questions again for you, that idea that's the school effect on the community, we don't think, and I put no up there, and as soon as I saw the slide pop up, I shouldn't say no. We don't, it's going to be negligible. Will it have an effect if we have an outbreak? And sure, it can happen, definitely, but it'll be very negligible, the effect that our school is going to have on our community. So we are not terribly worried about that from the literature or from what we've seen in our own data so far. Will students and staff get infections in school? Yes, they will. They will get fewer than we expect based on our community burden, though. And that has held true for us, and it's held true for most of the districts that are in school that have reported data, and it has held true for most of the published literature out there as well. And so hopefully that answers those two questions for you. Because I want to move on to quarantines, unless you guys have questions about disease burden specifically.
Mr. Phillips, did you have a question a little bit earlier?
Yeah, I did. I've read a couple areas where after that single dose, 10 days after, the efficacy rate somewhere between 50 and 80% protection. And just thinking about our staff that have a higher burden than the community, like what impact would that have on their infection rate, even just after one dose, 10 days after that, with that 50 to 80% efficacy rate?
I mean, it would lower it for sure. It would lower their risk, definitely. 50% to 80% is on like a community-wide basis. If everybody was walking around with 50 to 70% efficacy, we would still see a lot of disease within the community. And so we really want to get people up to that 95, 99% efficacy would be awesome. And so it's really not fully I wouldn't consider anybody fully vaccinated until 14 days after their second dose of whichever vaccine it was.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions about disease burden specifically? Now I'll move on to quarantines, what we think will happen with quarantines. Cool, because I think this is an easier question to answer actually. So back to our physical distancing and our mitigation, because this is where it really comes down to, like I talked about before, like this is when I talk to folks, it's why are we just getting rid of the physical distancing? And it's not that. We're getting less physical distancing, bringing more kids back into school, 100%. We were not 100% with physical distancing before, and we have evidence of that. And our evidence is our quarantine data. So we have quarantined since the beginning of the school year, 956 students and staff. So almost 1,000 students and staff have been in our school near somebody who was COVID positive and not physically distanced from them. The only way that you can get quarantined by the way that we quarantine people is to not be physically distanced from them. You have to be within 6 feet of them for at least 15 minutes over a 24-hour period, because we are strictly following the CDC guidelines currently. And so we have data that says we don't physically distance all the time now. Are we going to physically distance less going forward? Definitely, we're going to physically distance less going forward. And in the next couple of slides, I'm going to try to show you what we think that will mean for the school and for our students. There's one other thing I would just want to show, because I've heard it thrown around a few times, that our quarantine is only 7 days. So we do follow the CDC guidelines of a quarantine of 10 days. And you could test back in at 7 days, but that's only 25% of our population between staff and our students, which you can see on this data here. Out of these 849 students that went in quarantine, only 202 of them got tested at all in order to come back. All the rest of them just waited out their full 10 days or 14 days way back in the early fall before they came back into school. And it's about the same for our staff as well at 28 days. So any idea that our quarantines are going to be shorter is probably not going to be the case unless we start testing a lot more in order to come back to school quicker based off of our quarantines. The other thing to point out with our quarantine data is that we have very few, like we've talked about multiple times, we've had very few positives based off of those folks that are quarantined. And with students, it's less than 3%, and with teachers, I'm covering it up with the Zoom thing here, is 5.6% of them that went into quarantine actually tested positive. And so we find that hopeful, meaning that we think our other mitigation factors actually work fairly well. And so that just gives us an idea that, yes, we physically distance more now, but we're not 100% at it. So we're not going from one end to the opposite end. We live in the gray middle of all of this, and we have the entire time that we've been here, and we have data that says that. Once again, we can really get a good idea of what we think the quarantines are going to look like by looking at our districts around our districts that surround us. And this is middle school data again. And we looked at this before, but we're going to look at a different column this time. Last time we looked at this, we looked at the % positive cases. We're up on top again. Here's TOSA. This is our middle school students once again. And these numbers here are the one in blue at the 0.28 is all the quarantines, but those quarantines are like folks that quarantined at home because of a home exposure. The 0.7% are those that quarantined because they had a school exposure. We don't know the difference between the rest of these quarantines, whether they are home exposures or school exposures at all. But when we look at these numbers here, this is the closest one. Once again, this District A, it's a medium-sized school. It's a suburban school, has 856 kids, so a bit smaller than our 1,100 kids here. And they had, instead of 0.28 quarantines with their full in-person, they had 0.36 quarantines. This is at the middle school level. And so it's not that far off. 0.51 here, 0.4, 0.17, 0.39. So they're all kind of relatively close, and they're not statistically significant differences between those on the middle school level as far as quarantines are concerned. But we get to our high school level and our quarantines start jumping pretty dramatically, which we would expect a bit, just from the way high school kids are changing classrooms a little bit more and a little bit more crowded as far as the quarantines are concerned. So TOSA, once again, on top. And once again, we're looking at this column here, and this is our quarantine data. So once again, the blue number, the 0.3, is based off of all quarantines. So you got your exposure at home or your exposure at school, and the 0.16 is just your exposures at school. And so we jump up to our closest one here, the District A, which is the medium-sized suburban school with a similar number, close to similar numbers, and they just about double. And then there's another in-person district down here at the bottom with 1,400 students, and they almost quadruple the number of quarantines that students have. We don't have data off of that as far as the positives from those quarantines at all. But to give you an idea of how much people quarantine, it's 2 times more, 4 times more, based off of the districts around us that were in person at the same time that we were in our hybrid mode. And it's a function of where folks are sitting in the classroom. And if we can also look at staff as far as quarantines are concerned. In the staff on the middle school level, it's really not a lot different necessarily between any of the in-person and hybrid. So this is us up at top again, once again, hybrid in Wauwatosa. And then the closest one is the District A down here again, a medium-sized suburban school that was in person. They actually had less quarantines than we did in the hybrid mode. We had a lot of exposure staff to staff in our middle schools though, which could possibly explain that. And we go to our high schools and it's actually a lot closer than it was as well. So it appears that the staff doesn't, at least if you base it off of a comparison of the districts that surround us that were in person at the same time we were hybrid, staffs don't have a tremendous amount more quarantine. Students on the high school level appear to have a lot more quarantine, and students on the middle school level have a little bit more quarantine than we did if you compare these districts around us. And so our best guess on quarantines is double for students, double the amount of quarantines. It's not double the amount of cases, but it's double the amount of quarantines. And what we would base this off of, and it's a guess. For sure. As far as what we think it's going to be, it could be higher, it could be possibly lower. I would bet higher before I would bet lower as far as the number of quarantines that we'll have. And it's based off of a couple things. One is we will lack the 6 foot data. And we asked our school nurses, how many folks, like if I have a positive case come into like Tosa East High School today, how many other kids or staff would end up getting quarantined? And they said it's usually around 6. Around 6 people will have close contact with that person throughout the day. If we were in person, their estimate is 28. So it's several magnitudes of order more than when we're in hybrid. But our expectation is that our hope and expectation is that we will not have another wildly painful spike like we did in the fall. Our hopes is that the community burden will stay low, and so we'll have less cases come through the school, but each case will have more quarantines associated with it. And so that's where we kind of playing with it. We think it's going to come out double. We're going to have more quarantine days for sure, which is going to come into play when we talk about the mental health and the social emotional health aspect of things. We don't suspect that our staff quarantines will change significantly from what they were during hybrid. And that makes sense. It's a function of school. When you're bringing more students in, especially in the high school and the middle school arena, and just the way classrooms are set up for the most part, not all of them, but for the most part, the teachers are not going to have necessarily more close contact with the students. It's the students who are actually going to be closer together in the classroom at those times. And so that makes logical sense to us. Any other, that's our best guess as far as what we think quarantines will do going forward if we went to 5-day. Any questions about quarantine specifically?
So I guess my only question on this is, we're using the peer district data to make the estimate that we would expect quarantines to double. but we're not using the peer district data to assume that caseload would, 1.5 to double based on the positivity rate that they showed. And I know that we're probably basing that on just the contact tracing that is reported, but I just keep coming back to Mr. Doman's comment of there's a large portion that we're just not sure. So I'm following, but I'm also right. There's also some connections that aren't connecting for me.
Agreed. If I had an answer, I would give you the answer in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I get it.
There's a lot of unknowns in there, and it's really going to be our hope is spring and fall are going to be two different situations. We really believe that our schools will follow the community and not vice versa. We don't think our schools are going to be the driver whatsoever of community burden. The more cases that we have in the community, the more cases that will filter into our schools for sure. And in the fall, where all of those other numbers were coming from, was a very high burden time. And it's hard to know because I don't know what those districts are. There were communities around us that had much higher burden than us. So is that a function? Is that doubling? Is it a function of their community burden being much higher? Or is it a function of the in-person schooling? And we don't have the answer to that question at all. That would be the
Can I just get your thoughts on the community burden? So we talk about it and we say it's significantly down from the high point, right? We all get that, and that's great news, but it is still significantly high, right? We still have a very high category at 600, 500 and something like that. We said anything over 100. So when we say, it's low, that's really perspective over the time frame that we're talking about. We've actually labeled that current case burden as very high. Am I understanding that correctly?
Correct. We did. When we put the labels on it and knew nothing about COVID or COVID in schools at all. Yes.
Would you do it differently now?
I don't know. We'd have to look at it. That's a tough question, man.
Yeah, no, I know. I just want to understand, like, what, we said 100, anything over 100 is very high, and now we're at, and I forget, 500, 600, which is obviously exponentially higher than that. But I also hear what you're saying, that things develop and change, and we learn more and all that, and I truly appreciate that. So I'm trying to grapple in my head what's the right perspective to have on that.
The way I look at it is, at the time we had 1,500 per 100,000 people in our community with positive COVID, we saw a certain number of cases in our school, and it was our high. I think we saw 40 was the high, if I remember correctly, off of when we looked at our internal metrics before. And so I would think, and it's never a straight calculation because there's outbreaks different places. But if we had an environment where we see half as much in the community, I would expect to see half as much or so filtering into our schools. Because we know enough now to know that that's the direction that cases seem to flow. They flow into the school and they pass around the school a little bit. There's definitely some of that passing around the school, but it doesn't pass around the school the same way it passes around in the community at all. So I don't know if that helps answer.
No, that does. I appreciate it.
So I just wanted to touch on some special populations as well, some special at-risk populations that definitely come into our risk-benefit discussion as a medical advisory panel, and that is our special education students. I have no answers for any of these, by the way, but they do deserve special discussion and special recognition. And the special education students have special needs within our schools, and whether their risks and benefits of in-person school are different than those that are not in our special education programs, I would leave up to people who know a lot more about that than I do. Our students of color, it has been brought up multiple times, and I put up the graphs here of what our deaths are for COVID nationally. Our communities of color are getting hit so much harder than other communities by COVID, and it spills over into our students of color as well. And from all my reading on it, there's nothing genetic about it, and it's a function of all our systemic disparities that we've had in our healthcare system for millennia, and all of those other things like access to healthcare and food insecurity and access to medication, and our populations of color being frontline workers much more so, and having a very hard time to being able to physical distance within poor housing, and all of those things kind of compounding on top of each other. And so they have needs that are different and need to be discussed and at least thought about as far as these discussions of risks and benefits. Like, do they have different risks and benefits? Are students of color, those with lower socioeconomic status, who don't have good Wi-Fi connections, who don't have good computer access at home, who don't have parents that can be home with them, it all probably warrant a separate thought about their risks and benefits. We know a lot of our students depend on schools for food, and we've done, I think, an okay job probably as a community trying to still get them that resource, but it's not the same as not being there, for sure. And then the idea of any of that physical, sexual, and emotional abuse that we find within our schools when we are in person and our teachers get to see these children every day. The idea that there's possibly some of that that's not being seen probably warrants a separate discussion, or at least separate thought as we go forward with these special at-risk populations, for sure. Like I said, I don't have answers specifically for any of these, but they're just things we need to consider as we start breaking down what we think these risks and benefits are. And so I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Brandmeier to talk about the mental health and social emotional health and what we think those risks and benefits are as far as going forward.
Thanks, Sean. You can go to the next slide. I know a lot of information is coming at you all, but I think it's really important to kind of briefly talk about adolescent development to sort of give a context or a framework for why the pandemic is affecting our kids so significantly and what we can do about it. So obviously we know that with this age group, there's a heightened need for peer interaction, for peer relationships. We know that they start to build the skills of self-discipline, and that increases as they age. And the major task of adolescence is to really develop a sense of independence, a sense of who they are and their purpose, and to use those things to take action on their environment and sort of build this sense of control. And when those things don't happen, our adolescents tend to sort of feel adrift. They don't know what their purpose is. They don't necessarily know where they belong. And that can impact their motivation. So we're seeing adjustment difficulties during this pandemic because it has changed or completely removed some of the opportunities our kids have to build upon these things. Go ahead and advance the next slide. Thanks. So at baseline, obviously, we know that adolescence is a very complicated period full of lots of complex transitions, and we add to that pandemic-related stress. And research shows us that our adolescents are actually experiencing similar stress to adults. So they're concerned about the health and well-being of their loved ones, of themselves. They're grieving over loss of, rites of passage that they typically have, worried about family stressors like loss of employment. So we have just the complications of adolescence on top of the pandemic stress. And that all mixes to create a very vulnerable population, which I think a lot of us are observing. Despite this, though, despite their vulnerability, we don't have a lot of research right now on how our kids are adjusting, our adolescents are adjusting to the pandemic. What we have is primarily focused on the lockdown period, so how kids were adjusting during safer at home orders, which is not exactly mirroring our current circumstances. We have a lot of research from other countries, particularly China and Italy, which again is a little bit more difficult to generalize to our circumstances, and a lot of commentary and editorials from experts in different fields, which are great, but not as robust as data-based studies. So I've taken all of that, and I actually looked at research on adjustment from other pandemics and natural disasters, mainly H1N1. But again, that's not easily translated into our circumstances because that was much less disruptive on our day-to-day. And then have taken recommendations from the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry and the National Association of School Psychologists, and just sort of combine that to try to figure out what are our risks and benefits here. So what we know, currently how our kids are doing, and with past pandemics, their adjustments highly variable. And that's a function of just a lot of variability in the adolescent period in terms of development. Kids are maturing at different rates. They're developing skills at different rates. We know that kids are impacted differently by the pandemic, some more significantly than others, and that plays a role. And that during this phase, a lot of pre-existing conditions like depression and anxiety tend to come to a head anyway. And so they come in with a different history, and all of that kind of affects why we're seeing such a range of reactions to how our kids are adjusting to the pandemic. Next slide. Overall, though, we know a common theme facing our adolescents in terms of adjustment is the loss of routine, the loss of predictability, structure, and social support and connection is particularly problematic and impactful. We know that COVID-specific stress, so again, worry about health, worried about well-being and how our families are doing, that is linked to increased depression, loneliness, and increased social media use during lockdown periods. And while this particular study didn't look at school performance, historically we know that depression and loneliness and social media use does impact school performance. We know that increased depression, anxiety, and loneliness has been observed internationally, again, during a lockdown period. And I think that all of us on the Med Public Health Panel have observed increased depression and adjustment difficulties and a lot of anxiety, just clinically or anecdotally. So what we know is our kids are struggling. They're struggling in different ways and in different degrees. And there's a lot of potential for problematic adjustment because of the pandemic itself. Next slide. It's not all bad news. We know that there are a lot of resiliency factors at play. There's a lot of protective factors that have been identified in research, including increased independence, more responsibility, and just experiencing emotional growth from helping and support their peers, their family members. We've also been able to identify a couple of factors that helps their adjustment. So having supportive relationships with families, with teachers, with peers, with mentors, obviously that makes sense when we talk about how important that social connection or affiliation is with adolescents. That is a buffering factor. Simple things like maintaining physical activity, having more family connection, maintaining a virtual connection to friends really help decrease poor adjustment during lockdown periods. And interestingly, following social distancing practices that have been outlined either as like family rules or school rules has actually encouraged a sense of belonging and sort of fostering this connectiveness as kids think about taking care of one another in that way. Next slide. So the challenge that we have in this group is applying that information to trying to choose a school that looks at social emotional adjustment specifically by school format, instructional model. But we do know that the impact of the pandemic reaches far beyond just school instructional format. For the complications of adolescent development and the complications of the pandemic stress mixed together, we can safely say that both options, hybrid or transitioning to 5 days, are associated with social emotional risks and benefits, and those are going to impact kids in different ways. So we're likely going to continue to see some of these mental health concerns or challenges, no matter what format we're in, only because the pandemic itself is challenging and being an adolescent is very challenging. So some things that we can anticipate. Obviously, we'll continue to see variability in how students are going to adjust to each instructional format. Some are going to do better and adjust better in one or the data to tell us why or how. We can expect that kids are going to have more difficulty during periods of change or transition in either format. Anytime we move from a phase where we're familiar and we know what to expect and we feel comfortable to something where we don't know what to expect, it's going to increase both our general anxiety, our general worry, our general stress, and then also COVID-specific concerns and fears. Next slide. So our best estimate, our best guess is we will likely see more mood and anxiety, stress, and behavioral concerns the more remote student is. So you can kind of think about quarantine environments or all virtual environments. We know that just based on our clinical experience and also research says about how kids have done and adjusted during lockdowns. So on the flip side of that, we'll likely see less mood difficulties in isolation with the more in-person a student is. So I think that the temptation is to say, okay, great, like less mood, let's go in that direction. But the catch with our secondary students is, as Dr. Nolan described, is the more in-person contact we have, the higher probability of quarantines. And even if quarantines don't result in infections or positive cases, they still carry kind of a significant social emotional burden that needs to be taken into consideration. We anticipate that anxiety, worry, stress will likely remain in either format, but they might look differently in terms of characteristics. So for hybrid, for example, we know that kids are struggling with the stress of maintaining asynchronous days. Some kids are really struggling with academic performance, and just that reduced social connection is really difficult. With 5 days, kids are going to struggle with probably losing some of the flexibility they've had. We would expect some of the more typical concerns that kids have or stressors they have when they go back to school. Some have had a reprieve from things like bullying and thinking about going back to that environment and having to face. And we would expect more COVID-related fears for a 5-day transition. Again, just because we're moving from a comfortable environment where they know what to expect in terms of mitigation, and they would be trying something new in terms of risk mitigation with the 5-day model. Next slide. So what can we do about it? Based on research, if we take all of this together, we know that social support is going to be key. And this is particularly important, I think, for kids who are in all virtual modes or in quarantine where they might be more risk for depression and isolation there. So really kind of building into the school day, regular check-ins with teachers, coaches, mentors, peers, not necessarily just about academics, but how are you doing? How are you coping? How are things going? We can think about virtual or physically distant support groups and talk about mindful social media use. This is interesting because obviously if you're quarantined or you're in a virtual environment, social media is a wonderful connection or a wonderful tool to maintain that connection. So talking to them about what they're following, who they're following, what they're talking to their friends about, so that we don't inadvertently reinforce depression and negative coping through social media. I know academics is a concern, and rightfully so, but I think mental health needs to remain a priority. We know that a stressed brain, an anxious brain, a depressed brain does not, says we have universal school-wide social, emotional, and behavioral supports in place, but thinking about ways that we can really amplify those or increase those. And it might be informal, simple things like talking about how the pandemic might affect your emotions, your behavior, your motivation. Like, why do I feel this way? Really helping to normalize with adolescents what they're going through, and that it's the pandemic and it's not necessarily something wrong with them. Along those same lines, helping them evaluate their coping techniques, like what's working for you? What can we do differently that might be more effective? A lot of the studies actually during the H1N1 pandemic, healthcare facilities and some schools implemented they built in moments of relaxation during the day. I think mindfulness has kind of taken the forefront since 2009. So thinking about just having those moments built in during the school day can be pretty effective. Simple things, again, like healthy sleep and exercise, they can be buffering factors. And then on those or explicit instruction on those skills that the pandemic is demanding of our adolescents, but they might not necessarily developmentally be equipped with yet. So how do I do a task that I don't feel motivated for? How do I monitor my progress as I'm moving through these different environments? So giving them support in that way. Next slide. Here we go. I think as they're hearing, when we're talking about predictability and knowing what to expect, it's really important to emphasize these feelings of safety for our students and our teachers, our staff, especially if we transition to 5 days. We know based on research, if we can decrease COVID-related stress and anxiety, we can decrease risk for depression and anxiety and maybe even post-traumatic stress in our kids. So we can do that by just letting kids know and staff know our mitigation plans, our plans for some of these higher risk environments, addressing questions. I know there's been a lot of questions about physical distancing, but making sure that kids and staff know what we're doing to mitigate those things. And that just provides consistency, predictability, and structure. That's really important during this phase. And finally, although it might seem strange, just supporting altruism. If we can give our adolescents opportunities to positively affect their environment, it helps them to have a purpose. It helps them to have a sense of belonging and a sense of control. And we can do that by really, asking their feedback, helping them plan and prepare for school, getting their ideas. Thinking about giving back to the community. So some research during Hurricane Katrina, there are bracelets. They made bracelets for their community, and those children were showed significantly less post-traumatic stress than adolescents who do projects. So thinking about ways that they can support one another within the school community, but also the greater community at large.
Excuse me,
Yeah.
Chase. We're getting some audio problems, so you may want to just turn off your video while you're talking.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
That'll improve it.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Okay. Is there something that I can go back over? I don't know how much you guys heard.
I think you're pretty good.
Okay. So I guess the takeaways from a social emotional perspective is the pandemic in general is really hard for our adolescents, and no instructional format is necessarily going to change that. Some kids will adjust better depending on certain formats, but we just don't have enough information yet to know which kids. So one of the things that I think we could really focus on is looking at some of these risks. First, the need for predictability and for social support, and to have a role and purpose, and really build in some supports or buffering factors to protect our kids. Thanks.
So first of all, I just want to say thank you to the Medical Public Health Advisory Committee. They came out of the last meeting and without a recommendation to move forward and without a recommendation to not move forward. They wanted to provide information for consideration. So I'm going to step into this part because it is an administrative recommendation and ultimately my recommendation that we do move to 5 days a week in-person instruction. So I want to share some information essentially that supports the recommendation to move in that direction, as well as just some information that I think a lot of, like Dr. Nolan talked about with a lot of the data is, there's a lot of factors that play into it, even failure data, which I'll get into in a minute. But model of instruction dating back for second semester, we tried to make it very clear as we could, that if you choose phase into learning, that you're preparing to go back 5 days a week at some point. And I know we communicated before people signed up. And we asked them to be committed to follow in that phase for the second semester. Although there's going to be some exceptions. I think I got an email today of somebody that does not want to be in 5 days a week that did sign up for phase into learning. For the most part, I believe the families, I think we communicated well, and I think most families understand that they're willing to accept that risk. Okay, next slide, please. So there was a lot of questions about how are our students doing. I think when you look at failure data, there's other components with COVID and the pandemic that play into this, but ultimately it's the achievement data we have. And this is as of Friday, Friday's the last day of the semester. All the grades are not entirely complete, but they haven't changed a whole lot. The percentages haven't since January 8th. I don't anticipate them changing a whole lot. So they've been broken down. I've got them broken down in a couple of ways. This is just for our phase into learning students. You can see for our middle school students, the percentage of students with 1 or more Fs from last year to this year rose by 12%, from 7% to 19%. For our high schools, it's from 12 to 18, and overall the secondary was 10 to 18. Okay, next slide. What this does is looks at the percent increase from last year to this year with subgroups. And this is broken down by race. You can see white students, their failure rate increased by 6.2%. All groups increased. You can see where the largest impact are Black and African American students. Their percentage of students that had 1 or more Fs went up 20.9%. 2 or more races up 16.5%. Those two being the highest. Okay, next slide. For free and reduced, when we talk about students of poverty, that's one indicator, the one that we were able to use. You can see the students that are not in that category, their failures went up 6%. Students in that category went up 24%. Next slide, please. Students without disabilities, their failure rate went up 10%. Students with disabilities in phase into learning went up 3%. So a little different trend than what we've seen in other areas. Next slide. So this is knowing the question will come up, what about the TOSA connected students? This is combining phase into learning and TOSA connected students. You can see the data is very similar in TOSA connected as it is in overall as it is in phase into learning. Okay, next slide. And again, similar data by race. Next slide. Students of poverty as determined by free and reduced lunch percentages. Next slide. Students without disabilities and students with disabilities for all students, phased into learning and TOSA connected. Just dropping back also just as some numbers for students that elected to make a change after first semester. So at the middle school or high school, phased into learning went up. TOSA Connected went up 32 students, phased into learning, obviously corresponding down. It's 31 with WVA mixed in. And in the middle school, it was just the opposite. There were 38 more that moved into phased into learning and 32 less in TOSA Connected. So those are just some numbers of students that made that change for varying reasons. Next slide, okay. Caitlin, can you step in on this?
So these numbers are from Friday when I wrote them. They've changed a little bit. Since we have come back, the data on 5 days a week, so this is just looking at our elementary schools, we have had, since as of Friday, we've had 21 positive cases among our elementary students and staff. Only 4 were contagious while at school. Of the 4 cases that were contagious while at school, 37 students and 5 staff had to quarantine. Of the 37 students, 2 were full classrooms. In the 2 full classrooms, as Dr. Nolan mentioned before, 1 classroom had no secondary cases. The other classroom did have an additional positive case. However, the positive student and the second positive student both spent time together outside of the classroom setting. So it's unclear where the exposure and the transmission truly happened. And none of the 5 quarantine staff members became positive. I do want to mention that some of this data is a little bit premature because we did look up all the students in quarantine a little bit early. Some of them are still within their 14-day window after their initial exposure.
So under mitigation strategies, these are, I think it's an important discussion to have. We are going to be very consistent with, I mean, one of the things, if we go way back about mask wearing, one of the biggest concerns I personally had was the ability to have all of our students wearing masks and being successful and consistent doing it. I think we've seen that, and we'll continue to see that moving forward. We're going to make sure, and we have all 4 of our secondary principals here with us tonight too, if there's specific questions about how that's going to work and how that enforcement or encouragement is going to take place in our schools, we can share some of that. Hand washing obviously has continued to be an important component of what we do. Contact tracing, it's amazing the number of conversations I have with other districts that they talk about their quarantines and being less days than ours because they don't contact trace until further down the road. Ours are done within, pretty much all of them done within 24 hours, and I think it has helped us tremendously, and that component will continue. Our HVAC systems, I know the recommendation is between 4 and 6 error changes per hour. Every one of our buildings has that. They also have systems in place that sense increased occupancy, so that even goes higher. The filtration systems that are suggested are in place in all of our buildings as well. As far as how we're going to operate within, essentially is doubling the number of students. All other operations are going to continue the same. We are not going to have staff meetings in person. We're not going to have visitors. They're going to be by appointment only if they do need to come into the building, but we can't let our guard down with the mitigation factors. So we're going to continue with those components as well. Distancing to the extent possible. And I say that because we're not relying on distancing for a mitigation strategy. Rather, we're going to continue to make sure that we can do it. I know there was information presented at the Medical Advisory Committee that 55% of our classrooms at East High School would not be able to have 3 feet of spacing for those classes. Mr. Hughes did go through the building today and went through every one of those classes, and he did verify that there is 3 feet of space in all but one section of one class. In that class, he is able to move to another classroom. So it's a German class that has 20-some students, but he is confirmed with me that it's able to have 3 feet of space in all the classes for what the schedule that we have right now with second semester. Next slide, please. So I've pretty much touched on this already. It does come from there's a lot of different standards for air exchange. What I've been reading, and I know I've shared with the board some information from the Harvard Chan School of Public Health. It seems like between masks and the airflow and air exchange in the buildings are probably the two most important mitigation strategies that we can have. I think we're in a good place with that. Obviously, every place can be better, but we are within recommendations from that group as well. So each of our principals, if there's more, I don't want to go into each building of what the lunch strategies are. I feel confident that our principals, and they're all again on, and they can answer specific questions. These are just 4 different examples of what is going to happen in each of the buildings to address lunch. I think one of the most important things that there seems to be somewhat of a relaxation of during lunchtime, but really trying to reinforce the point that the only time masks are down is when you're actually in the act of eating or drinking. And I know that's probably not easy for everybody. They want to look at it like a mask break, but I think that's something we need to reinforce with that. Also the spacing as well. Okay, next slide. Mr. Carter.
All right, the next slide is an instructional review of the comprehensive 5-day in-person plan that we put together in late fall. And if we go to 5 days, should the board choose to, what will happen is we'll take combined cohorts A and B for TOES Connected and phased into learning, put those together. And what will happen is our TOES Connected students will continue to learn virtually with their current TOES Connected teachers and through Zoom and Canvas. Our phased into learning students will attend classes in person 5 days a week. So what that means is our phased into learning and TOES Connected students will follow their normal daily schedule for 6 periods at the middle school, 7 periods at the high school. Some of our TOES Connected students are participating in allied arts or electives, other courses that they need to graduate concurrently, and also through taking some of the WVA courses. So what will happen for our WVA students is they'll continue to learn through Pearson and the Connects learning management system. So they will be learning primarily asynchronously in that option. What I looked at was what is a typical day going to look like for a TOES Connected student? And it's going to be pretty much similar to a phased into learning student, except it will be virtual. There are going to be more breaks for a TOES Connected student built in. If I could unshare this real quick, I can show you examples of schedules. Thank you. All right. All right, so what I did was I went through and I kind of looked at what does the typical schedule look like for our students in TOES Connected. And I was able to scan through several hundred of them to see what a typical schedule would look like. So for a middle school.
Carter, could you share your screen, please?
All right. And it won't let me. Help me here.
There we go. We're good.
Thank you. So what a middle school student typical schedule would look like, I looked at 6th grade schedule and then 8th grade, 6 and 7 were pretty much the same. But what that looks like is, for example, 8 o'clock, 8:10 is when the courses start. A typical schedule would be, for example, a 6th grader might not have that first hour class. This is an actual student schedule. They are assigned to ELA, social studies, science, math, and Spanish at the 6th grade level. Now, that no scheduled course, that doesn't mean they don't have a course. What it means is they are pretty much learning, that's their allied art time or their elective. Student might not have it if they finish their FIAD requirement through WVA. So they're either taking a Wednesday music class offered by our music department, or they're taking an asynchronous art, music, or physical education class. Our eighth graders, remember I said 6 and 7 are pretty much similar. Our eighth graders, 8-10 to 10-12, might not have a scheduled course at that time because they're enrolled in either a concurrent world language course or a asynchronous physical education course or another WVA course that they might want to take on their own. So if you look at those schedules, it doesn't look like they are scheduled back to back, first through 6th hour in order to get their schedule in. Looking at the high school level, for the freshman course, 8 o'clock, they start with advanced English, have a break in there, 8:50 to 9:10, then they go US history, algebra, no scheduled course for 11 or 12:15, they have lunch assigned, biology, and this particular student has an avid elective course. So what's going on here, this student had a WVA Spanish course, and what they would do, or what we would encourage them to do, is use that open time in their schedule to work on their WVA Spanish course to get that credit done. Our seniors, typical schedule for them, the schedule for this student was they had FIAD 9 through 12 they needed as a credit, astronomy, advanced chemistry, black literature, and they wanted the study hall. They didn't have any courses scheduled for 9, 10, and 120. So what they were doing at that time, some of them might be work study, some of them might be using that time to study and prepare for other courses. So as you can see, it's not built in where it's a 7-period back-to-back-to-back days for these students. What we are making sure they get are the requirements they need to graduate and making sure they're career and college ready. They're meeting their college requirements for when they leave us so that doesn't put them behind. Okay. I think Dr. Nolan, you had the last slide.
Yeah, and the last slide is just the first slide too. Back up, just to bring us back to what we thought the path was going to be in order to make this decision, and that is looking at those risks that we have of moving forward, which mainly consisted of our disease burden, our quarantines, and the variants as well as I completely forgot the last one. And how we can minimize those with our mitigation strategies, and also looking at those, we got to combine that with the risk of not moving forward, which mirrors that benefit of not moving forward, and then looking at those benefits of what would the benefit be moving forward and how we maximize those, and then got to put those together and come up with a decision as a board and a community. And that's all we have for you.
Thank you, everyone. We want to check in with the board. Do we want to take a break now, collect thoughts before asking questions? Does the board want to ask questions and take a break before community comment? I know folks have been sitting for about 3 hours. Any strong preferences?
I think strong hires said something.
I have a question. Maybe I missed something. Or where are the slides that tell us what you've done to get organized for teacher vaccinations? Are there any slides like that?
We did not have a specific slide for it. We did discuss it on our last medical public health advisory panel because it is most definitely at the forefront of our minds. And the school district is working together with the Wauwatosa Health Department to make sure they have the
Dr. Nolan, Dr. Nolan, you're a kind gentleman. You're kind of taking a bullet for administration here. Administration, I specifically asked in the last board meeting that you prepare for vaccination of teachers. And I was told in a Wauwatosa Senior Commission meeting that I attended this afternoon that the city will be done with 1A vaccinations by the end of this week. And you presented mitigation strategies. I didn't see any mitigation activity presented that addressed preparation for teacher vaccination? Whether you've done outreach to anybody, whether you've collected names. Okay, but maybe during the break, somebody can come up with something when they come back.
I want to jump in here because I actually, Laura Stevens from Wauwatosa Public Health is here. She and I spoke today. Caitlin can provide a pretty detailed overview of the planning that's in place and can talk through that. So Caitlin, why don't you, if you're comfortable, kind of walking through that question and providing the board, Mr. Meyer, with kind of an overview of where we're at.
Sure. So we did identify as many staff as we could that qualified in phase 1A. Those staff have almost all been vaccinated. We also notified our staff that were over 65 that they were eligible, and they have scheduled clinics for this week with the health department. The 1A group will start getting their second doses next week. So that is fantastic news. As far as 1B for teachers, so right now, DHS has not released who is actually in 1B. We believe school staff will be in 1B, but they haven't released it yet. Once that releases, we'll know better about who actually qualifies, if there's going to be, if it's going to be all school staff or only select school staff. Currently, the wording is public-facing staff in the draft that was open for public comment. Public facing at this time looks like it's open to the employer's interpretation, but that could change when DHS actually releases the guidelines. It was supposed to be released last week and they have yet to release it. Right now, and Laura can speak more to this, Laura's not getting as many vaccines as she orders from the state. The problem is everybody in the whole state of Wisconsin is competing for the same supply. The state is supposed to prioritize people based on their population and based on how many cases there are in the area. But at this time, Laura is just not getting everything that she's asked for. So at this time, we can't schedule an entire staff vaccine clinic. However, the plan is once school staff are announced to be eligible and that they can get the vaccine in 1B and 1B is opened, then two things can happen. Our staff can go anywhere they want. They can go to their medical provider, they can go to their local health department, or they can go to any pharmacy who's giving the vaccine, or they can try and schedule with the TOSA Health Department. Laura is going to keep doing her vaccine clinics, and what she does is she sends me a link. I send it on to our eligible staff. It is important to note that the TOSA vaccine clinics are open to everybody who is eligible in Wauwatosa, not just our staff. But we do have a plan in place. Laura's going to look at a couple of our buildings to see if one of those would work to get more people through this week. And so as soon as we have the go-ahead, Laura said she can put together a clinic for our staff very quick. And I'll let Laura speak more to that, but that's where we're at. Unfortunately, we're in a holding pattern until DHS releases their recommendations and until Laura knows she can get the supply that we need for all of our staff.
Well, have we come up with a list? I recall the risks presented from the medical panel included the question of how many of our teachers, for example, would actually accept the vaccine. So you're asking us to vote tonight on the premise that there's risk that some teachers won't want the vaccine, but we don't know how many that is. So that data, that research hasn't been prepared, and those questions and answers aren't dependent upon whether vaccine is available. Also, it seems like the strategy is every person for themselves. My wife was on the phone today trying to get through to her healthcare provider and was on hold for a long period of time and finally gave up, and she found out indirectly that particular provider doesn't have vaccine, but yet other people do. This kind of laissez-faire, everybody go figure it out. I would have hoped we'd do more, going forward, that we don't leave everybody on their own to get this if we're considering it as a risk factor in our vote today.
We did not ask the staff if they wanted the vaccine. Couple of reasons. Just one, because It's still several weeks out. Announcing that 65 plus group has pushed back the 1B phase by several weeks. Also, even if staff say yes now, they might say no when they actually get there and they hear some of the risks associated with the vaccine. So it's not perfect data. Thus far, almost everybody who is eligible in our 1A group did say yes to the vaccine. And it's not leaving everybody to themselves, it's letting them know all the options they have available to them. Unfortunately, the health department, just based on the supply right now, they can't get everything they're asking for. So we could wait and let our staff do that, or we could let them know all the options available to them, which is you can go to your medical provider or your own local health department, or any of the other vaccinating providers in Wisconsin.
Well, I respectfully disagree with you that the paradigm we're taking as to whether or not it's everybody on their own. There are employers who are facilitating finding delivery organizations for their employees, and we are not teams. So we will have to respectfully disagree. Thank you.
Laura, can you answer that question? And Mr. Meyer, point of information, the district has been working with Wauwatosa Public Health to deliver to everyone who's been eligible so far and has plans as articulated to deliver once teachers are articulated as being eligible. So I have to disagree with your last statement. Laura, can you talk us through what Wauwatosa Public Health has got planned? And I know you and I talked earlier today, so kind of talk through, to the best of our knowledge, what we know at this moment, knowing that tomorrow an announcement may be made and we may know more, unfortunately, tomorrow or the week after, who knows.
Yeah, like Kate was saying, there's a really limited supply of vaccine in Wisconsin right now, so we're all fighting over the same doses. In Wauwatosa, we were only able to get 300 doses this week, which is great, but doesn't get us very far when we have thousands of people who are interested in getting vaccinated. Also, like Caitlin said, the state has prioritized the 65 plus population before phase 1B, so that does push back teachers quite a bit unless DHS changes that with their announcement, which will hopefully come this week for phase 1B. Like Caitlin said, we've been planning very closely. Once we have vaccine and we're ready to go, we will work closely with the school district to get everybody vaccinated as soon as we can. Unfortunately, we just don't have a strong timeline for that right now. It's probably several weeks out.
Okay. So here's what I'm going to suggest. Let's take about an 8-minute break as a board. Folks can kind of collect their thoughts, get any questions you've got. We'll be back on at about 10:10. We're going to begin with board questions and any board comments. Kind of curious kind of where the board's at, curious about kind of where what folks need to know or to have answered to be able to come to a place where we can vote this evening. As I shared, there is a motion that is on the table. Other motions may emerge throughout the evening related to this topic. As we think kind of creatively, I want to push us to continue to hold both of these things. We've got information about kind of physical health and well-being and safety, mental health before us, and student success and engagement within our classrooms. So I want to push us to think creatively about how do we navigate through all of these things. We don't have complete information. We have the best information we have that's available to us at this moment, but we don't have complete information. So I recognize that. Let's plan on being back at about 10:10, and we'll pick it up from there. And then after the board conversation, we'll head out to community comment. Then we'll come back and have any final board conversation and questions. Thanks all. Members of the board and everyone else, welcome back. We've got time for any board questions or comments. Sharon, could I ask you one more time to kind of reset us and to reread the motion that we have already seconded and moved forward for discussion? But I just want to make sure it's kind of out there again.
Sure. Thank you. It is recommended the school board approve moving the phase into learning 6th through 12th grade to 5 days a week in-person learning starting on February 2nd, 2021. TOSA connected students will start 5 days a week synchronous learning on February 2nd. Students would not have school on January 29th and February 1st. Those will be staff work days to prepare for the transition. The superintendent, in consultation with the Medical Public Health Advisory Committee, is authorized to shift to exclusively virtual instruction because of worsening metrics in Wauwatosa. Approval of the school board is not required for shift to virtual instruction.
Thank you, Ms. Neufeld. Members of the board, anyone want to get us started?
I guess my question is for either Ms. Grice or Mr. Hughes. What plans do you have for lunch to make them as safe as possible if 5 days a week happens?
Sure, I can go first. We are looking at adding additional seating in the Learning Center, continuing to utilize the small gym, as well as add additional seating in the Raider Room. We will be distant. We will not be 6 foot at lunch in a 2 lunch model. We would be 3 feet. I worked and looked and measured that out today. So we would be able to have about 425 people per lunch period, assuming nobody goes home 5th hour for the group of students that can.
I would also echo that sentiment that we would be able to open up additional spaces, including the gym, including the auditorium, and even including some of the theater, music, art students. There's an additional kind of walkway in that area where students could eat. And that also doesn't even include the students, the juniors and seniors who would be able to leave with open campus during that time. So we've added additional space. And today we took an opportunity to just try out a new seating arrangement without having additional students. So we added more tables. We placed some seating reminders on the table so students knew to sit 2 or 3 per table. And so that actually helped a lot as well. So we just took today as an opportunity to reset the expectations for lunch overall with the amount of students that we have, just to kind of see what that may look like with the additional seating. And we also know that adding more space for through the use of the auditorium and the gym, we'll have more space.
Could our middle school principals also answer that question?
Yeah, sure. We're actually we're utilizing our small gymnasium right now. We've been doing that the whole first semester. But I think what we'll do, so we have the cafe and then we have the small gymnasium. We do have, the seats assigned. We have little stickers saying this is where you can sit. We can keep them at 6 feet. And then I think if we're going to go 5 days in, what we'll end up doing is half a class will have to go directly outside or to a designated recess area, if you will, because that's what we have in middle school. While the other half of the class goes, eats, and then we'll have to switch them up. We'll just rotate the kids then to maintain to maximize the situation that we have now. So.
And then,
go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Larson, when you say flip, will there be what type of cleaning will there be in between the 2 groups?
So that's going to be tough because we have half hour to actually rotate the 2 kids or the 2 groups of kids. So we have some of our maintenance people on hand that we're able to wipe things down as kids leave. So that's another thing that we have to explore a little bit further with our lunch supervisors. But that'll be tricky.
It is tricky. Yeah, we've done that since the start of the year where each grade level
is broken into 2 lunches. So half of our students go outside for recess, and then the other half eat, and then we switch halfway through. We added all of our tables that we have available to us. So we currently have less than 3 students per table. That's going to go up to, on average, between 4 and 4.5 per table, with a maximum of 5 in some spots.
I guess as a follow-up to that question or line of questioning, did the medical panel have a sense of the operational limitations, especially as it relates to lunch, as part of their meeting? Is anybody from the medical panel able to speak to that at all?
Yeah, we talked a bit about lunch, and we talked a bit about we were updated a bit on the plans that were in progress at the time. I mean, they weren't final plans, and it sounds like they still aren't. But when they presented it to us, we were hopeful in that their goal was going to make us successful. Like, they were aiming for the maximum protection possible, and they recognized without us telling them that it was a high risk time.
To me, the idea of having lunch twice as populated is really nerve-wracking, like, to say the least. And as somebody with anxiety already, that is like absolutely, I mean, it just makes it makes my chest kind of hurt thinking about it. And like, honestly, I would probably choose to go and eat in the theater basement, which is really sad to think about, that I, as a high schooler, am having to choose to not socialize with my friends and go sit in a basement because I just, hearing the circumstances, I don't believe I would feel comfortable. And I just don't see how we can provide a safe enough environment. And I absolutely thank Mr. Hughes and Miss Grice and Dr. Larson, and I'm very sorry to Mr. Grochowski. But I thank all 4 of you, and I thank the medical advisory panel. And I just, with all their work, I still do not feel like lunchtime will be a safe enough environment.
And I'd add, Aiden, thank you for sharing that, because that was something that we considered too. What about students who, regardless of how we set it up, may still need what I call that quiet space, that space away from others? And so that's something too that we spoke about. Are there rooms, are there places where students can go and eat and feel safe? That is not necessarily in that open space, because we do have that now, where there are some students, even in our current scenario, where students don't feel 100% safe, and we have to provide that alternate space for them. So do know that that is something that we consider too. So thank you for bringing that to the light, because everybody is not necessarily comfortable in that larger setting. But what do we need to do to provide a safe space, and what I call a quiet space, to be able to eat lunch very safely? So do know that that is also something too that we are considering. We're not considering, but making sure that we have available for all students. Thank you for speaking on behalf of those other students as well.
Thank you.
One of the things that, I'm sorry, go ahead, Nora.
Okay. Another concern I have, other than lunch, which is obviously probably the biggest concern for a lot of students going back, but also I've noticed when I'm back in school, a lot of the measures for mitigation during passing period have kind of been relaxed severely. So I was just wondering, for transitions like that happen very frequently throughout the day, how is that going to work with twice the amount of students?
Hey, Nora. So I can speak to that. We will continue with the hall patterns, right? The same traffic patterns as before. and not allowing students to have two-way traffic, but continuing those same patterns. To your point, though, there will be twice as many students in the hallway. Students will still have to wear their masks. We would still ask that students not gather and that they continue to move from point A to point B. I think what happens though is that the amount of students will increase, right? But in terms of the mitigation, you still have to wear your mask. You still have to get there quickly. We still need teachers in the hallways, moving kids along and that type of thing. So those processes will still stay in place. It is the fact, though, honestly, that there will be twice as many students in the hallway, to your point.
Yeah, I guess just to that point, that if we do go back, I would ask that teachers and staff be really on that, especially with those transition periods, to try to minimize, because that's like where the most contact is probably going to happen. And even if it's not close contact, you never know. So I guess I'll go into some more of my comments. So I've been trying to talk to as many of my peers as possible over these past few days. And honestly, I've gotten 50-50 responses either way about kids feeling comfortable going back, which did not make my opinion forming process any easier. And I still don't even know if I have a concrete opinion one way or another. But one thing that I'm really worried about, especially transitioning after the switch of the new semester, is such a quick transition between hybrid and 5-day in person. It feels kind of like going from like 0 to 100 in a matter of a weekend. And although teachers might be able to have a couple of preparation days, I'm really worried about the students who have gotten comfortable in the hybrid model and formed a routine around not going into school for half of the week. So just that transition, knowing that that could happen as early as next week, is a little bit scary to me, honestly, just because that's been my routine for 4 months. So I was just wondering if you guys were looking into providing any extra support provided we do make that transition.
Thank you. Since you're a West student, I'll go ahead and jump on this, but if anybody else wants to jump in, go ahead. So, Nora, to your point, that was one of my concerns as well. It was one of my major concerns, and I actually addressed that in the parent/student communication that I sent home yesterday, just about the fact that even this week with students returning to school concurrently and now having to log in, if you will, synchronously, when you all have made a routine. Many of you have taken on jobs, have found other tasks, have made these schedules. And so how do we ensure that we are being mindful of what you all have gone on as well? And so we highly take that into account, which is why this week during concurrent, we wanted to make sure too that we were, what I like to say is just having grace for our students. Like if they are logging in late or not able to find the link or just trying to readjust their schedule. So really, as we engage this week in concurrent learning, using this opportunity to bridge the cohorts because you all don't know one another, right? And then secondly, to help you build that schedule. So it is something that we are keeping in mind as whether it's concurrent right now, what we're doing currently, and then moving forward for the day that we are able to safely return to 5-day, always keeping you all first in your routines and your schedules. And then just these conversations right here where you're clearly letting us know that that's something that you need. And so we make sure we put that on the forefront as well.
Yeah, I kind of want to jump off of Nora's comment. I think a major theme that has been talked about in board meetings has been consistency. And even during the presentation, consistency in routines. And there has not been a lot of consistency these past couple of weeks, especially with the very fast change to concurrent learning and then the possibility of going back 5 days. But I think something that we should really emphasize is providing those emotional supports for students. And something that was mentioned in the presentation was check-ins and having those daily check-ins where students don't have to reach out on their own, but they're actually asked and approached by their counselors or by their teachers just to see how they're doing. I think that would be really important as well.
That's actually something that the counselors at, sorry, my dog is barking. The counselors at Whitman have talked about as a possible advantage of getting back to school 5 days a week. They feel like in the current hybrid mode, you know, it's tough to really have check-ins and meet with students because they don't want to pull kids out of class. If they were in school 5 days a week, they would feel more comfortable taking those opportunities.
And also, I like to kind of piggyback on what Miss Grace said. Again, having our teachers emphasize grace and just allowing that transition to be seamless and making sure our teachers are checking in, not just the counselors, but they're the ones that are on the front lines and see the kids every single day. They can tell when a kid is struggling or a student is struggling. And so we want to make sure that sometimes you have to concede some content every once in a while to make sure you're addressing the needs at the moment and really taking advantage of the true, authentic, teachable moments. And I think there's going to be a lot of those when everybody transitions back, whatever that might look like. So, you know, really good point. And we want to make sure that our teachers are looking for those and you know, making themselves readily available. So.
I want to pick up on something that I think, Nora, you noted. It may have been, I think it was you, Nora. One of the things that's been interesting about communications from students is a sense of an anxiety of being in school 5 days a week beyond health reasons. They haven't been in school 5 days a week for a really long time. And so this is something that whether it's next week or 3 weeks from now, or a month from now, or 3 months from now, helping students transition back to being full-time students in place, in school, is going to be something that we're going to have to figure out and navigate. There's a challenge there. It's like coming back from summer break, except much longer. So I think it's a good point, and I think your point about kind of mental health supports, no matter the decision tonight, is I think a really absolutely essential point that we certainly heard and discussed, and the board's been talking about investing and have invested and will continue to invest resources there. So certainly since I joined the board, so I think it's a key point. I want to go back to this question about lunch. Lunch to me seems like a really silly reason not to bring kids back to school. Not the problems of eating close to each other, but I feel like that's a solvable problem. That we can figure out creative ways to figure that out. They may not be ideal, but that's one of those where I'm kind of like in the mindset of that's not a good reason not to return to school. It's a good reason to maybe, it's an important problem to solve, but I feel like that's a solvable problem in terms of 6 feet spacing, if that's a linchpin. So I'd like us to do a little thinking about that. And whether it's 3 feet or 6 feet, I don't kind of know what the ultimate key piece will be to land on, but I feel like that's something that we can put our heads together. And if that's the issue, that one's solvable. There's some of these that aren't solvable. That one I feel like is. If we buy circus tents and we get those up and we get them heated, we figure it out. I don't know what the solutions are, but let's come up with a solution.
Dr. Jessup Anger, one possible option, probably 10 years ago, we had 3 lunches at the high school level. It is something we would have to coordinate between both buildings. Splitting, essentially students would have lunch, a group of students would have lunch between class. Go to class for 25 minutes, have lunch, go back to class. It's not been a part of our schedule in a long time. It is something East and West would have to agree to and work out, and TOSA connected schedule could possibly go to that. Would have to go to that because we all have to follow the same schedule. One of the things that would be lost and where we would get the Wednesday time would be advisory on Wednesday. When I think about that, we would lose the 30-minute, 35-minute advisory because Wednesday with an early release day compacts the day. So something would have to give, and in that model, again, we've talked briefly about it, it would be advisory.
And I would say, Mr. Hughes, I don't think that early release isn't off the table. I don't see any reason to maintain early release if getting rid of that will get us into 5 days.
I'm politely might disagree with the importance of early release for our teachers, planning and preparing and navigating 5 days. I would say that that is a necessity, honestly, is my opinion.
I hear you.
I guess one of the things I'd like to pick up on as a result of this and other conversations is just, I guess, the February 2nd part of the resolution that we're working on just seems like an impossibility based on the amount of open questions and the amount of work and the amount of staff concern that we have all received by phone, email, social media. February 2nd, a week from today, to me feels like an impossible task to be ready. So if we are going to hold fast to February 2nd tonight, I'm going to be a no, a for sure no. So I guess I'd like to just point that out, number one. Number two, to Ms. Rommelfinger's point earlier about the culture of, I guess, compliance that I would love to see within the buildings, and then just the sticking with it. In the beginning part of the fall, we had, and the superintendent had said, if there are students who can't adjust to the culture that we expect within the buildings, they're going to have to go home and figure it out. We had we had an understanding in the boardroom that if there were folks who were not going to wear masks, they were not going to walk in the right direction down the hall, they were not going to follow the guidelines, then they were going to have to go find another way to do, they were going to have to be at home and doing the at-home model of learning. And it sounds like we kind of got away from that just based on the anecdotal that I'm hearing. And if that's true, that's disappointing because that's not what we had discussed. What we had discussed is an almost militant adherence to like culture of compliance, because what the medical panel has said is that if we have all of those layers of mitigation in place, that we can mitigate more spread. And if we get rid of those layers, then spread becomes more possible. So that's number two. Is my expectation is what the expectation was in the beginning of the year, that we will have few, if any, exceptions for, shenanigans. We were going to have a high bar to say we're going to go to school, but to go to school, you have to follow these guidelines. That's what we had said in the beginning of the year. So that's, I guess, disappointing to hear if that's no longer the case, but I'm willing to be convinced that that is the case. The third thing I guess I'd like to is more of a question, and going back to the slideshow, related to the failure grades of both the hybrid in-person and TOSA connected learning models. Those were interesting to me because I honestly expected to see a significantly higher rate of failure within the TOSA connected model of learning. Because I think all along the hypothesis was that if students had more time in the classroom, that we would see fewer, better academic success. So to see a similar failure rate, at least, between TOSA connected and the phase into learning, to me tells that that hypothesis may not be 100% correct. And if I remember correctly, the TOSA connected learning model had a higher degree of diversity and a higher degree of economic disadvantage. I don't remember the difference, but I remember it being higher in TOSA connected. So for all of those reasons, they're online, they have a higher degree of economic disadvantage, and they are more diverse, which are three things that, two of which, statistically have been proven to show a higher rate of, I guess, less academic success. And then the third one we assumed would be a higher rate of success if they were in the classroom. And from what our data is at least showing, is that's not true. That was a similar rate of failure, at least. I'd be curious to know what the other grades are, but at least what we've been able to see tonight is that it's similar. So I think we've got to kind of we got to test that assumption here. Obviously, it's more failure than it was last year, but there wasn't a pandemic last year. So that's one. I think some of the hypothesis is, and something that we've talked about for a long time in the fall was, I think having more synchronous or concurrent time is really where the value is. As long as you're connected in some way, whether you're in person or you're in virtual, it's really the connection that is adding the value, and whether that's through a computer or in person, maybe it's not as relevant as we believed it to be. So I guess what I'm excited about, I guess, is the fact that we've got this new learning model that kicked off today, where we've got a lot more connection than we ever have before. Students are going to be concurrently engaging 4 days a week instead of 2, which we can test to see if that will bump up the completion rate and proficiency. But I guess for me, at least, I've got a lot of questions about some of the hypotheses that we've made and the rationale for, the benefit of coming back. I think that was presented on a number of slides tonight. Is if you have more in-classroom time, the juice is worth the squeeze, right? Because if you have more classroom time, we will have better academic success. But in our own results, that's not what's showing up. So I push back on that, and I would love to hear other people's thoughts on that.
I don't know that you can conclusively say that it's not showing that. I mean, I think you can argue both ways, but I don't think you can conclusively say that in-person instruction doesn't have a positive impact on our data. There's more than just the academic component. I mean, there's the social and a lot of other people. This is just one snapshot and the main point was, and I didn't necessarily want to break it down between TOSA Connected and phase into learning, because it's still a choice. Families are choosing to go into TOSA Connected. Families are choosing to go into phase into learning. It's not whether or not the failure rate is one small component. For me, the driver is that choice, that the families are choosing to assume the risk for phase into learning. And ultimately, we believe it's safe, and we believe those families will do better. And if people still choose to stay in TOSA Connected, I think that's a reasonable choice. And we want to protect that as well. But there's a lot of other reasons other than just failing. I mean, let's be honest about grades. Grades are a subjective, I said that every single time I put grades out there and use it as data. We don't have anything else really good to compare, but we can see grades are important to people. And we're not having as much success in our school district. Like some of that data, I don't know. I mean, it's pretty shocking to me, and it's almost embarrassing to put it out there.
One thing that has been consistent in student emails that I've gotten is the articulation that there's less coverage in courses that are challenging as a result of the modality in which we are in. And that we could say is okay, or we could say it's deeply concerning. And I think that's a decision all of us just have to grapple with.
Can we get clarification on that from the admin? Are we saying that our classes to date have had less rigor than they have in the past? Is that what you're saying, Dr. Justifinger? Can we get some confirmation? That's an important point that you're raising. Sorry if I'm misunderstanding.
No, I'm articulating what I'm hearing students say in emails.
Yeah, so can we get some clarification on that from our admin folks? Are we teaching to the same standards that we have in the past? And I'm not saying one is right or one is wrong. I think there's an argument to be made both ways. But I guess I'd like to know, is that increased failure rate in addition to not being as strenuous with our courses? That's a different story than if we say we're as strenuous and this is the failure rate.
Yeah, I think.
Nicole Marble, Director of Secondary Education. I can speak a little bit to that, and then, of course, principals chime in if you would like. In terms of rigor, we have not lowered the rigor in which we are expecting of our students. If anything, similar to the discussion that we had with elementary, we are prioritizing different things in which we are emphasizing in our courses. So in the past, where students may have done a certain project, we might not be doing that project because it's not a priority standard, and so we are emphasizing the priority standards to continue to keep our students learning at the different grade levels. So I wouldn't say that we are lowering any expectations. We are still teaching to the same high expectations that we have and always have, but making modifications along the way to meet our students where they're at, be flexible with our learning environments that we are in, and also prioritize the essential standards and learning outcomes that we need our students to walk away with at the end of the year.
I think where I'm seeing in emails, Ms. Marble, is specific to AP content in particular, and not standards content, like actual coverage. And I know this came up at the previous meeting, but I know we were talking more about elementary school. And so part of it is, I think, student understanding, but part of it is, I think students are hearing the message that we're not able to cover as much because we don't have as much time with you. And you all have heard me talk about, like, I am actually a proponent of concurrent learning. I think this new model, whether or not we go back full time or not, is going to help us. But I do think that that's something that needs follow-up to figure out, like, what are the choices that we're making, and let's just be really transparent about those choices, because, you know, different kids are being disadvantaged in different ways. Like, let's be clear, every kid is being disadvantaged right now in some way. There are no winners in this entire situation, but I think as transparent as we can be, all the better. I'd love to go back to your comment, Sean, about the failure data, because I too was actually surprised to see similarity between the two. And I had done some research a week or two ago, and unfortunately, while the data overall in terms of increase in failure rates is up in some places as high as tenfold, there actually is no good research yet, similar to the medical research. There's just nothing yet that tells us specific to learning modalities, like where it's being felt the most. I think where it's being reported the most is where it's all virtual. So there isn't much to compare it to yet. But I would like us to stay grounded in the fact that we just started concurrent learning this morning. You know, we haven't yet given it a chance to, for teachers to get used to it, for kids to get used to it. I know my poor son, I was in his room like 7 times today, being like, are you on? Are you on? Are you on? So I want us to think about that. I want to get kids back to school. I want to get them back to school ASAP. I do have big concerns with the February 2nd date, if for no other reason that we need our teachers to have more time, get some more investment. I think there's an elephant in the room right now that I just want to call out, which is, to Nora's point, it seems like kids are pretty split. We have the majority of teachers who are not comfortable, or happy is not the right word, but it seems like the data that we're getting from the teacher side is that they are not ready to make this switch. And the data says that we are ready to go back into the classroom, but they are our most important stakeholder in ensuring that students are then ready to be in the classroom. Because I think if teachers are conveying that anxiety, students are going to feel that anxiety, and it's just not going to be a recipe for success. So I want us to figure out, how do we get back there ASAP? I'm willing to put things on the table of, can we go to a hybrid where it's 3 days on, 2 days off, and then they flip the next week and we get rid of Wednesdays? Principals, please disagree if you feel like that's not even an option. Other districts are doing that. We got to get our kids more in-person instruction, but if we're not ready from a faculty point of view to get there 5 days a week, right now, this week, February 2nd, I think we just have to acknowledge that, because this is not a technical problem we are solving for. This is an adaptive problem we're solving for. And we could solve the problem and say everybody goes back next week, and we're going to have much bigger problems next school year. So I want us to make sure we're thinking long-term about student success, which involves teachers.
I want to make a quick comment and go back on something I said. Aiden, you'd brought up very real and significant concerns about lunches, and I wanted to note that I share your similar concerns. I do not believe, however, that those concerns can't be adequately addressed with creative problem solving and thinking. So it's not that they are not real and clear problems that aren't real and important things to consider, but I believe that that's something that is a solvable, that I believe is a technical problem. And that one I think is solvable with some creativity. I haven't heard that we've solved it tonight, but I wanted to underscore the concerns you're raising and others have raised, I think, are real concerns. And I think they bear time to be addressed. So I apologize if I came off in a way of dismissing that as a concern. I just want to dismiss the idea that we can't solve it, because I believe that we can. Not that we have. Ms. Rayleigh, I want to comment on what you said. I am in agreement that we need to sit with this sense of anxiety that students are not thriving right now, and sit with the anxiety that our teachers, in many cases, do not want to return to the classroom 5 days with students 5 days a week.
Well, and I just want to acknowledge, I feel like there is a difference in terms of what elementary school teachers were reacting to and secondary teachers are reacting to, just in terms of sheer numbers, proximity, size of classrooms, all of that. And I just keep thinking, like, we need to get there together.
Yes.
And not as a community pitted against one another, or, like I said, we are going to have much longer, bigger problems as a community than just getting in 3 more months of school this year. And I say that with a kid who lost, part of his senior year. Like, I know that there are losses. I want us to get there together better. And the second date just feels way too quick for me, especially since we just started concurrent learning.
Thank you. Other board questions and comments?
I actually had a quick question.
You got it.
Sorry. I had a quick question for the medical advisory panel about lunch, just with what you were saying about how it's a technical problem to solve. Do those 3 and 6 foot guidelines apply to kids just with masks or without masks? And because I know in classrooms it's okay to be 3 feet apart with your masks on, but I'm just curious if at lunch that is still an acceptable parameter.
The CDC guidelines are 6 feet when you do not have a mask on, and it's difficult to eat without a mask on. In that study from North Carolina from pediatrics that I had mentioned in the slideshow, they did have some clusters within the schools, and 2 of them pointed to lunch spread, and they were both special education, but I don't think it's specifically towards special education students and lunch spread. And they had supervisor or superintendent meetings every week where they would kind of talk about what cases they have and what they can do. And they started to making rules specifically around lunch, like there was no talking in order to not spread droplets while you don't have a mask on. You were supposed to have everything open, like your milk cartons open before you took your mask off, stuff like that. Just to kind of, because it is a higher risk time because you do have your mask off. And I think somebody said earlier, making sure that lunch is not like a mask break. I think sometimes, like, we do get lulled, as Ms. Ramelfanger talked about earlier, with the hallways and things. We get lulled into this kind of false sense of security as this drags on month after month after month, and we get a little lax with our masks, and we can find ourselves like you're in the classroom all day and you have your mask on, and then you get outside of school and you go and you see your friend and you take your mask off. You're like, oh my God, school was so bad today. And like, you like take that as a mask break, and that is the exact time when we can't, like our vigilance has to be even higher. And so lunch is just one of those periods. But that was a really long answer. It's 6 feet.
Thank you.
I have a quick question just about the decision tonight. Something that a couple of my peers and teachers have asked me to ask is, does the decision tonight have to be for both middle school and high school, or could that be separated and they go back 5 days at different times?
Nora, anybody during this conversation could present a motion that might shift what we're voting on this evening, including a shift in dates, including a shift in middle school and high school, and a variety of other items.
I think with what Nora was saying, I agree with the point that Miss Fraley was trying to make, and I think a lot of my peers agree with it, that creative solutions are very important, or like she said, that maybe they could do a 3-day flip and stuff like that. I think creative solutions may be better for students in adjusting to this more concurrent learning model, as their hesitations and their fears and how they're feeling isn't entirely analytical. It's a lot of them are fears that aren't, they're just scared. They haven't done this in a year. It's something they haven't done in a really long time. So I think a slow transition period would be best for them, not something next week, from what I've heard.
May I weigh in here a little bit? Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to step back now and keep my wits about me, and take all my emotions out of it, which is kind of hard for me, and I apologize for that. But the presentation from Dr. Nolan and Dr. Bremeyer was as good a presentation as I can imagine. And it was just everything I could hope for. And just a compliment. I wish I could do presentations like that. But anyway, so I have a lot of confidence in what was said by the medical panel. I also, the data point regarding the vaccination that is the fact is that Caitlin Lassie has all of our eligible 1A people vaccinated. And that speaks volumes to how we're approaching it. And we don't have a good communication outcome for how we're going to handle 1B. So based on what I've seen, we are going to handle 1B, but we haven't had the time to put together even the slides in the slide deck tonight to reassure our teachers that we are worried about them and we're addressing vaccine availability for them, and it will happen as soon as it can happen. And then that goes to the transition and, what Ms. Fraley said about, we have to bring our teachers along and so it comes down to February 2nd feels like it's like Big Bang too fast for our communication plan in order to facilitate February 2nd succeed, whatever the date is, right? Okay, maybe I misstated the date, but to make that successful, we have to have a reassuring communication plan, and we just haven't had the time. then I'm going to add to that what, Sean has said and what, Dr. Bremeyer said and what the students are saying. There's mental health challenges about getting back together with people. And this might be tougher than we are ready for, to do this all at once. I mean, I'll speak to my personal experience. I had to go to the dentist last week, and I hadn't been within 3 feet of anybody in a long, long time. And just being near another person was a shocker for me. And I even said something about it at the time. It's like, hey, I'm sorry if I'm acting a little anxious here. It's like, I haven't been this close to anybody standing next to a person. I haven't been within 6 feet of anybody in a long, long time. So I got to think that it's going to be hard for other people as well. And we have to be able to ramp our way into that somehow. And I don't know how, but so there's my perspective on the whole thing tonight.
I've got a couple questions. I know, Mr. Hughes, it sounded like you did the measuring and you were able to confirm that there would be at least 3 feet of space in between desks within all the classrooms. Are we able to say that for each of the secondary schools? Do we know?
We will have a handful of classes where we'll be able to keep kids 3 feet apart, but it'll be impossible in many of them. I think of some of our classrooms, our STEM program, for instance, we have 30 kids deep in each classroom, and it's going to be very difficult. So we don't quite have that situation.
I second that, Mr. Rowland. Every classroom will not be able to have that 3 feet distance that you're requesting. Unfortunately, there are some that will. We cannot guarantee that for every classroom.
We'd still have quite a few classes at Whitman that have at least 3 feet in between, but I've talked to my teachers about, we're not going to use number measurements. We're just going to spread out as far as we can. We're expected to use as much of the floor space as we can.
Okay, thank you. And I think as part of the presentation, we were going to hear a little bit about specials, and maybe I missed it. Can you guys tell me a little bit about how we're going to be handling things like band, orchestra, those art, those kinds of classes that bring in, multiple people? And also, I'd be curious to know how those specials will be looking for folks who are TOSA connected as well. So, on both learning models, I'd be interested to know how that's going to look.
At Whitman, we're fortunate that our band is already in probably the biggest room that we have. So they're going to stay in their current room, use all the floor, and they're going to stream TOSA connected kids in concurrently into the band classes. Same thing with orchestra and choir.
We're utilizing our Lois Weber Theater for band, orchestra, and in some cases choir, just to get them completely spread out. We're not doing anything else in that theater, but allowing our music department to utilize it. So, and with regards to in bringing in TOSA connected students, we knew that there was some frustration with the WVA situation, so we wanted to make sure that we absorbed our students into the allied art experience, if you will. So. We'll be taking those students on, in some cases asynchronously, and have access to Longfellow and Whitman teachers for likes of art and FIED. So.
Over at West, the beauty of working on these plans over the summer, we were able to really think about what it would look like for theater, band, orchestra, and all of those spaces. So we have actually been following that plan since day one. The way West is built just has a beautiful space where theater, music, and art, theater, music, orchestra, band kind of have their own section. So they've already been utilizing spaces that are larger. Choir has continued to follow that plan of no longer than 20 minutes in that same space and then moving into another space, allowing that air to clear. So they'll continue to do that. When theater is not in session, choir may go in there because it's larger So they've been doing actually a fabulous job of just keeping safe within that realm, because we know that that has some of the highest possible exposure. The other piece in terms of TOSA Connected, our orchestra teacher since day one has been Zooming some students in and allowing that opportunity. And then some of our band students actually come in before school, TOSA Connected, as well as other students. They come in before school actually and participate in lessons and things of that nature that Mr. Hunt has going on. So that's how we're including some of those other students as well.
And at East, the band is utilizing the theater, able to space out fully large group ensembles, fifth and seventh hour. Orchestra is also utilizing, choir is utilizing that space in addition to the choir room, switching midway through to leave enough time for air to circulate. Orchestra, because it is not the aerosolization, will be closer than 6 feet. But again, they're not blowing through horns and essentially spreading things. So I talked to all three of my specials, art, music, the music people, band, orchestra, choir this week about plans for second semester if we were to go back 5 days in person.
So if we were back 5 days a week and the students were on the Lois Weber stage, how much distancing would they be able to do, for example? Like if it was a band, practice.
That's a good question. Getting the whole band back together, we'd have to have some conversations. I think there'd have to be some people doing some breakout activities or some stuff in the band room, and then other people in the Lois Weber. But I'm not exactly sure that we'd be able to get the whole band safely in there. We'd be pretty close though. So again, we'd just have to reassess depending on the size of the band. I know, we're looking at 80 some kids in some cases, so more maybe. So that'd be another discussion that we'd have to revisit.
And is that probably pretty similar with, choir and probably every secondary school?
Choir doesn't quite have the numbers. I mean, we can utilize a different space for that, but it'd be the same for orchestra. But again, going on what Mr. Hughes said, they're not blowing through horns or anything like that, so we can concede a little bit more space.
I would just add to that as well. Choir doesn't have the numbers as high as band. But I will say, after speaking to just kind of that performing arts department, I would say they've been so creative this year in trying to find ways to get students together, because as we all know, their discipline is very difficult to do with 2 days a week or even with the concurrent learning model. And so they've been very creative in trying to find ways to bring those students together. And actually, many of them were excited about the possibility of having more time with students just to be able to create some of this. So regardless, they're willing to be creative and figure out how to bring their students together safely, which we're proud of that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I guess this just kind of brings me again to I would love to have some defined solutions. I guess I agree to Dr. Jessup Anger's point that I think there are probably ways to figure these things out. I just, think that we need to spend the time to, we spend a lot of time on the metrics and the health panel. And I think I would just like to see, more definition to the operational plans, especially the open questions that the students and parents and teachers have raised this week. That's just my overall comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Owens. Other board questions?
Yeah, well, I would just share kind of where I'm at in my thought process and thinking. I think when we go back to elementary, all of this is going to be a cost benefit analysis, right? That's what each 7 of us have to do and try to figure that out. For me, elementary was a lot more straightforward. There's a lot more benefit for JKers through 5th grade because of where they're at in their learning to be in school 5 days a week. We also heard from our medical panel that they did not transmit nearly as much as our older students. So for me, that was a much easier decision to analyze that and to figure that out. And I still think we made the right decision. This gets a lot more difficult. We heard about failure rates today. But we also don't know if I'm not convinced that coming back 5 days immediately solves that problem. We have mental health needs, but I think we've heard that there's mental health needs being back 5 days. There's mental health needs if we stay where we're at. So that doesn't immediately solve those problems either. So I'm just like everybody else and like to get us back 5 days a week. I also want our teachers to be safe and to be able to teach our students if they're not comfortable. We're gonna struggle as a district to make up whatever ground we lost. I'm not sure that we have or where we're at, but to help our students, we need to have a strong staff that's involved and ready to go. And if they're not comfortable, that's a hard thing for me to swallow. We also know how this disproportionately affects our students of color, whether that, keeping them at home longer or exposing them 5 days a week when we know that their communities suffer a lot more from this, as Dr. Nolan highlighted. So for me, it's not nearly the same. The last thing I'll say is I think as a board, we owe it to the community and to our staff to not continue going on with these meetings every month or so. I think at some point here, we just need to make a decision, pick a date. And maybe that date is not this year, maybe the date's in a month, but to have these meetings every month, it is such an upheaval to our community. Our staff gets full of anxiety and nervous every time they hear we're going to have a meeting and might change. All the work that our medical committee puts into this and all of our administrators that are here tonight, I would like us as a board to hopefully make a decision tonight, of when we'll actually return, if we have enough of us comfortable returning at any point. But I'm just kind of struck at how we continue to kind of push the community back and forth, and I don't think that's good for anybody's mental health.
Mr. Phillips, anything? Oh, we can second that. Ms. Fraley, anything else?
I think Ms. Buford needs to speak.
Oh, Ms. Buford?
Thank you. Yeah, I'll throw something in. So for the board members who, I guess it kind of sounds to me like we're at an impasse on a couple of different options. For the board members who don't like the February 2nd date, what date are you comfortable with? Providing you're comfortable with the rest of the proposal when the administration ticks off a couple of those areas that you wanted to find out about operationally. The other possibility I see here is somehow staggering the students coming back, whether that is what Ms. Fraley suggested as an expanded hybrid approach, or if it's just staggering the students back in certain numbers, whatever those numbers might be, I don't know, because we didn't really talk about that. Those are just some things I'd throw out there to get the conversation moving forward in some kind of tangible direction. I would be open to moving the start back if February 2nd was too soon. Would February 15th be more palatable?
So question of the board. Right now we have a motion that's on the table that we would start February 2nd. Is there other views in terms of change of date? Is that I've heard a lot of components. Do we want to take public comment? I'm trying to get a sense of kind of. I'm not sure who just spoke.
There's Mr. Meyer.
Mr. Meyer.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you were in a pause. I can wait, please. Thank you.
The other question, Ms. Mufeld, that came up early from a student is: do we view that middle school and high school needs to be tied together, or are they? There was some data that was presented that was different across the two.
Good point. I am in favor of a full secondary start at the same time.
Okay.
I am too.
Okay. So I'm not seeing anyone disagreeing with that. So I wanted to ask the question because I'm trying to find creative solutions.
I'd love to hear from the principals. Like, you all had the meetings with the staff, last week. And I don't want to put anybody in an awkward position, but like what we're hearing, the emails, the phone calls, it's not a couple. It feels like a much larger trend, a lot of hearkening back to the data that WEA shared with us, et cetera. To Mr. Doman's point, this does feel very different to me than the decision we made about elementary. When I talked about investment, like, are we saying like an additional 2 weeks to get used to concurrent learning and to like solve all these questions, or like have real answers to exactly how we are going to do this stuff would help. I don't think waiting until all teachers are fully vaccinated is an option. That's just me. But I feel like you all are much closer to the situation to know what your teachers really need. And I also want to call out, I appreciate Mr. Doman, you just raised the question of like, at what point do we just make a call for the year so that everybody knows what's happening through June, whatever. So I don't know if any of you would be comfortable speaking to overall feelings, needs. I know it's hard, like 50-50 on it.
And there is such a range, and I'm sure it's probably like that in any building. But honestly, I feel like the majority of the Whitman teachers would like to be back in school 5 days a week. There are some people though that have some real high anxiety over that possibility, and I think what a lot of people are anxious about are exactly what Mr. Doman said, just the uncertainty and having to come back and go through a 5-hour school board meeting and find out what the decision is. I think that's probably been the source of the most anxiety with the Whitman teachers.
I guess I'm going to just say that I have not heard, I have not heard overwhelming evidence to not go with the administration and the medical advisory panel's recommendations this evening. And I'm hearing from the administrators that there is risk. There's risk in all of our decisions, but they are prepared. There might be a few things that the board members want to be more comfortable with, but they are prepared. That is what I'm hearing.
I want to come back to Ms. Fraley's question to see if there's other responses to it from our team.
I think it's really difficult to label a staff of 100-some people as one way or the other. And, whether it's, some are very, very nervous for a variety of reasons, whether it is their personal health, things that they have going on outside of school. I can't discount the importance of personal health to people. I can't make them feel that it's going to be okay. Some people are excited about the opportunity to be with students in that 5-day because that's their wheelhouse. That's what they do the best, and are excited to have that opportunity to get back to it. So it's hard for me to say 60% of my staff wants one thing and 40 wants the other, because they're all so unique in what their challenges are with the idea of coming back to 5-day in person. I think more than anything, it is, like Mr. Doman said, stringing people along. The uncertainty of it is wearing on a staff. And that is where a decision is a decision, so that we can plan, deal with the emotional response of whatever it is, and then start to move forward towards when we start with it. Because
I agree.
At 11:15, it's difficult right now. I don't want one of these in 2 weeks again, but I will be here.
Yeah, you and I both.
Yeah, I would just add the same piece. When you think about trying to support your staff, given that staff are in a range of places, as I mentioned, certain folks in the performing arts were excited about the opportunity because of that time that they'll get with those students, right? And you have a group of people who have anxiety, rightfully so, for whatever their personal reasons. So it's trying to offer that differentiated support, for over 100 staff members.
Yeah, and I did not mean to put you all in a difficult position. What I want to know from an administrative perspective is if we vote to go back on February 15th or February 8th, or whatever it is, like, will we be able to function effectively as a school community to make this happen? Because I hear your point, Mr. Hughes, about in terms of like decision, move through the anxiety, the frustration, the anger, whatever those feelings are. If we think we can be successful in that, that actually really matters to me.
We can absolutely be successful, right? We come together as a secondary team. We always come together to figure out what's best for our students and our staff as well. So whatever the decision may be, we will put plans in place. And we've already been working on plans, and I feel pretty good. Despite, some anxieties that may come our way, I feel pretty good about the plans that we put in place and the discussions that we've had. So in whatever direction we go in, I know that we'll come together as a secondary team and make it safe for our students and our staff as well.
And I like to say too, like, I think, Mr. Hughes, you spoke so eloquently on that. It's so hard to really say my staff is half this, half that. We know is that all our staff want kids back at some point. They want to do it. They want to do it safely. They all want them back in the building. But again, there are some separate situations that we have to respect, whether it is health or anxiety. And I think some additional time, again, like Ms. Grice said, we're already talking about procedural, organizational things that we can do. But I think there's going to be some individual situations that we'll need to address and support some staff with. And I think some extra time would help us do that. If we were to go back 5 days in, some people that kind of support is going to look different. And we have to make sure that we provide that for them, if that makes sense.
I'm just going to go out on a limb and say, what if we I'll take the bullet on this. How about do we just start in the fourth quarter? Honestly, what I'm hearing is that we need a little bit more time. We need to give people some certainty in the world. Fourth quarter starts right after spring break. By that time, it'll be 8 weeks from now. We should have the majority of the staff be able to hopefully have access to the vaccine. That to me feels like a definitive date that I can lock in right now and not walk away from for sure. If you're asking me to go before then, if you're asking me to pick a date in February, to me that's very dependent on some of these other things that were sort of open items tonight, and that's going to require another meeting in 2 weeks to come back and talk about those things, and we'll have to discuss if that is good enough or not good enough, or we can go around and around. To me, if you're looking for me tonight to pick a date for sure that I can't walk away from, it would be the start of the fourth quarter. I'll put it out there. People can be mad if they want to, but that's what I can feel comfortable with right now if I have to pick a date.
I can support fourth quarter for two reasons. First is that the medical panel, Dr. Nolan and Dr. Bremeyer, have me convinced, and that is hard to do. So thank you. However, vaccines 1B starts next week, and teachers are supposed to be in 1B. I sure would like to give that a shot, a chance to see if we can get some of that benefit, because everybody says vaccines matter. So if you look at, March 1st, fourth quarter, somebody give me a date where we give vaccines a chance, but not forever, because we do have to because I am convinced by the medical panel. So I can support beginning of fourth quarter or some other date like that.
Ms. Stevens, you
Thank you.
popped in as our resident expert. It sounds like you've got maybe something to share.
Yeah, I can say we don't know when phase 1B will start yet. That decision has not been made by DHS. We anticipate that decision to be made sometime this week. That decision will include who is included in phase 1B and the rollout dates. So it could be next week. It could be several weeks down the road before educators are eligible for the vaccine. And if the 65 plus population is prioritized before that, it'll probably be, I would say, at least a month before we start vaccinating that population. So it's hard to give you a definite timeline, but I would say, like Dr. Nolan said earlier, we can't rely on vaccine to make this decision and make it safe this school year, because we just don't know what that will look like. I think late March is an optimistic timeline to have everyone vaccinated. It's probably more like May.
So just to test your logic there, I think what we heard tonight is that even if the vaccine is available, which we hope it will be very soon, you still have to have 2 doses of the vaccine. And then I believe it's another 14 days after you've had that you actually, are considered at 50 to 80% or something like that. So, I mean, I agree. I would love that to happen. I don't see that as realistic. And as far as the concerns about lunch, I'm certain that we have other rooms in the school building that can be used for the students for lunch that are not being used during a lunch period. So I'm pretty sure we could mitigate that topic. The idea of getting everybody comfortable could be done in somewhat of a phased-in approach. So I just don't hear anything tonight which would substantiate coming back after spring break. I mean, logic would say people go on spring break and then they're going to be more, they're going to be at home. There might be even more community spread, and they might be going other places on vacation and be closer to each other. So then we'll have another peak after that. So I guess I would rather see everyone coming back, getting acclimated before we go on spring break. That would be what I would like to see happen.
And Sean, there's a couple comments on vaccines, if I could, Dr. Jesvanger.
Yeah, I want to hear that.
Okay, Dr. Nolan, we'll come to you, and then Mr.
That's cool.
Great. It wouldn't be students getting vaccinated at all. So there is no protection. When we talk about lunch, we're really talking about student risk. And so those conversations we probably shouldn't link from a medical point of view. And even if we had 100% compliance from our teachers, which I truly hope we do, Laura is 100% correct. And we're talking into April, May somewhere. May is more realistic than anything else, even if things go smoothly. And teachers are only protecting themselves from each other, because we don't really have student to teacher spread at all in those situations. And so I agree with Laura 100%. Like the vaccines, the timing's just not going to work to save us this school year. It's going to be our savior for the 2021-2022 school year to go into it with possibly no masks at some point in time. But it's not going to save us this school year at all, from a purely medical standpoint.
Thank you, Dr. Nolan. Mr. Phillips.
Sure. I'm aligned to the April date for a couple of reasons. Number one, change fatigue is real. It's real. And then number two is, what Mr. Doman said, to put it out there and be done with it. The lack of predictability along with change fatigue just creates, people just not being able to function, right? That just the emotional baggage with that, that comes with both of those things, not knowing the future and then trying to adjust with all the changes going on right now is not a great place to be. So I'm aligned to that, Sean.
And I'll weigh in on that, on Sean's idea too. I'm aligned to it as well. I think that makes sense, and it puts a date out there that people can work towards. They can get their operational plans in place. Maybe some teachers are vaccinated. I certainly understand all of them are not going to be. But, at least it gets that process going. Let teachers have time to prepare. And I know we're going to hear from the community. I'm sure we'll hear from it tonight that everybody should be prepared now. But change fatigue, like Mr. Phillips said, is real. We just started concurrent learning literally one day. I had the opportunity to go out and see one of the schools, and couldn't be more impressed with how our teachers gravitate to that and take it and run with it and do the best they can. So I do expect some improvement there with our engagement with our students and things like that. So I appreciate Sean throwing out the date, and it's something I can get behind too. And we absolutely need to make a decision tonight, and we can't have this meeting again in 2 weeks. That is just detrimental to our community. And we're not serving our community if we continue to have these conversations.
Dr. Ertl, Ms. Bowers, what is the date? The first date back post spring break, if we were to make a motion.
I believe that's April 5th, Monday. I can double check calendar here. Monday. Thank you. Right now it is a professional learning day, so students will be back on the 6th.
Is there anything planned for that Monday?
There is not. We've actually cleared all of our professional learning for the year so that we could support teacher planning and collaboration as we're transitioning through the different models.
Okay. Other thoughts on this as a possible date?
So I guess for Ms. Bowers, is there a reason it couldn't be the 5th? Or if we were to make an amendment tonight, should we aim for the 6th, just purely operationally? Or Dr. Ertl?
Well, I'm going to throw in there that this is there are some holidays in here. I mean, some religiously observed holidays. So, I mean, I don't know that that's, a consideration for anyone, but maybe that is reason.
Honestly.
Skip spring break.
Well, one, do we need to have spring break? That would solve the problem of people leaving.
Oh man, that's a tough thing to do at 11:30 without giving the community any notice, especially if they've got plans already made. That's tough. I'm sure we would hear from somebody that had something already planned.
So
I would not support that anyway. I just wouldn't support that.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
Okay. I don't even know if I do either. I just
Creative problems.
I appreciate you throwing out the ideas though, Dr.
I like it.
Can I just ask what we're hoping to change between February 2nd and April 2nd?
Excuse me, Joe, I've talked to you about this before. If I hear anything else, I'm going to ask you to leave.
Yeah.
I will have you removed. Joe, do you understand? Please verbally let me know that you understand. Anything else, I'm going to have you removed. Thank you. Dr. Ertl.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. No, I mean, I respect where you're coming from, Dr. Ertl. I just think tonight there were a number of questions that have been raised, and there are a lot of yeah, we will need to come up with a plan for that. And there were some open questions about, that'll be a complicated thing that we'll have to think about. So, I mean, for sure, February 2nd feels like an impossibility, like I had said before. And with the goal of being, let's pick a date tonight so we don't have to keep drawing the community and hundreds of people onto a Zoom on a middle of a Monday night. The question was raised what day would be a day that we could definitively choose that we could just go with tonight. And I said, that would be the day. If people want to suggest an earlier day, I would love to hear, that discussion. If it's an earlier day, though, I think it would require us getting together and having a discussion. I think it's just something we're trying to avoid. So to me, that April date feels like at least some of the staff may have one vaccine, maybe two. I know some of them already have two. So in my mind, psychologically, that would provide a lot of relief for the staff. That would provide a lot of relief, I think, for the students who, I think in the emails that I got from the students, there's a lot of anxiety that they don't want to be the one that gets their teacher or their teacher's spouse really sick. That was a predominant message that I got from a lot of the students was, I don't want to be the one that puts, Mrs. So-and-so in the hospital, because I have to carry that, and that's not something that I had to choose. That's something you guys chose. So if you were making me pick a date tonight that addresses the mental health and physical health of the students, but also provides more opportunities for concurrent synchronous learning, which we've launched today, that'll give us some time to see how's that going, what best practices do we learn, so then when we're going 5 days a week, we can make it even better. So if you're making me pick a date tonight, that's how I get there in my mind.
Yeah, I would add to what Sean said, because I agree with that too. But I mean, we just started concurrent learning today, and we just told our staff last week, Friday, that, hey, you might not be in concurrent learning for long. That doesn't feel right. I don't think that was the best timing, and I understand that timing has a lot to do with the position that the board's put you in by keep putting off these dates and not making a final decision. So I don't fault Dr. Ertl, you or your staff for that, but that feels better to me. They have time to go through the concurrent learning. They have time to process this. They know a future date of when they're going to be ready. If they get vaccinated, great. If they don't, then at least they're ready and prepared to do that. So that just feels a lot more right to me. But also, I'd ask, and I hope, we can have the conversation. What benefits? Because let's spin that around. What benefits do we gain by going back February 2nd? For sure, that we know that we wouldn't in April. We don't know. We don't know the effects of concurrent learning. We don't know 100% that being back in 5 days a week is going to solve our failure rate. We know that mental health issues are going to persist, whichever mode we're in. So if you and the staff feel strongly that February 2nd is going to have a dramatic impact on our students, and I'm more than willing to hear that, but I haven't heard that tonight, and I don't understand what that would be. But if I'm missing something, I'm certainly willing to hear it.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. I also go back to, we provided 3 choices for families. And one was WVA, the other one was TOSA Connected, the other one was phase into learning. And I think it was with all intentional speed to get back to phase, to 5 days. And I think if we're saying, because, that's why I'm asking if we're recommending like February 2nd, that's with all intents. Like, that's moving. We want to get it done. I think we can get there. I think we can be successful with it. But if we're going to delay it further, I'm asking, what do you need from me to not delay it that long? But what are the specific questions? If it's what lunch looks like, do we need diagrams drawn up? Do we need traffic patterns? Tell me what you need. We'll get it for you. And this is not directed to you, it's Steve. I know you're on the screen. This is to the board. Be specific with me. Tell me what you need. I'll do whatever it is to make this happen, because I feel like I don't want to slow down that goal that we set to get back 5 days a week for those people that choose that. So I want to keep. I said enough. It's kind of where I'm trying to figure out what the board would need to get those students back.
I can quickly and easily give you my answer, but it might be different than others. I don't need the operational diagrams and the lunch. I think our staff will figure that out, and our principals are all over this kind of stuff. I don't personally need that detail. I don't fault any board member that does, however. If you want a point blank easy answer, it's you need to have your staff supported in. And at the moment, we don't, from our point of view, my point of view, I shouldn't say our, my point of view, correspondence we've had with staff is they're not behind February 2nd. So if you can get your staff to support it before April, I'm willing to have the conversation, but we're not there right now as far as I can tell. So that's my quick and easy answer.
Steve, I don't disagree with what you're saying. I think the staff needs to be as ready as they can be psychologically and emotionally to do this well. I'm reflecting back to August, where there was a very large push to remain virtual all year. That would have been a mistake. What I've heard on the medical panel conversations is the view of, knowing what we know now, we would have been well advised to return to 5 days a week as we had planned after 2 weeks in hybrid in September. We didn't know any of this then. I'm confident in our process. I'm confident in the folks advising us. And when I asked staff today for kind of creative solutions, and some folks actually said, well, what about fourth quarter? I said, would you support and be comfortable and commit to coming back fourth quarter? The answer is no. It was consistently no. I think whenever we pick, the staff will be uncomfortable in some cases, and that's okay, because their primary responsibility is for their own health and well-being. I don't begrudge anyone for that. What is creating a great deal of anxiety for me, and I think the board and district needs a plan, and Ms. Fraley talked about this early on. If we wait this long, I believe that we are leaving a lot of opportunities for learning and engagement of students on the table. And I think we need a really big plan over the next 2 years. And I've often heard that folks saying students are falling behind. I don't buy into that. I do believe that students are struggling, in some cases failing, and in some cases not learning, and we might be losing them. And that keeps me up at night. So if this is where we land, and I would vote for this, and I would vote for something in between this and the second, then I think we need to hear and know. I brought up the idea of, do we keep rolling through summer? That's not palatable to our staff. If we are to center student learning and success, if it is an opt-out until students are ready to move on to the next grade level to be successful, to graduate, what do we need to do to get students to that place? And I'm deeply concerned that we need to hold both of those things. And so I don't think tonight's the night we're going to solve that problem, but I think we need to sit and grapple with it, just as every other district in the country is. And I feel like that's a long ways off, and I don't know qualitatively and quantitatively what's going to change now between now and then. And I don't believe that teachers are going to just feel better then than they feel now. But we're going to give them a chance to talk about it in about 2 minutes. Any last things? We'll come back to the board. I want to keep us really focused on the sense of prioritizing the health and safety of our teachers and students is important. Advocating for your health and safety as a teacher or as a student is valuable. We have to hear that. We have to do everything we can to hold that. And there is a cost in not going back sooner if it's as safe. And I think our medical advisory panel articulated, and we've got data that there does not seem to be substantial variation in terms of, what I heard was, I'm not clear that there's significant greater risk right now if we address some of the issues that have been brought up tonight
if we're in 5 days than if we're in hybrid. There's going to be more quarantining. We're not clear if that's going to affect our staff. Thank you. One of the things I asked for tonight was to really think of creative solutions. I think we're doing that. I want us to also think about the creative solution of, and maybe we're there, maybe concurrent learning's it. How do we hold that piece of it too? And I want to make sure we come back to that as a board and grapple with that after we hear from the community. Jamie, I think we've got 12 hands raised virtually. There's 282 people still online. I'm going to guess that number is about to shoot up. Well, look, there it goes. We've got some people here. We also may have some students, and I'd like to start with the students.
Yeah, Dr. Jessup Anger, one of the hands raised is the Montessori gym downstairs, and apparently there's half a dozen students down there, I believe, that want to speak as well.
Let's get them on first, because if we can get them, if they so choose, to be able to speak their perspective and to be able to head home to be ready for school tomorrow, I'd like to prioritize that.
They can only come in one at a time, though.
Well, they weren't able to speak.
No, they're not. They're not going to come in. There's a mic down there for them to speak.
As a reminder to everyone in the community, the board during our community comment is here to listen. It is completely fine and appropriate to advocate for your position. I hope everyone does so respectfully. That you're able, no matter the side, that you're able to look at this in a complex manner, recognizing that it is essential that we hold the health and well-being of our teachers as central and absolutely that's got to be center. And we have to hold at the center student success, learning, mental health, and well-being. And there is no clear path. So we are happy to listen to your perspectives. It is totally appropriate to push us and to challenge us and to share your perspective. And I ask that you do so in a way that is respectful. If when you get on whether you're here in person or communicating via Zoom, if you can introduce yourself, share your address, and then you have 3 minutes.
Okay, so just to be clear, Dr. Jessup Anger, you want us to go through the students in the gym first, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Jeremy, the Montessori gym is now live. Please have the students come up one at a time, state their name and address, and then they'll have the microphone.
Hi, my name is Olivia Pelzik, and I'm a senior at Tosa West. My senior year has been stolen from me by this pandemic, and I want nothing more than to go back to school in person 5 days a week. But this is not about what I, other students, parents, or the school board wants. This is about what's safest for students and their families. If the board votes yes on this motion, that tells me that they understand the risks, but are not willing to take the steps to protect me or my classmates. I understand that a 5-day in-person instruction has been successful for elementary schools, but those students are contained in the same classroom the entire day. In secondary school, students come in contact with a much larger number of people, passing each other in hallways and sitting in different classrooms during the day. The majority of teachers and many students feel that returning to school 5 days a week in person is a huge safety risk. And the school board is not the ones attending school, they are. The CDC recommends 6 feet of distancing to reduce the risk of COVID transmission, and this is impossible to accommodate at our school. If, with that knowledge, the school board votes for 5-day in-person instruction, people will get sick and people will die. And that blood is on the hands of the school board. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Maggie Heitkemper, and as a concerned student from Wauwatosa West High School, I do not feel comfortable going back to school with twice as many students at this point during the pandemic. Social distancing is my biggest issue, as class sizes double and there isn't enough space to spread out students, staff, and teachers. With a hybrid model, I feel it is just adequate to meet the guidelines. not to mention walking in the hallways, which students do 10 times throughout the day, and eating lunch where students have to take off their masks. Middle and high school age students generally have more freedom outside of school than elementary age students, and often sometimes don't make the best choices regarding social distancing. I know it is happening, and it only takes one person to spread the virus to many others. With this in mind, and considering the school is not big enough for social distancing with double the students, continuing with the hybrid model is a more pragmatic approach to limit risk and still have at least some contact with teachers in a safe manner. Finally, teachers see a large number of students from both cohorts each week. They are most at risk for having a more serious case if it is contracted. I think it would be more considerate to wait until teachers and staff have an opportunity to be vaccinated before a decision like this. You would be forcing the teachers to accept a potentially unsafe conditions at work. As for quarantines, with going back 5 days, we would expect 2 to 3 times more, each having 4 to 5 times more people. How does that improve the learning environment? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Margaret Fossbender, and I'm a student at Wauwatosa West. I'd like to address some of my thoughts I have with the plan being debated. Walking through the Fisher building, you can see chairs spaced 6 feet apart. All people in the building are wearing their masks and remain as COVID safe as possible. The meeting is held over Zoom since large gatherings can lead to mass infection. To me, the school board meeting that is considering a 5-day-a-week in-person learning model displays total hypocrisy. Why is the school board prioritizing their safety, but when it comes to students and teachers, they couldn't care less? As a student, I do not feel safe going back to fully in-person model. A 5-day-a-week in-person model would make social distancing utterly impossible. Already, my AP Statistics class of 12, nearly all the seats are taken. Although we are told that we are sitting 6 feet apart, it would be a huge stretch to say that all the desks are actually spaced to social distancing guidelines. While teachers are trying to adjust to the new social norms, staying socially distanced and COVID safe with a school full of 500 students is not realistic, nevertheless 1,000 students. While there is an option to learn online, it is not possible for me to learn this way without changing my whole schedule and eliminating half of my classes that I already have a semester credit of. Additionally, we have to take in consideration the mental strain that can come with online learning. Why should we have to choose between our safety and our well-being? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ella Brewer, and I'm a senior at Tosa West High School. Tonight, I will be addressing the concerns of the student and faculty body regarding full in-person learning for 5 days a week. Being a senior, I did not expect my last year of high school to end up like this. I envisioned packed football stadiums, homecoming pep rallies, and all the other lasts that I would get to celebrate alongside some of my best friends. But alas, COVID-19 brought these exciting expectations to an end. However, even though these moments were stripped away from me, I came to the realization that there were much bigger and more drastic effects as a result of the pandemic. While I may lose a school dance, someone else might lose their life. It feels superficial to hold on to these things when you put it in a perspective of life or death. The sad reality is that going in person 5 days a week will not bring back the school community of which it is intent. Students have voiced their opinions about how the inability to follow CDC protocols will cause them even more stress, and faculty members are concerned for the safety of themselves and their own families. Isn't it ironic how the in-person model is brought to the table with the objective of easing learning while it will do just the opposite? I understand wanting school to return to a normal schedule. I can safely say that all students and teachers ideally want this as well, but currently it just isn't feasible. With cases rising to over 500,000 in Milwaukee County alone and the death number reaching over 1,000, our community should not create a school environment that will contribute to the spread. Making the choice to continue TOSA connected alongside phase into learning is not only the wisest, but also the most efficient way to keep students in school and teachers' health protected. On behalf of the overwhelming majority of the students and staff in the Wauwatosa School District, I encourage you all to sympathize with our wishes and keep the online and hybrid learning models in our schools.
Hello, my name is Isabel Marjorie, and I am a junior at Wauwatosa East High School.
As of January 24th, 2021, 420,000 Americans have died of coronavirus. When I checked this number just 2 days ago, the death toll was 3,000 less what it is now. The Wauwatosa School District's proposal to bring secondary students back to school 5 days a week at a time when COVID cases continue to rise is not only irresponsible, it is short-sighted and careless. It is also disrespectful to those who have lost their lives and to those who have lost family members due to COVID-19. The thought that the Wauwatosa School District will send students back to school 5 days a week when there are inadequate distancing protocols is extremely irresponsible. The CDC is constantly recommending 6 feet of distance. How can it be expected for us to return to school and feel safe when we have less than 3 feet in between ourselves and our peers? There are many Tosa School District families who have underlying medical issues within their family. From battling cancer to having cystic fibrosis, it is irresponsible to expect students to return to school and possibly kill their loved ones with compromised immune systems by giving them the virus. The headlines are constantly full of news of teachers dying from the coronavirus. It is disheartening and tragic to hear. Our teachers should not have to choose between a paycheck or keeping their families safe. The CDC says that the highest risk method of school is having teachers and students engage entirely in face-to-face learning with students switching classrooms. The fact that the Wauwatosa School District is planning to go against what the CDC recommends is immoral and stomach-churning. In a poll that asked students of the district whether they would feel safe and comfortable going back to school 5 days a week, 84% of students said no. Shouldn't the school board weigh the thoughts and concerns of the students and educators more than the thoughts of parents in the community? If the Wauwatosa School District sends students back to school 5 days a week, students will no longer have to worry about who they will sit with at lunch. Instead, they can shift their worries towards getting COVID and killing their family members and friends with underlying health issues. As Socrates once said, quote, "The secret of change is to focus all of your energy, not on fighting the old, but on building the new," end quote. The Wauwatosa School District needs to realize that in order to fight this virus, we must adapt to the time and focus on the best possible solution for these challenging times. Clearly, the best possible solution is one that doesn't jeopardize the health, safety, and well-being of its students, educators, and staff. We must move forward together by keeping each other safe. Thank you for listening.
Pause for a moment, and I'm going to ask that we tone down the rhetoric, that we are careful with data. Items like the case rates are going up is simply inaccurate and false. That data has been available on our dashboard. So I would ask that we be really, really careful when there is specific data available, and that we again hold as students, as community, as staff members, that this is a complex decision and situation, and that there is no right answer here. But the rhetoric that I'm hearing right now, I'm not sure is going to help us move forward on all sides of this discussion.
That was the last student in the gym. So did you want to move into anybody in the room, or should I do people online first?
Let's go through a handful of folks who are kind of virtual, and then I'll give folks who are in the room up here kind of an opportunity if they'd like to speak, and then we'll go through the rest of the virtual folks.
Okay, Lisa Wood, you have the microphone. Please state your name and address.
Lisa Wood, 6175 Washington Circle. I don't know if everyone was on the medical advisory panel meeting on January 21st, but we heard the following. Dr. Ertl indicated that the failure rate of students was about double. I know additional information was provided today. He indicated that the district has a lot of kids that are struggling and that the failure rate are, to quote him, concern the heck out of me. They concern the heck out of me as well. Dr. Richer indicated that based on the mental health codes for patients seen in his office in Wauwatosa alone, there's been a 110% increase in depression and a 43% increase in anxiety in children. Just yesterday, there was an article in the New York Times that Las Vegas reopened schools because they had 18 suicides over the 9-month shutdown, with the youngest student being 9 years old. We're talking about a risk-benefit analysis. I'm fairly certain that everyone believes from an educational perspective, our students need to be in school 5 days a week. The question being asked today is it safe? During the medical advisory panel meeting on the 21st of January, Ann Christensen indicated she couldn't say if it was safe to go back to school because there's still some risk. I would argue there will always be some risk. There is a risk of school shootings. There's There's a risk my child will get into a car accident on the way to the school. Yet we send our children to school, not because there's no risk, but because we know the benefits outweigh the risks. Right now, 31 school districts have decided that the benefits outweigh the risk. I don't understand how Wauwatosa is different. The medical panel indicated that we should not wait for the vaccine. They also indicated that there isn't student-to-teacher spread. Waiting until the fourth quarter, waiting for basically having 8 weeks of in-person school, going more than a year without 5 days a week in person is detrimental to the students. Kids are struggling. They're struggling from an educational perspective, a psychological perspective, and a social perspective. I have a junior at Wauwatosa East. He is struggling. There are days that he tells me, I just can't do this anymore. He wants to give up, and he is not alone. We've heard from several students, but I can tell you from my son and his peers, they want to be back in school. They're not afraid. They want to be in school where they can learn, and they will have less anxiety being in school. If not now, then when? There will never be a perfect time during the school year when there's no risk. Please vote to save our children by putting them back in school 5 days a week. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Craig Vermeulen. You have the microphone. Please state your name and address. Craig Vermeulen. You have the microphone. Please state your name and address.
My name is Craig Vermeulen. I live at 5830 West Wells Street. I have a daughter who's a junior at Wauwatosa East. Prior to going into the pandemic, she was a 3.9 grade point average student. She's still a 3.9 grade point average student. During the pandemic, I can tell you she has anxiety for going back to school because she lives in a household with someone with diabetes. But some of the things I want to question is everyone talks about the vaccine in phase 1B. As of today, actually through Milwaukee County, phase 1B is not going to be going on or starting until March. So if the discussion is regarding vaccines and teachers, that's not even going to start until March. But two, as a student, she is very, very concerned about going back to school with all the kids together. With the protocols and everything else at Tosa East, and everything's been going great. But I will say, as you guys talk about contact tracing, it's not very good. She has been part of the contact tracing and has been put into quarantine, and we have not been notified about the quarantine until a day before she's supposed to go back to school with the 2 weeks. So when you talk about the quarantine and the contact tracing and going back to school with a negative test, or at the end of the time period, we're not being notified of her quarantine until right before the end of the 2 weeks when she can go back to school. So when everyone comes back to school and everyone's there, how is the contact tracing going to get any better? Because it's been, at best, lackluster at this point. Some of the other things that come to mind, you talked about North Carolina. I actually have family members that live in North Carolina. The majority of North Carolina, other than maybe the 11 school districts that you guys talked about in your study, is all virtual. And I know that because I have multiple family members that live throughout the whole state of North Carolina.
Craig, sir, you have 30 seconds.
Okay. Well, I actually agree with Sean in that we should wait until the start of the fourth semester before kids go back to school 100%. So those are my thoughts.
Next is Jill Guttormson. You have the microphone. Please state your name and address.
Good evening. This is Jill Guttormson. I'm at 9528 Beverly Place. First, I want to thank the students that came on. I appreciate their engagement and their research and their well-spoken words that they shared with us. I would like to recognize a few challenges that have come up for me tonight, and I've been listening from when the Scientific Advisory Board came on. And I've heard a few people say that the Medical Advisory Board has recommended that our students go back 5 days a week. And that is not at all what I heard. I heard that there was not enough evidence for them to recommend for or against students going back 5 days a week. And I also would say, looking at that data, it appears that there's a much higher risk to send our high school students back than even our middle school, and certainly than our elementary school students. So when the words recommended by the Medical Advisory Board are used, I would strongly disagree that that is what our Medical Advisory Board has done. I also would like to push back. I have students in phase into learning. And I agreed to do that because I trusted the school board to listen to the medical advisory panel. I did not do that because I assumed that we would go back 5 days a week. In fact, I assumed that we might never get back to 5 days a week based on the way COVID was looking going into the fall. Currently, we're at the exact same numbers that we were at in September, October, when we chose to stay hybrid in our district. And yes, those numbers are trending down, but we all know that the trends don't last. And I don't understand the push to hurry in to 5 days a week. I also have heard that we will be distancing students 3 feet. I don't know where that guideline or recommendation is coming from. All of the guidelines from the CDC say 6 feet of distancing with masks in place. There is no 3 feet guidelines. The part that has me very concerned and challenged is that some of our students are failing, and it's our at most at-risk students. And my heart is broken that we can't both keep ourselves safe from a public health standpoint and meet the needs of those students. I would suggest that we give this concurrent learning a chance. My student just told me that she has been the most productive she has been in this first day of concurrent learning. And I would suggest that we give that a bit of a chance and let them do that for a while, and then look to move, if numbers continue to trend down, look to move to 5 days a week going into March or further out. So thank you for listening.
Jamie, let's do 2 more and then we'll take anybody who has comments in the room.
Okay, next is Taylor Richards. Please state your name and address.
Hi, my name is Taylor Richards. I'm a teacher at Wauwatosa West High School. I, along with Patty Kong, helped to organize the Staff of Color Affinity Group. Our group has put together a short statement on this topic that I will read for you now. You claim sending students back for 5 days a week is for the benefit of students of color, students with disabilities, and students living in poverty. But you have failed to address specific ways to keep our most marginalized students safe. The pandemic is not creating educational inequities. It is merely highlighting our previous inequities. Suddenly going back to school for 5 days a week presumes privilege. It presumes that school or work is the most important thing in your life above safety. It presumes that you have access to adequate medical care and unbiased doctors. It presumes that you have enough paid time off to take care of yourself and your family. It presumes that you have the financial resources to make a decision solely based on health. It's easy to use the word equity to get people behind your cause. Equity is about making sure everyone gets what they need. But are you listening when staff and students of color are telling you what we need? Who are we listening to? Whose voices matter? Who is driving this very entitled and privileged decision, assuming that this is the best for all of our families and students in the Wauwatosa School District? A culture of equity is not a catchphrase. It's a commitment to have the hard conversations and make the hard decisions based on the needs that marginalized populations have identified. We are the marginalized population, and we are saying we need safety. 5 days a week is not safe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Troy Seabrook. You have the microphone. Please state your name and address. Troy Seabrook, you have the microphone.
Jamie, let's move on. This is an opportunity right now for anybody who's in the room. If you'd like to speak, I'm not planning on coming back to the room, so this is the time that we're going to go through everybody else who's virtual.
I can get up in front of 100 students and be fine, but adults is a whole nother thing. I am Catherine Castleton. I'm a teacher at Longfellow. I want to start by thanking Dr. Larson for always being a sounding board and have an open door to listen. So when I speak, I just want to be very clear that I felt supported by him through this experience. I'm going to take it back to August as quickly as I can in the 3-minute time. Knowing that I was high risk with a pregnancy and the complications that come with COVID and pregnancy, I put my name in for TOSA Connected right away and was ready to go. And that dissolved. And somehow I got lost in the shuffle and was being pushed back in the classroom. My doctor signed ADA request for virtual was denied, and I was given the choice of either a leave without pay or the risk of being in the classroom. I couldn't afford the leave without pay. So I've been in the classroom, which has been scary enough with 13 to 14 students at a time. If we go back full in person, I will have up to 30 people in my classroom. And my classroom is about a fourth the size of the room we're in right now. It won't be 3 feet. It will be shoulder to shoulder. There will be 2 students at a table smaller than this one. We will be crammed into that room. It's not safe for them and it's not safe for me. And so when we talk about social distancing and some of those factors, it's not possible right now going full in person. And I just ask that, talking to colleagues that are also in the classroom because they don't have any other choice, they need to be working, but are also high risk. There's a lot of fear right now in the staff and the colleagues that I've talked to, extreme fear. We want to be in the classroom 5 days a week with our students. That is what we love. And that's what we, hope for. And that's what we, doing all the projects and things that we've done in the past that we can't do in this model. But the safety and being able to walk away from this alive is more important. I just ask that you give the concurrent learning a chance. I had 100% attendance today in concurrent learning. And I was able to get students from cohort A and cohort B interacting with each other with new peers. And so I just really ask that you give that a chance for mental health and academic achievement. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Eric Peterson, 12016 West Hadley Street.
take heart, be strong, and of good courage. So thank you to the board. I concur with the assessment of the concurrent learning. It is a good step forward, and I appreciate that big step. I know that was difficult. So I think we're at a point now where Brookfield students, a few blocks away, have had about 80 days of in-person instruction, and TOSA about 30. So my son's competing with those same students, some of his friends from Brookfield, for the same spots at University of Wisconsin-Madison, etc. And that's tough. I know the emotional toll on students who were struggling before going to hybrid. They were lonely and they were afraid. They are really lonely and afraid in hybrid. I've talked to some of the students from some of those areas like gay, lesbian, and trans, and they've told me how hard it's been. How hard it's been in hybrid to connect with anybody, partly because of the pandemic, but also because they're just not around there enough of the students. Freshmen that came in and didn't know anybody, students of varied socioeconomic backgrounds or race. It's difficult. It's difficult for these students to make connections and to really have a good high school career. And I appreciate moving towards in-person to help those students. And then I'll bring up another tough area, teenage girls. It's tough for them. So emotional strains, right? But also academic. So students aren't getting the group work they used to get. They're not getting the face-to-face instruction. They're being asked to read on their own. I talked to a couple of students over the weekend that were saying, it's just so hard to open a textbook. Instead of having in-person instruction, open a textbook when you're at home and you have all these distractions competing. And this was a good student that was otherwise doing really well. And they can't get help. My son talked about just if he has a quick question he wants to ask, he has to make an appointment for a teacher to meet on a Wednesday afternoon. There's 3 emails that go back and forth before he finally can have an appointment to have a couple questions answered. Yeah, that normally he could have just gotten answered 30 seconds in the room. So obviously there's health issues, there's fear of the unknown, but we have to take heart. We have to be strong and have good courage. Obviously the safest thing with respect to the virus is for all of us to stay home in our bedrooms and lock the door, right? My church is reopening, and although it's scary, the leadership board voted. We'll give the congregation an option to be virtual or in person. We're going to educate the congregation. We're going to enforce our policies. Eric, you're at time. I'm out of time. Thank you for the opportunity, and thanks for pushing for it in person.
Good afternoon, Dr. Earl, members of the board. This is Joe McLeod from 772 North 116th Street. As you are aware, I'm very passionate about this issue about getting our students back in class, and I will keep this civil and respectful. I had very much hoped that tonight would be the last time that I have to be at this fight in order to address this issue. The time has come to get our students back in class 5 days a week. We can no longer keep pushing this matter off and off and off. We have had time since before the school year started to prepare ourselves to get to this point. The objective, as stated, was to go back to 5-day-a-week in-person learning. Dr. Ertl has made this quite clear. However, for some reason, this board keeps finding reasons or excuses to keep postponing and preventing that from happening. We need to clearly make a decision to make that happen. Our staff, which I definitely appreciate, especially those that have concerns or have issues that should have been addressed in relation to it. Our staff that do not have medical issues or particular reasons why they cannot be back in class, however, need to be back in class. It seems like we have an abundance of procedures or reasons why staff should be given priority over our students. It shouldn't happen. We've talked about the vaccine. It seems like we want to now wait until our teachers get vaccinated. Again, this has been addressed by Dr. Nolan and the board. This cannot happen. We talked to some of the students about their concerns and, going back to class. However, there's going to be challenges no matter what, and we need to do it. We're not going to have an ice cream social so that everyone can, meet one another. We're not going to be able to do this, in parts as far as that's concerned. Some of the students that have spoken tonight, I am aware of them, and they have not been just socially isolating and protecting themselves while at home. They have been gathering with friends in groups at times.
Joe, you have 30 seconds.
Thank you, Eric. The time has come. We can no longer push this on. We have 2 board members who have, well, at least one has stated that he has concerns about being out in social places, and one other one that has not shown up for one single meeting, making decisions for our students. There's obvious biases in this case. They should recuse themselves of any vote. This vote needs to take place tonight. February 2nd is not unreasonable. If we need another week,
Joe, you're
no
in time.
longer, we need to do this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to make public comment? Jamie, we will just continue to work our way through the virtual attendees.
Okay. Everyone, I'm sorry.
I know we've got about 19 folks who would like to speak. I'm going to check in with the board at 12:30 and again at 12:45 to kind of see where we're at. And we'll get through. Don't feel that you need to take the whole 3 minutes, but the 3 minutes is yours.
Okay, Berwin Ostrenga, you have the microphone. State your name and address, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I'm Bryn Ostrenga, and I live at 9812 West Palmetto Avenue. I just wanted to start by saying some of the things that were disheartening to hear tonight so that I can end on a positive note. I'd like to address the fact that Dr. Erdl said that 79% of the parents chose phase in, knowing what risks they would take, but also wanted to point out that it wasn't necessarily a choice that parents made. It's that they didn't necessarily have any other viable option. I also wanted to say that it was just kind of feels like safety has been thrown out the window when you say that you have 66% of positive cases that you're unsure of where they came from. It was disheartening. I listened with a heavy heart as the teachers and their risks and their challenges and their concerns kind of seemed to shift to the wayside. It's also hard to listen to how all the solution falls again on the school staff to pick up more slack. I appreciate that the board seems to be more concerned about that tonight in contrast to other meetings. I wanted to use the rest of my time to give a shout out to all the teachers for everything they've put into this absolutely impossible school year. I have a couple special shout outs from the Ostrenga family for the teachers and other staff who have truly been our girls' saving grace. Miss Cheng, Miss Krenzler, Miss Condon, Miss Grice, Miss Rosenstein, Mr. Radomski, Miss Thusius, Mr. Hoffman, Mr. Feschiner, Miss Lucy Jones, and Mr. Lund have all had a huge impact on our family, and I appreciate them greatly, as well as other staff.
Thank you. That was beautiful that you were able to do that.
Okay. Tia Mahaksi, you have the microphone. Please state your name and address.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
So I'm Tia Mahasi and I'm at 2458 North 83rd Street. And I'm super tired, so I'm really sorry if I don't make a whole lot of sense. But I also teach at Longfellow. And I mostly wanted to, I've been listening this whole entire time, and I mostly wanted to call in just to get clarification and on the rationale for this super quick turnaround for the February 2nd date. I want to say that even when Sean suggested the fourth quarter thing, it was like the skies opened, like just the thought of like, oh, hey, like they're listening and maybe this other potentially better thing could possibly happen. Because for me, I teach an allied arts class, so I have a lot of different considerations. I have an every other day class, which right now I actually only see my students once a week in person. So just that quick turnaround would impact me in like a really, and my other allied arts colleagues in just a disproportionately negative way. To be able, and of course, then again, that affects our students. So it's not all about us. It's how it affects our students, of course. I teach, so right now I actually teach 20 separate classes. Third trimester, when it changes, I will teach 22 separate classes with the cohorts. But even given all of that, and now adding in concurrent, which was hard, even with all of that and adding that in, I think it's like, it would still be safer to not, of course it would be easier to go back 5 days, but it's not about ease, it's about safety. And so it feels like, it's like, yes, we're dry because we have the umbrella, but now it's like we're wanting to throw the umbrella away, but the storm is still raging. Like, why would we do that? I would just feel awful being complicit in putting my students at that risk. I would have classes of 30 students and I would see, 6 classes a day. And so it's their risk in mine. And also I just wanted to add that today with concurrent learning, I did see student engagement that I hadn't seen before with asynchronous learning. So I really would like to give that a shot. It's really hard, but I saw it and I saw it maybe kind of work, and I want to see how that goes. And also thank you to all of the students who spoke, and Taylor and Katie for sharing their perspectives, because I think it's really important to see all these perspectives.
Ms. Mohasi, we need to move on.
Yep.
There's 2 students whose names I recognize on the list, and there may be others. Can I actually make a request? Can everybody who is not a student, can you put your hand down? And I'd like to call the students so that they can get to bed, and then put your hand back up.
Dr. Jessup Anger, could I ask if we could, I think as a board, we've exhausted our questions for the medical panel. Is there any chance we could tell them, thank you for your service, and if they want to drop off, go ahead? I think we can agree that there's probably not any questions left for them to answer. At least I hope we can. I think literally some of them might be saving lives tomorrow. So I think it would be great if we could dismiss them if everyone's okay with that. Certainly they're welcome to stay if they want. But.
Yep, I'm fine with it, Mr. Dunn. Does anyone have any concerns with that as a board? Okay, so you're welcome to stay, but you're also welcome to leave. Thank you all. Okay.
So
Jamie,
we'll pick it up again, yeah?
And then once we get through this, folks, we've got these 7, and then we'll go back and I'll ask everybody else to raise hands.
Okay, Adam, you have the microphone. State your name and address. Adam, are you there?
Hello, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I apologize, Dr. Jessup, but I've been waiting just as long as the high school students. I'm not a high school student. I live on 26.
Did we want to continue with this or no?
Oh, happy to come back to Adam, but we're going to let the high school students go first.
Okay.
Adam's welcome to talk, but he will be the last speaker tonight if we get to him.
Okay, so just so everyone's aware moving forward that if you're not a high school student, I will mute you until the students are done. Alicia Bartz, you have the microphone. Please state your name.
Hello. My name is actually Maddie Bartz. I'm a student
at Tosa East, and I live at 1421 North 69th Street. I'm a junior at Tosa East, and I'm taking 3 AP courses this year: AP Calculus, AP Chemistry, and AP Language. And I have found it very difficult to teach myself chemistry and calculus. And I just think that with ACTs and AP exams approaching, we need that extra push to get that 5 days in person. It's really, really hard to teach yourself AP Calculus at home with virtually only instruction 2 days a week. I mean, the concurrent is better, but I think 5 days a week is good, and it will be a lot better. And Mr. Rowland, I think that your proposal for the quarter is great, but keep in mind that AP tests are almost a month after that. So that's only a month more of instruction before AP tests, and ACTs are in March. So then we're not getting any more instruction before those dates that we need that instruction to be able to pass the AP exams. And we see these surrounding schools doing it. And I really think we can do it. And I don't see how we can know anything more in the future that we don't know now. We know the data now, but I don't know what we're going to know. What are we going to know on the quarter that we don't know now? I think now is the time to do so. And if we don't want to do it February 2nd, I think that's totally acceptable. But I think we need to do it sometime this month. Like, to me, going back on the quarter is just not making a difference as far as like AP exams that are going to be just a month after. But I think we just need to make a decision. But thank you so much for what you guys have been doing. So thank you.
Thank you.
Jack Stewart, you have the microphone. State your name and address, please.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, my name is Jack Stewart, and I'm a senior at East High School. I live at 2655 North 72nd Street. I apologize if I get a little choked up, but I wanted to address my concerns about the plans the school board has moving forward. I think the rhetoric I'm hearing of intention from many of the school board members of the idea that the safety of students and teachers is the message that we should be sending, but I don't believe that that follows through in the actions that are being taken. As the medical board has stated, they cannot conclusively say that it is safe for us to go back to 5 days a week in person. And they estimated that we will have double the number of students in quarantine, which even what I saw based on what the nurses said, they estimated a quadruple increase in the number of students quarantined per positive case. I don't see how it's safe, especially when we're expected to be less than 6 feet apart with masks off during lunches. I know that many of the school members have suggested that we find creative solutions to that, but I have full faith that our secondary school principals have been doing everything they can to make the best solution, and they cannot create space out of thin air in order for these students to have safe social distancing. Additionally, I'm a student who has taken, by the time I've graduated, 11 AP courses and multiple college level classes. And I can confidently say that the level of what we're being taught is not significantly less than it was in past years. If anything, for me, I find it much easier to manage my coursework within the models we have currently, especially with, as the mental health presentation addressed, the best solutions to prevent mental health problems within youth is breaks and a lack of stress from COVID. And if we are expecting students to go back 5 days a week, 7 hours a day, along with extracurriculars, jobs, and familial responsibilities that they've been forced to take on during this pandemic, I don't at all see how they are expected to manage those concerns. And truthfully, I am very worried about losing people who matter to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Jonathan Elwell. Please state your name and address. You have the microphone.
Hello. My name is John Koch. I am a junior at Wauwatosa East High School. My address is 1514 St. Charles Street. And I would, where to start? Around a mental health thing, there was a big deal about mental health, and a lot of students bring up how they're incredibly stressed about going back 5 days a week after months, almost a year of being told we shouldn't be that close around people. And for adults that are our authorities to just go right around and say, nope, you're going around, or you're going into a room with like 30 other people, not socially distanced, is incredibly stressful and incredibly emotionally just strange and awful. And if you really care about mental health, that should mean something to you. And around like mask wearing, that isn't being totally enforced. There are dozens of kids that have their mask below their nose, and it's not being enforced. So I have no trust that you will enforce it when there's double the amount of people in school. So to put that amount of people in danger is reckless, and I'm not a fan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lucy Hildebrand. You have the microphone. Please state your name and address.
Lucy Hildebrand, 1566 Martha Washington Drive. I don't think that going back to school 5 days a week is really a safe option right now. I don't think it's fair to the teachers and students that have parents, teachers, spouses, children that have health issues. I know that a lot of my teachers have health issues too. And like, I really do love my teachers. They are the ones that make school, and having them gone, period, for any amount of time would be, I think, horrible. It would not help school. I think that having more quarantines is going to be a lot worse, because I know having a 10-day or 2-week quarantine can really throw you off, because a lot of people struggle with doing any assignments, even when they're fully at home, because Zooming into class doesn't really help if you're not, if the teachers aren't really trying to incorporate you into the class. And I think, sorry, I'm looking at my notes, but I went to school today, and I almost every single one of my classes was a lot bigger than it was last semester. I had 16 or 17 kids, and like most of those classes, like I had 3 classes that every single seat was filled. And that just didn't feel safe at all. Like probably like 2 or 3 feet. Lunch, every single table was filled, which was not the same last semester. And I don't know how at East they are going to find places. We have almost all of the small gym taken up, and they need that for rock climbing that I'm doing in like my adventure pursuits class. I don't think that they can use that for lunch. We don't have more room in the learning center. I don't know if they're going to use the hallways or something, but the theater band is in their 5th hour, and so is orchestra. I don't think that is plausible to do lunch in there. And I don't think that a week time of turnaround to get us ready to go back to 5 days a week, I don't think that that's an option, because that's not fair to the teachers to get them to get used to that. And I don't think we're going to be prepared for that in a week at all. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Jackson Vining, you have the microphone. Please state your name and address.
All right. Hello, my name is Jackson Vining. I live on 2546 North 66th Street. I'd like to start this off by saying I do not understand the idea that a few of the members of the medical board have said, where they've said that because the numbers are currently low for COVID with our current plan, that means that we are okay to move on to a different plan. Like, if the numbers are low, that's because the system is working to keep down the COVID numbers. That is not at all an excuse to switch to a different system. Like, I don't understand how that can be used as an argument, and people are just letting that happen. All right. Another thing I'd like to say is that, sorry, I've been sitting here for the last 5.5 hours, and I've been taking notes about this. These are not just numbers. We need to keep in mind that each and every number is a human being that is getting sick, that we are talking about, that we are debating on whether or not, it is valid that they get the protection they deserve. I noticed a point that was brought up earlier that said, I believe it was Dr. Nolan that said, we will not be awful at distancing. We will be awful at distancing. I went to school today. I'm in cohort A, and noticing the lack of space in each classroom is just, with half of the class there, it's insane to think that we would be able to safely fit another one, just double the number of the students in that class. It's impossible. We cannot safely do this. The numbers are going to go up, and people are going to get sick, and people are going to die. And I'd also like to say that the answer to the flaws in our system is not to increase the amount of flaws in our system. The answer to the amount of cases going up is not to increase the amount of people in the area. That is going to increase the cases. That is going to increase the amount of people getting sick. That was already addressed over here. My last point I'd like to say is that in every single class that I was in, it was overwhelming. The idea was overwhelmingly that we should not be going back. I heard this from my teachers. I heard this from my fellow classmates. And it's become more and more evident through every single, well, not every single, obviously, but through each testimony that has been brought up, it has become more and more evident that the people who are in the buildings do not find it safe. So we cannot go on without a set plan. We cannot set this to a release schedule. We need to make sure that we have a fit plan that can safely protect each and one of our staff members and our students. Or this is going to get worse and people are going to lose their lives. Thank you for giving me time.
I'm going to invite other members of the community. Jamie, before I do, can you just jot the names? I know Jackson and Lucy still have their hands up, but they're gone. But let's invite everybody else back to add in. Thank you all for your willingness to let the students in first.
I'm sorry, Dr. Jessipanga. What did you want me to do? Are you there?
Yep. So I was hoping that we could grab the students who are on the list already.
Sure.
And make through them. And then I invited everyone else to rejoin so that we can work through that list for the next 5 minutes.
Yeah. It doesn't quite work that way because the names get all juggled up. I'll try my best. I was actually writing their names down and confirming that they were students before I allowed them on. So Haley Perrin. Unfortunately, Haley, you have an older version of Zoom. I'm going to promote you to panelist. So just be aware your video will be on when you talk. Let's see. Okay, Haley, you have the microphone. Please state your name and address.
My name's Haley Perrin, and I live on 1804 West North Avenue. I'm a freshman at Wauwatosa West, and so far through the year, it has been a challenge, going to a high school and trying to get through during the pandemic. But throughout the school year so far, I've been hearing about school board meetings trying to go back to 5 days a week, or talking about if we are whether extending the hybrid or just going virtual or changing the part of virtual instruction. Now with virtual instruction, through the people I've talked to, many people have lack of motivation. So many people are either not motivated enough to do online work, or they don't understand everything, which can make it harder on people's parts when they're doing finals because of the online part. And going back 5 days can really help people's grades improve more, and we can see those percents that we saw with the people having percentages of having people having at least one F. We can see those go down if we were to go back to 5 days a week. People who signed up for phase into learning, they all knew the risks going into it, and they had a chance to change it because we all knew that we were eventually going to try to go back to 5 days a week. Now, people had a chance to change that back in December, if I remember right, if they wanted to decline or not go through the risks of going back 5 days a week to go to virtual learning. But if people stayed in phase into learning or went into phase into learning, they knew the risks as going into it. Therefore, I believe that we should go back 5 days a week for the sake of motivation, grades, and we have to take risks because we can't really stay this way forever. Like, we eventually have to go back. And yeah.
Haley, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Whoops, I was muted. Rookie mistake. Sarah Gifford, you have the microphone. Please state your name and address.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
My name is Sarah Gifford. I live at 8127 Hillcrest Drive in Wauwatosa. I am a current senior at Wauwatosa East High School, and this senior year has sucked. I definitely did not get the typical senior year experience. However, I would still like us to be in hybrid learning. I'm cohort B, which means that today for concurrent learning, I was Zooming into my classes. And while this was challenging, I think that it is our best option that we have. Going in fully in person is not safe. I don't feel comfortable getting within 3 feet of people, even if we are wearing masks. And I would like to echo some of the other statements made by other students tonight. Students are not wearing their mask, covering both their mouth and nose at all time. Students are wearing gaiters still, which have been proven to be ineffective at stopping the spread of COVID because they are thin. That the masks just need to be better enforced, and the education needs to be better. I would also say that we are in a pandemic. We are not going to learn the same amount of stuff that we would have learned last year. There needs to be a little bit of grace and a little bit of just understanding that this is not a normal school year. We need to adjust our learning goals and our learning plans to make it so that we aren't going to learn the same amount. Students are frustrated at this. But we're frustrated at the pandemic. We're not frustrated at school. The school is the way it is because of the pandemic, and we just need to, it's not a normal year. I would also like to say that many other schools have had a lot of similar failure rates. I looked up an article on the Washington Post, and it says in Maryland, failure rates jumped 6 times for students in math and English. In Texas, more students got Fs this year than ever. So we are not alone in that. A few other day-to-day notes. This seems like a very big rush to go back to fully in person. February 2nd is too close of a date for teachers and students to fully prepare themselves, especially students like me who work during the day. Going along with the lunch protocols, students already do not social distance at lunch. I frequently see more than the recommended amount of students at tables, and that is an issue. The concurrent learning model that we are in right now is difficult, but we still need to give it a shot before determining if we should go fully in person or not. Thank you.
I'll check in with the board. I said I would do this 17 minutes ago and blew right through that timeline. If we listen to everybody, we've got 11 more folks. We're talking 30 minutes. Do we want to continue to listen? Do we want to continue? Do we want to?
I think people have had their hands up. We need to hear them, but I think Jamie needs to write their names down, and no one else gets at it.
Jamie, can you grab the now 13 folks, and that will be our cutoff.
Okay, I'll just need a second here then. I can't stop more people doing it, but yeah, I'll get that done. It's just going to take me a second.
After this conversation, if anyone wants to stick around and learn about the bid process for Longfellow, we'll be taking that up a little bit later. We're down to 12.
Down to 12. All right. Next is, I'll try to go through the ones that I remember as students. Colby Bosel, you have the microphone. Please state your name and address.
Okay, my name is Colby Basil, and I live on 4602 North 107th Street in Wauwatosa. I wasn't going to speak, but based on the other student comments, I've kind of felt the need to. I'm a senior at Tulsa West, and I'm entering my last semester of high school right now. And until this past semester, I've never had a GPA below 3.8, and this past semester I had roughly a 3.4. Virtual learning struggled to teach me kind of the necessary content and skills to test successfully and be successful in a class and limits what you can do. I feel as though being in school more often would allow me to learn better and understand more of the content that is being taught. Also, on the subject of concurrent learning, I feel that it isn't a viable solution to our learning system. I spent the day in concurrent learning being a cohort B member, and it just seemed like kind of pointless. Many of the classes we spent not doing much, or when we were doing instruction, it was hard to pay attention and to focus because of the fact that I had been staring at a screen for so long. And I know the teachers aren't supposed to keep you on for the entire class period, but still many teachers were doing that. And many of the times during the class periods, I felt like I could have just missed the Zooms and I wouldn't have missed out on much. So I just kind of feel like going back to 5 days a week will personally help my grades and make me ready to be sent off to college at the end of this semester, as well as my peers. I signed up to phase into learning expecting to go 5 days a week, originally 2 weeks after the start date of school, and I'm still waiting and hopeful that we go 5 days a week at some point. February 2nd may be too soon. I can understand that the teachers need to adjust, but I also think that the proposed fourth quarter solution isn't giving us enough time left in the school year to really learn successfully.
Thank you.
That's just...
Okay. Okay. The name of Whitney. You have the microphone. Please state your name and address.
Hello, my name is Whitney Neal. I'm at 4188 North 98th Street in Wauwatosa. I have a sophomore at Tosa West. I just have a couple of things to note. One, I'm a parent. I have stayed up late with you all on every single board meeting with the exception of, I think, one this whole school year, listening very intently to everything everybody has to say. And, you know, I do appreciate all the work that everybody's put into this. I do want to make note of Dr. Ertl's assumption that all of us parents who chose phase into learning did it based on a level of risk. That is just not the case. We were, especially for high school kids, we were not given much information about WVA. We weren't given any information about TOSA Connected, what classes were going to be available. We just had to make a decision. And for us, I have a son who is a good student, who has his high school plan in place. We didn't know if he would be able to make things up or what, or how to get credits or what to do. It was a really frustrating time. So I just want to clear that up is, you know, we have stayed home. My family has stayed home for 10 months. We've canceled everything. We have not done anything. My office has been closed.
The only place we go is the grocery store and my son to school 2 days a week. That's it. And so, yeah, we've made a lot of sacrifices. I also just want to note that, you know, if you've watched the news in the last couple of days, you've seen packed bars of maskless patrons cheering on the Packers, yelling in each other's faces. So I don't have a lot of confidence that the community spread is going to stay at the level that it currently is. I like Sean's suggestion of pushing this out to, you know, for 8 weeks or whatever that is, to give us all time to adjust. I mean, this has been a long, very long 10 months. My son's freshman year was ruined because of this. His sophomore year was ruined because of this, but there's still a level of anxiety of going back, this whiplash of every 2 weeks coming to these meetings, not knowing what's going to happen. You know, it's a lot. Please just make a decision, put it out far enough so we can all, as parents and students and teachers, make a plan and prepare ourselves for it. Because right now I'm not prepared, my son's not prepared, and his teachers are definitely not prepared. Thank you.
Jaden, you have the microphone. Please state your name and address. Jaden. Okay, last call. Jaden, you have the microphone. Okay, Lisa Kimpler, you have the microphone. Please state your name and address.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
My name is Lisa. I live at 2456 North 97th Street. I have a son at Wauwatosa West. And I will say that I've been listening to you since before you started talking about the return to school. I think that Dr. Nolan made a reasonable case for safety given the climate that we're in right now, which is total uncertainty. And I have to say that I'm in favor of 5-day school in person. I have a child who has ADHD. He's a freshman, and he's forever at home being tempted by all the distractions that are available to him. As a parent, I can check in on him, but it becomes a daily battle, and I don't want to ruin my relationship with him over it. At the beginning of the school year, we chose the phase into learning at the request of our son. He is an only child, and he was desperately missing his friends, and his grades were suffering greatly from the home learning platform. This was a very tough decision for me. I have a background in science and have spent the majority of my career in virology research. So I know the dangers that are there, and it's frightening to me, but I had to let him have that freedom for mental health reasons. Having said that, I always worried about personal safety and very significantly about the children wearing masks. And my son has made it very clear to me, just even today too, with a friend of his that I pick up from school as well, that there is a lot of kids that don't wear masks. When we chose to put our child in phase into learning, it was on the assumption that that mask would be mandated and that everyone was required to wear them. And that's part of the safety for children. So I'm concerned. I mean, I want them to go back, but I'm concerned if right now kids are getting away with not wearing their masks like they're supposed to, what's going to happen when they're all there? Furthermore, there are concerns at some schools that there isn't enough space for them to have lunch 6 feet apart and to take their masks down at even 6 feet apart makes me nervous. Furthermore, I believe it was the principal from East said that he wasn't sure they could give the space. In addition, if you're going to use non-conventional space for children to eat at, there has to be disinfection protocols in place to make sure that they're safe. Like I said, I want the kids to go back, but why are we rushing this? Let's start off on the right foot. Let's get our protocols in place to make sure that our kids are wearing the right masks, not just the thin fabric ones, and that we're using them properly, and that we have proper protocols in place for disinfection. Why don't we set ourselves up to succeed? How about we compromise, say something early in March, maybe that gives people time to plan
So
and it gives students time to plan and families.
Thank you.
I thank you all for your time, and I appreciate so much what you're doing.
Okay, next is David Keach. Please state your name and address.
Yes, my name is David Keach. I'm a teacher at West High School. My purpose for wanting to speak tonight was to ensure that teachers' perspective and opinions were heard and considered. And so I would definitely want to thank all of the school board members who acknowledged, again, our concerns and our perspective. Just to briefly reiterate, at this point, but if it was a purely educational decision, it would be an easy one. Full-time in-person instruction would be the best option, but unfortunately that's not a purely educational decision. It's just as much a safety and security decision. I do not, many of my colleagues and students do not feel that providing instruction to 5 different groups of 20 to 30 students packed into a room each day is safe. Okay, for us or the students. And the assertion that the transmission rates at school are negligible is not very compelling when you look at our own statistics that show that the source of infection is unknown in 60 to 70% of the cases that have been recorded. So I would just say that rushing back into full in-person instruction next week, when we know that there's continuing community spread with new virus strains, when we know that there's the possibility of at least beginning to get vaccinations for staff and the community, it is not the best option if we're truly prioritizing the safety and security of our students and staff to move back into full 5-day instruction at this time. Thanks for your time.
David, before you go, I have a follow-up question for you. I know we received an email from you and kind of knows a little bit about your role at West. One of the questions I have asked a lot of teachers, and I think you make a compelling argument that I agree with, that in-person instruction is the best way of instructing students. Is there do you feel that you and your colleagues at West, and just speak for yourself, I recognize the second feels too fast. Does the 15th feel like you can be ready to educate students in a 5-day in person? And if not, what about March 1st?
Again, speaking purely for myself at this point, I think the ability to educate and the condition of feeling safe and secure are two separate issues. I'm confident that perhaps by the 15th, probably definitely by March 1st, educationally, teachers would be ready. We'd have it figured out to provide quality instruction, but that wouldn't address the safety concerns that a lot of staff have, given underlying health conditions that they have or health concerns that they have with family members, worrying about bringing it home to their loved ones.
So thank you.
All right. Next is Lisa Kimpler. You have the microphone. Please state your name and address.
I'm sorry, I've already spoken. I will take my hand down. I apologize.
All right. Jill Schmidt, you have the microphone. Please state your name and address.
Good evening. My name is Jill Schmid. I am a teacher at West High School, and I just second many of the thoughts we heard tonight with teachers not feeling safe in this environment. To quote Aiden, it's really nerve-wracking. to go through all aspects of our lives, seeing the socially distanced protocols in place, and then suddenly to find ourselves in a classroom with 20 to 30 students. It really is not safe. It's a major concern, and you've heard much of that. I'd like to address the rest of my time here to the learning perspective and the mental health of students. And I think we know very much so that students thrive with structure and with consistency. And so my plea this point going forward would be to give the concurrent learning a chance, to give it a good, solid chance to let kids get a good, firm, solid footing within that model before we start thinking about changing up again. And to that end, I like Sean's idea of after spring break. And I also just spent a lot of time today thinking about our vision of a graduate, the Wauwatosa School District's policy. And I look at that vision, and so many of the aspects of that vision our students have been able to meet head on this year. And it's hard for us to quantify this within grades for certain. But when we read about growth mindset and students feeling flexible, adapting to change, learning how to work hard and grow and improve, the vision states in student language, I am able to work in a different environment to complete or move a task forward. I think that our students have done amazing work with that. And that's something that we should commend the students for. We should all be working together on that vision of a TOSA graduate, and we can do so safely. And I appreciate the thoughts that are going into a consistent structure, allowing us to be safe with one another within the building. And that's it. Thanks so much for listening.
Thank you.
Next is Troy. Troy, you have the microphone. Please state your name and address.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Troy Seabrook, 4556 North 107th Street. A couple things I just want to say real quick. I'll try and stay within my 3 minutes. One of the things I don't have to say because Taylor Richards mentioned it. It looks like there's two parts to this. One is about, kids going to school and their grades, and the other is about health. The one, I believe that, my son, and I'll just speak of my kids, they go to Tosa West. My daughter is doing great. My son has struggled with some classes, but me as a parent, I take that upon myself because I believe he's struggling because he hasn't taken advantage of the resources that Tosa West has provided him to learn more. And I believe that may be something that other people are having problems with their kids learning, is that just not simply taking advantage of the resources. And I believe those resources are there for kids to be successful in the things that we're doing now. Two, going on to the health issues, is that we keep saying, I've heard people say, that it's leveling out, it's not going to increase, but, we heard on the news today, there's a new strain, it's in Wisconsin. We talk about who we need that's most important here, and it's our teachers and our students, but the simple fact is that our students can't be vaccinated. So now we're putting them in a position where they can't be vaccinated for a disease. The third thing would be the masks. One of the students hit on that topic about people just wearing face coverings. This morning they talked about on the news the levels of masks. The 1-layer mask, which is 50%, 2-layer mask, which is 75%, 3-layer mask, which is 90%. Why are we not requiring that all students, if you're going to go back to school, wear 90% covering masks if you want to keep them safe? I find it very irresponsible for this board tonight to vote and say that you're going to send our kids back to school on February 2nd for 5 days. I think that you need to wait this school year out until this is done. And this is no disrespect for Dr. Erdo, because I think he knows I like him a lot. I've known him for a long time. But we have a new administrator coming in. I believe that it would be nice to have that person's input on this going into the next school year. I think we should finish out this school year the way we are doing it. Thank you very much, and I appreciate all your time and all the effort the school board does.
Thank you.
Okay. Adam, you have the microphone. Please state your name and address.
Adam Davis, 2636 North 90th Street.
I've got a lot of thoughts after hearing all these calls. I'll try to avoid all the personal anecdotes about things that I may or may not have seen on the news and saying all kinds of inflammatory things, and try to just stick to the facts. I want to just back up a little bit earlier to this meeting, sort of out of nowhere. And Mr. Rowland actually sort of joked about he'd get a bunch of heat for it when he threw out the whole idea of this fourth quarter, a full 8 weeks after the initial motion that was to be voted on tonight. And he says that, and now all of a sudden we're having discussions about why it shouldn't be the fourth quarter. It's like we just forgot about our whole plan. I've been listening to these meetings since at least December, if not earlier. And the people that don't want to go back 5 days keep saying the same thing. Why are we rushing? Why are we rushing? We were told when K through 5 went back that we'd probably try to shoot for the semester. That got pushed down because of a tiny blip in the community numbers. The other thing I just want to point out is, to this point, through this whole process, the school board has agreed with every major recommendation that the medical advisory panel, their own medical advisory panel, has made. They kept us in hybrid all through fall for the phase and learning students, obviously. They then followed their recommendation to allow K through 5 to go back full person in time after the break. They then decided to not have a vote earlier in January because of the recommendations of the medical advisory panel, because of a slight community increase, not school increase, community increase only. So that got changed. And now all of a sudden here we are tonight, and we've got your superintendent, Dr. Ertl. We've got several physicians and mental health experts on the medical advisory panel who did not make a strong recommendation in that meeting. If people actually listened to the meeting last week, they didn't make a recommendation because it's not their job to say when it is time to go back to school. They all agreed unanimously that they would be fine with the kids going back 5 days a week. Unlike a lot of these previous people calling in, I listened to that entire meeting. No, they didn't make a recommendation to go back 5 days a week. That's not their job. That is the board's job. So now all of a sudden you're going to go against all those people that you've been following this whole time. One other thing I'd like to say in regards to the student liaisons to the board, I appreciate that you stayed up late. I appreciate your input. However, I'm a parent of 2 middle schoolers. They do not speak for my children. They absolutely do not speak for the majority of middle schoolers.
Adam, you have 30 seconds.
Great. So it's not a personal thing. They can have their own opinion, but I don't think their weight should carry any more weight. The high school students that have talked tonight, way too many of them for my take. Why the community got pushed back and all the parents till 1:30 in the morning here is beyond me. No middle schooler input. My kids have written letters. My kids can't stay up till 1 in the morning to talk to you guys. They can't handle it like the high school kids can. If you guys want to push it back from February 2nd, fine. Making it 8 weeks is ridiculous. It's lunacy. Follow what the medical experts are saying. Teach.
Okay, next is John Nikirk. Forgive the pronunciation. You have the microphone. Please state your name and address.
Hi, actually, this is Carolyn Nykirk, his wife. I am at 2576 North 84th Street. I have a son that's a sophomore at West, excuse me, that's a 7th grader. And they have been so disappointed. Each meeting, when I have to tell them, I'm sorry, you can't go back yet, you can't, that's all they want to do. You know, and I've also been hearing this entire, and it's too difficult. They have the option to go virtual. We chose 5 days into learning, and that's what our hope is. And if people don't want to go, that's fine. There, you have a different option. And if all these people don't want to go, then why? That would make more room for the kids that want to go. There'd be more space. My kids wrote letters to the board. I have not heard that anybody said that they've heard positive things from my children. My children explain how they want to go back. Another thing is that it's just very depressing. Here we are, 1 o'clock in the morning for everybody, and there's not going to be trips. Of course, they're going to come back and say, no, I'm sorry, you cannot go back to school. And then the whole school year is going to be over. I think it's very, very difficult. I think it's very hard. But I think we can do it safe. Once again, I'm a hairdresser. I've cut teachers' hair. I'm right by them. I don't know even, I guess I have nothing else to say except we were told we could get into 5 days phased in. And this should have all been in place back in September. Thank you.
All right, next is Rebecca. Rebecca, please state your name and address. You have the microphone. Rebecca. Third call for Rebecca. Okay. Jaden, you have the microphone. Please state your name and address.
Hi, sorry, my mic wasn't working the first time because it was disconnected. But my name is Jaden Zirk. I live on 8727 Glencoe Circle, and I've been listening to this whole meeting, and there's just a few questions I have. So I'm just kind of going to try to advocate for some of the people that have suppressed immune systems like I do. And I do realize that people could go all virtual. Some people might just not want to go back to school. But what about the people that have suppressed immune systems and could possibly die going back to 5 days a week? But some people don't have a choice to go all virtual. Because of some people's home lives, some people don't have a choice to go all virtual. I was lucky enough to start all virtual school today. But if I had to stay in 5 days a week because of whatever my home life was, and I got it, my sisters and brothers would have died. My dad would have died if I got corona. And what are you going to do when those people's lives are on your hands because they didn't have a choice to go all virtual? I just think it's very inconsiderate of some people. That's all I had to say.
Okay, thank you. The last one now is, this one's an email address, 365admin at a URL. You have the microphone. Please state your name and address. 365admin. admin. You have the microphone. Please state your name and address.
Sorry. Yeah. All right. Thank you. My name is Chloe Cernak. I live at 6203 West Wisconsin Avenue. I just wanted to hopefully add some credence to this consistency issue. And that is that, we have kids who are in TOSA connected, so I'm less about the 5 day a week. But what I'm asking for is, you've talked about mental health. We've talked about mental health for teachers. We've talked about planning. We have dealt with so many changes throughout this scenario. My son today had 1 day of concurrent learning, 1 day. Let's not change it again. I mean, we are just mad about, mad crazy about all these changes, these consistencies. And I'm sorry, but for our poor teachers, when we talked about sending the elementary kids back to 5 days, there was so much push to make sure that the teachers had 2 weeks. They had over that Christmas break to prepare. You are now giving teachers a week to prepare when you gave them less time even to get in alliance with this concurrent learning. And now you're telling them, oh, we're going to completely change it starting next week. I think that's preposterous and not fair. And we have asked so much of our teachers this year, and it just seems like we just keep pushing them. And I wonder how far it's going to go before we don't have teachers to teach our students, no matter if they're in school 5 days a week or not. And I just ask you to really remember that all these changes, and I support this push out where we come to a date. I'm on board with Sean Rowland. I'm on board with what Whitney says. Push it out, make a decision on that date and stick to it. Let everybody work to that. Let everybody know this. every 2 weeks thing where people just don't know what's happening is making everyone crazy. And the consistency for the children is crazy too. Whether they're waiting to go to 5-day, whether they're in virtual, whatever. It's just always in this holding pattern, and it's not fair to teachers. It's not fair to families who are trying to plan things. It's not fair to people who have 4 kids on 4 different schedules now. I mean, I'm all for that, giving people time to prepare for this, giving teachers an adequate, you'll give them spring break, like you gave the elementary teachers Christmas break, if nothing else. Just push it out. People still get 5 days in person. You give this concurrent learning a chance, and you give some kids some consistency for a little bit of time. So I appreciate your work. I appreciate you hearing us still at 1:18 in the morning. Thank you.
Thank you. One point of information I do want to note that I think is important. The board articulated before winter break that we would be looking at this shift for secondary. We have not made any significant changes to the phase into learning students. We've been, I think, incredibly consistent outside of the shift to all virtual. So I hear and recognize the desire to have consistency, to see things kind of out. I don't think a pandemic lends itself to our consistent desire to want that. Though I understand that we need to strive towards it, and we need to be consistent and do our very best at all times. So board, I want to come back to you all of where you're at. A quick reset, things that I'm hearing, and you can agree or disagree with this. I have heard that from the medical panel, from public health, that the idea of waiting for the vaccine, if that is what we were waiting for, it's not going to be available for our teachers more likely than not this year. That's a next year situation. I have heard from...
excuse me, that I don't agree with that. I mean, delayed, yes, but no vaccine till next year is not what's being reported out. I mean, I get delays, but to say it won't be until next year is not accurate.
What I'm hearing is that the teachers will not have gone through their second cycle of vaccinations until either the very end of the year. If we're going to wait for the teachers to be fully vaccinated, the situation this year is likely, it's not in play. That's what I've heard from public health and Dr. Nolan today.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of, if you want to get stuck on that point, let's get stuck, because I don't agree with what you're saying. So if you want to agree that we're going to disagree, that's fine, but we don't have consensus on that point about the vaccines.
Understood.
Okay.
I am hearing, I think there's various debate on whether or not in-person learning is as effective as virtual learning. I don't believe that that's up for debate. I've heard from multiple teachers who grant the point that we are not able to teach as well virtually as we are in person. I think there's an interesting to be made of, like, if you look at failure rates, I don't know if that's the bar that I'm going to ride with. The idea,
just
Sean,
to point that out also, that was, part of the case that was made to make the switch. So it's not something that was part of a presentation that I had made. It was part of the presentation that the district had made as a rationale for the need to shift from a partially virtual model to a fully in-person model. So I just want to push back on any, I didn't put that in there. That's not my numbers. Those are the district's numbers, part of their presentation as to why they thought it was a rationale.
So Sean tossed out the idea of April 5th. In talking to teachers, I've asked about different dates. I think one student today articulated the feeling of needing to be ready for some specific things. That's the only concrete thing that I heard in terms of a reason to go earlier. I'm curious of what people heard in terms of, I'm hearing that people feel that the second is too fast, that there's some concrete things that we want. I've gotten some messages of like, does the district have safety plans in place and everything? I'm thinking back to July and August when we went through all the plans and the really dramatic detail of what lunch would look like and everything else. I know we've learned a lot. I think it's fair and reasonable for us to make sure that Mr. Dolman said he doesn't need to see those things. Others may to feel comfortable voting. April 5th, to me, I would vote yes on that. I also believe that it's too far out. It seems like a long time, and I don't know what, I think is that, how many weeks is that? 8 weeks, 11 weeks?
8 or 9.
9 weeks.
I don't know, 9 weeks. I get that we may want to do more than 2. I can get that people may want to say, I'm not ever going to be comfortable voting yes for this for a whole variety of reasons. I don't feel like that feels like a happy medium. I feel like that just feels like it's a long ways out for no specific concrete reason. I would feel much more comfortable with February 15th. I would be less comfortable, but okay with March 1st.
Eric, I don't want to push back on everything, but I don't like the way some of the things are being characterized in a particular way as no particular reason. I think we should be careful with the way that we're framing and reframing, especially if we're trying to bring us together here at the end. There were particular reasons that were brought up as part of the course of a long meeting. I'd rather not rehash them, but there were definitely reasons.
I do need to rehash them because I don't know how we landed on April 5th. There's many reasons why we would delay. I think there's reasons why we would choose to stay in virtual all year. But if and I understand that we have all been here late, so thank you for that grace, and it's fine to push back. I'm just not, I don't understand. Someone needs to talk me through. I guess I would be willing to entertain a motion to amend our motion. And then we can discuss and debate at that point.
Okay. I will move an amendment to revise the resolution to change the start date. I would have to, I guess, tweak this recommended action here, but the spirit of it is to have the start of 5 days a week synchronous learning on April 5th, 2021.
I would second it.
So I guess my question would be, is there any of the 4 folks who had said they would support that, is there anybody willing to go any earlier than that? Because if not, then that's the date that we have to work with.
I was wondering if Mr. Rollin would split the difference with me and go to March 1st.
So I guess the struggle I have with an earlier date, and this is something that I had mentioned earlier, is 2 things. One was an interest in the community to not have to have these meetings again, was just to have some certainty in people's lives and to look out into the distance a little bit to find a date that maybe the school board and especially the staff could find a date that would give them enough time to really check every box to make sure that every precaution and culture shift has been made to get us there. So that was where the April 5th date came from. It gives people a fresh start. We typically looked for the beginning of a semester or a quarter as a big shift point, as opposed to today, which, today is the beginning of a semester. So that was the rationale for that. I think if we moved it to a March 5th, I think I would want to have another one of these meetings to understand what are the modifications that have been made. Have we made enough? Have we answered enough of the questions? To me, an April 5th puts us far enough out where I would agree with Mr. Meyer that DHS hasn't said what the vaccine distribution schedule is going to be. So to say one way or the other definitively when our staff is going to get the vaccine, and you just can't even do it today because it's not known. So for me to say it, for anybody to say for sure, it's not. But to me, it's 9 weeks out. I would, hope on hopes that some of the staff would at least have one. Then that gives them some sense of physical and emotional safety, whether that's good or not. That's what they need. That's what we need to give them, is the sense that they can go into work and feel comfortable in an uncomfortable situation, and succeed in a place where that's tough. So that's my rationale for April 5th. I would, besides, moving up the start date, I know in the original resolution we talked about students not having school on the few days before. I would like to hear from staff, in addition to other conversation on the start date. I would love to hear from the staff on if we push it out farther, to April 5th, let's say, would those days off be needed? Or do we think that there's enough professional development time where maybe that's not needed?
We have to have a conversation. I don't know. I guess we haven't considered that date, so I would want to talk with the other administrators that are leading that.
Again, I am one of 7, so others can disagree, and I'm happy to hear it.
Well, to debate the motion and which has a second, there is something common sense, defendable, logical, explainable about saying we're going to do this at the transition from third to fourth quarter. Now, I'm sure there's all kinds of reasons why it shouldn't be that particular date, but after our many hours here, to just say, well, let's split the difference and vote, that doesn't sound real credible. To say, yeah, the beginning of the quarter, that everybody's going to understand that, and as a rational basis for picking a date. Other than that, it just to me seems arbitrary, one date versus another, although we're agreeing we need to push this out. So I'd argue for the beginning of the quarter, that we can explain that and defend it.
Well, I would argue that we could also defend wanting to make sure that our students are ready for their testing windows. And to me, that was a huge consideration. Along with, I agree that there has been quite a bit of staff comment and student comment about needing a longer transition. So those two things to me make the March date better from an educational standpoint. And also it allows for the transition, of which the administration has already said they are ready to deploy. So that's where I don't necessarily agree with the semester start. I think that if we were ready to transition, we do need some longer runway. I agree with that, but I really want our students as prepared as possible to go into their testing window. That was a bit alarming to me.
So I just want to throw something else out on the table, because I'd like to be earlier as well. And then I also appreciate that it's a nice, obvious time to make a switch. And I'd like to hear from the administrators. So other districts are doing this hybrid of, cohort A is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday this week, and next week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday is cohort B, so that we don't have the Wednesday planning day, which I've heard mixed reviews on both sides, positive, and that it's not, maybe as efficient as we would hope it would be. reactions to that. I can't sit here and not throw that out. So I want us to put everything on the table.
And then how long would that happen until we would recommend 5-day?
Right, and that's what I'm saying.
Oh,
like,
okay.
if that's an option, would we do that until the quarter or not? I just need to know if that's even a possibility, given the reaction that I got earlier when I brought it up.
So we just got some information that the middle school trimester ends on March 7th.
Yeah, I put that in the chat. I mean, if you're looking for something in the middle, that maybe could be a good natural breaking point.
My initial thought is
I'm not sure who was just speaking, but I would love to hear whatever you had to say. And thank you, Mr. Kruchowski. Was that right? Was that Ms. Grice? Who was?
Early March is also progress report, essentially that 5-week typically progress report timeframe right about where the trimester is going to be. About 5 weeks in the semester where we would ask teachers in that third quarter to have grades updated, where we normally send out progress reports in the old world. Now we just ask people to check Infinite Campus for those grades. So that early March piece. The rotation without Wednesdays, I'm gonna stand by what I said before. Wednesdays are important for our teachers to manage. And if it's going to be concurrent, that they're going to manage for the next 5 weeks, 8 weeks, 9 weeks, whatever it is, Wednesdays to me are critical. I won't back away from that.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate the honesty.
Yeah, I'll add to that. I'm sorry. I'll just say that my initial thought was, if we're speaking of consistency for students and we are celebrating the successes of concurrent learning today in this model, then to switch it with a 3-2 and a 2-3 then becomes another transition, not only for staff but for students as well. So that, to me, that's another transition that people have to get prepared for. And so if we're going to, work in this concurrent, then maybe, right. And then I also stand by the Wednesdays. It's very important that Wednesdays, that time because it's student contact time. Each department has time to connect with students in addition to prep. So I think that time is very valuable for our staff.
And just as a reminder, with the idea of canceling spring break, and universally everyone thought it was a horrible idea, including my middle schooler who texted me immediately and said, "Dad, do not even think about it." I've heard you loud and clear. I'm just trying to brainstorm. Not all good brainstorms are good ideas.
I just want to add to, because the idea of the being cognizant of the AP exams and the ACT came up, and AP exams are early May, but ACT is the beginning of March. So I just want people to be aware of that. But since we're brainstorming, beginning of March, yes, also just for other opportunities for test prep and whatever to students to help them get ready regardless of what we decide on a date. Can always be creative, Ms. Fraley. Okay.
Yes.
I just feel like if kids are saying they want to be more ready, let's make sure we're coming up with creative options. Absolutely. I just wanted to throw the test dates out there. On a Saturday. Yep, for sure. And then also then in terms of the forward exam for our middle school and our sophomores, that would be in April. So just putting that out there.
Are we still expecting to be doing the forward exam? That, I guess, honestly surprises me a little bit.
Yes, we have not heard anything from DPI that we are not.
Okay. And what I want to be careful in saying is, I'm not hearing that folks are saying that they are feeling driven by standardized tests. The tests that we are talking about are affecting students in terms of possible college credit, in terms of college placement. It's not the district is concerned about getting students in because of some scores that they are getting. This is a conversation about doing all we can to prepare students to the best of our ability for things that are for them important and will benefit them or otherwise in their future.
Yes, I just want to clarify. I was just wanting to close the circle of all of that information.
100% appreciate that. Yep. We're talking about tests, and I think that's, I don't think that in general the Towson School Board has ever been driven particularly by test scores. We look at them, we consider them, but we don't view that as central and the only measure of learning.
I would just add that although those tests I know are important to those students, we're talking 6th grade through seniors here, that those students that may be taking tests for college is a small subset of that entire group. So I'm personally not going to be affected by that group as far as picking a date. There'd be far too many other subset groups I would look at first. But they're important, and I wish them all well. But we're in a pandemic, and I just think there's bigger considerations than that. And I'm sure there are many people who are angry about that comment. But
Understood, Mr. Drummond. We have a motion to adjust to April 5th. I'm curious if we have a motion to adjust to
I think it would have to be a friendly amendment, and Sean and I would have to agree.
No, somebody else could move to amend and then.
Right. So it'd have to be a new. So yeah, not a motion to amend this one.
But if we don't have enough people.
So we just went through this in the WSD meeting. You motion to amend the amendment. And you'd second the motion to amend, and you'd vote on the motion to amend. Now you'd vote on the first amendment as amended, and then vote on the main resolution.
What will we ever do when Mike leaves?
You sent me, and that's what they did. That's all I can say.
And what I would like to do is I would like to try to vote on where we may be the earliest possible. I recognize we may not have 4 votes, and that's okay. I would like to ask for if somebody is willing to make an amendment to the amendment to return secondary students to school on Monday, March 8th.
That's the semester or the trimester.
Which is the trimester at which middle school students, the middle school trimester. And as I understand it, the point where Mr. Hughes articulated that high school students are getting what would have been progress reports, but kind of updates on where things stand for them on Infinite Campus.
I mean, I'll make the motion. I don't think we're going to get anywhere with it, but I mean, it'll be 6 straight weeks of concurrent learning that we will have been able to see. I think it comes down to, my perspective is it should definitely be enough time to deal with any logistical issues. I think it's like more of a change management. How do we help everyone involved feel good about this decision? And that's where I just don't know if it's enough time.
So do you make a motion? Have you made the motion?
No.
I'll second. Okay, I've seconded your motion. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mike.
Ms. Fraley has motioned to return secondary students to school on Monday, March 8th. The rest of the initial motion from Sharon stands. Minus any cleanup we would have to do to make sure we've got kind of dates all consistent. Mr. Meyer seconded that. Board discussion on this amendment.
So this is a motion to amend the amended motion, right? So yes. We're going to vote on this. If it passes, then we're going to vote on Sean's motion, which has been amended by this. But Sean's motion then will be the March date, right?
Yes.
And then we'll vote on the main motion. Okay.
And Marianne.
That's what they did at WSD, yeah.
So I can suggest the language if you want me to. The actual language would be in-person learning starting on March 8th, 2021 TOSA connected students will start 5 days a week, synchronous learning on March 8th. And then we would strike, students would not have school, that sentence, and we would strike, those will be staff work days to prepare, that sentence.
We won't need that.
No,
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
So we would eliminate staff work days because that work would be done over the next 6 weeks. It would be coordinated over a much longer period of time.
But Mr. Hughes just made a face and shook his head, which leads me to believe there might be some logistical. No.
And it's okay if it is. Like
you can say
it is really important that we get you the time and an opportunity you need to do this as successfully as possible.
There just needs to be the determination of when things like furniture and things go back into the room. And that is not an easy process. It can happen leading up to that. It's just a matter of coordinating that workforce. That's a logistical thing. It's very doable. I think, again, state ACT is Tuesday, the 9th of March. So we will be bringing high school kids back a day. And typically that's the day we only have juniors in to do their test. So now we're nitpicking days. I don't know that March 8th is a great day for high school start, but we're just one part of the equation.
Oh, yeah.
One other piece, but that week, Friday the 12th, is currently a professional learning day. So we, as the calendar stands right now, do not have students that day. Just to give you a picture of that week.
Does the staff have a recommended day in that window? Probably a good time to mention that I missed the snack box that used to exist pre-COVID.
Yeah.
At 2 o'clock board meeting. Is there a recommended? Sorry, I should remember to clear. Does the staff have a recommended date in that window of time that you would recommend to us for that? For starting? Yeah. Date is the 2nd.
Right.
But on or around the 7th, it sounds like there's some unique challenge.
I mean, I think we start as soon as we can and we figure it out and adjust.
Okay.
Whatever dates will make work. I don't think there's anything any better than.
I'm going to have Ms. Newman call the roll for the adjustment of the amended amendment to read March 7th.
March 8th.
March 8th. Ms. Newman, please call the roll.
Mr. Doman?
No.
Ms. Fraley?
Yes.
Mr. Meyer?
No.
Ms. Mufeld?
Yes.
Mr. Phillips?
No.
Mr. Rowland?
No.
Dr. Jessup Banger?
Yes.
So why did we just do it? Doesn't pass.
So now we just move on to vote on the original amendment that Sean made. I think we've said everything we can say at this point.
Of April 5th?
Agreed.
So whatever that date is, the first of the fourth quarter, I think is what we talked about, or after spring break. Is April 5th it? It could be, I don't remember the date.
Monday the 5th.
Okay. Ms. Newman, please call the roll for Monday, April 5th.
Mr. Doman?
Yes.
Ms. Fraley?
Yes.
Mr. Meyer?
Yes.
Ms. Mufeld?
Yes.
Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
Mr. Rowland?
Yes.
Dr. Jessup Banger?
Yes. I believe the board just voted to return students in secondary to 5 days a week in school, beginning Monday, April 5th, which is the beginning of the fourth quarter. Is there any other kind of comments or anything that the board would like to kind of articulate? Long discussion. Thank you for sticking with me and pushing back on things you didn't agree with as my brain got foggy after midnight.
Do we need to vote on the now amended full thing?
We did.
I think we voted on the change to April 5th as an amendment.
Yeah, that passed, and then we voted on I thought we voted on, we had 3 votes.
We had voted.
We had 2 votes.
2 votes. So someone should read the full motion now.
Sean, we hadn't. It is recommended the school.
I'm sorry.
Yep. So I'm gonna read it and then we'll go from there. Or Sharon, can you read this out for us?
Sure. It is recommended the school board approve moving the phase into learning 6th through 12th grade to 5 days a week in-person learning starting on April 5th, 2021. TOSA connected students will start 5 days a week synchronous learning on April 5th. The superintendent, in consultation with the Medical Public Health Advisory Committee, is authorized to shift to exclusively virtual instruction. Because of worsening metrics in Wauwatosa, approval of the school board is not required for shift to virtual instruction. And I so move.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Fraley.
Wait. Hold on. We already made the motion, right? We don't need a motion now.
Yeah, I think Sharon was just confirming.
Do we?
It. I agree with Mike.
Yeah, we're just confirming what the original motion was. We don't need this. Yeah, thank you, Steve. Appreciate that.
She just clarified it for us quite nicely, I might add.
Yeah, we know I need help tonight. I'm getting tired.
Okay.
You did it better than I could do at 1:50 in the morning, I'll tell you that.
So thank you all for your help. So for summary, on April 5th, the board has just shifted secondary students, middle school and high school, including to 5 days a week in class learning, while also granting Dr. Ertl the decision-making authority if students were needing to shift to virtual to do that without our consultation or determination. Okay.
We need to do the roll call.
Yeah, we need to vote on it.
Yep.
Ms. Newman, please call the roll.
Mr. Doman?
Yes.
Ms. Fraley?
Yes.
Mr. Meyer?
Yes.
Ms. Mufeld?
Yes.
Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
Mr. Rowland?
Yes.
Dr. Jessup Banger?
Yes. And that item passes. Let's roll right into non-teaching and learning action item, non-resident space availability.
Okay.
The world's longest.
The world's long. Y'all don't want to stay for this? The longest motion ever.
Thank you all for sticking with us. Leanne?
It is recommended that the school board approve the following space available for the 2021-22 school year for Chapter 220 and open enrollment. Space available for Chapter 220. There are no seats available for new students through the Chapter 220 program. Space available for open enrollment applicants. 0 space in grade JK, 0 space in grade SK, 0 space in grade 1, 0 space in grade 2, 0 space available grade 3, 0 space available grade 4, 0 space available grade 5, space available in grade 6 unlimited, space available in grade 7 unlimited, space available in grade 8 unlimited, space available in grade 9 unlimited, space available in grade 10 unlimited, space available in grade 11 unlimited, space available in grade 12 unlimited. Based on projected enrollment numbers and the Wauwatosa School District Open Enrollment Policy 5113, the board recognizes that all applicants in grades 6 through 12 will be assigned to the Wauwatosa Virtual School only, and no applicants will be assigned to Whitman Middle School, Longfellow Middle School, Wauwatosa East High School, or Wauwatosa West High School. Space available for special education services. Early childhood 0, significant developmental disabilities 0, autism 0, intellectual disabilities 0, emotional behavioral disabilities 0, specific learning disabilities 0, other health impairment 0, traumatic brain injury 0, hearing impaired 0, vision impaired 0, speech and language 0, orthopedic impairment 0, occupational therapy 0, physical therapy 0, and I so move. Woo.
Second by Mike Meyer.
So we have Mike here, but I guess my question is, this is the same, my statement is this the same as last year? Are there questions? Do we need to go through, or is the board comfortable taking a vote without going through a presentation?
I am very comfortable. All this before.
My only question is, just so we say out loud that we're going to continue past practice, and for grades JK through 5, we will make decisions later on whether seats have opened up. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You want to say first thing.
I'm going to bypass community comment on this item. Mr. Krolsky, thank you for
Good job.
Thank you. Sure. Thank you for all you do. You've got a big job, and it's a heavy lift. In all sincerity, thank you. Ms. Newman, please call the roll.
Mr. Doman?
Yes.
Ms. Fraley?
Yes.
Mr. Meyer?
Yes.
Ms. Neufeld?
Yes.
Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
Mr. Rowland?
Yes.
Dr. Jessup Banger?
Yes. That item passes.
Thank you. I really, the one slide I did want people,
like a little bit more.
yeah.
Your presentation.
I do want to point out
First
that
report.
I know,
Sorry.
under 5 minutes.
Sorry, man.
I do want to point out Debbie, Kimberly, and Lisa do a ton of work behind the scenes, and all of this could be simplified because of all of their efforts. So wanted to point that out before I left this evening.
Absolutely.
Business services action item, Longfellow HVAC upgrades bid package CIP 3 fully scoped. Is this the final bid package?
I believe it is.
I know it's 2 a.m., but I just want to take a moment to thank the incredible team in the Wauwatosa School District who has navigated. I joked with Melissa last summer that we asked that the district speed up the renovations and buildings to twice the speed. I apologize to her and on behalf of the board, to the whole staff, that we didn't foresee a pandemic happening this summer or that would put further strain. The professionalism, the creativity, the work, the design, the community engagement has been simply outstanding. So thank you. There's a light at the end of the tunnel with this work, and thank you so much.
So we're asking the board to approve the bid package, construction progress number 3. This is part of the $124 million referendum. This work is for HVAC work at Longfellow Middle School, which includes converting the existing 2-pipe steam system to 4-pipe water system. And then the bids are attached.
Okay. Sean, can you read this one out for us?
You bet. It is recommended that the school board approve the project at Longfellow Middle School bid package CIP 3, fully scoped for HVAC upgrades, which includes converting the existing 2-pipe steam system to a 4-pipe water system. This includes new chillers, unit ventilators, air handling units, and controls and boiler replacement. Other work includes new electrical service, roof patching, flooring, painting, acoustical ceilings, fencing, and landscaping for a total of $5,819,843, which is included in the referendum improvement budget, and I so move.
I have a second.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Neufeld. Any board discussion on this item? Any community comment on this item?
We have two community members that have had their hands raised for a while. So I'm not sure if it's on this. Are we going to bring them in to talk?
If for Jess and it's Maureen Arnold, if either of you want to speak to this, you can at this moment, or otherwise, can you please lower your hands? Let's call on them.
Okay, Jess, you have the microphone. Please state your name and address. Jess.
My bet would be people are sleeping.
Yeah, right. They probably fell asleep with their phone next to them.
Right.
Which is what I would.
Okay, Jess has gone. Maureen Arnold, do you have? Are you there? State your name and address. You have the microphone. Maureen. Third and final call. Maureen Arnold. Yeah, she's done as well. So no comment.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Newman, please call the roll.
Mr. Doman,
Yes.
Ms. Fraley,
Yes.
Mr. Meyer,
Yes.
Ms. Neufeld,
Yes.
Mr. Phillips,
Yes.
Mr. Rowland,
Yes.
Dr. Banger.
Yes. Board action item, approval of the creation of an ad hoc board committee to review superintendent search firm RFP responses. Mr. Doman.
It is recommended that the school board approve the creation of an ad hoc committee to review responses to the superintendent search firm RFP and bring no fewer than 3 finalists to the board for a full review, interview, and selection. And I so move.
May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Fraley. I want to speak to this one. We discussed this a while ago as a board about having a subcommittee of the board narrowed down. I believe we have 8 submissions from our request for proposal that went out. And the 3 folks who I've discussed as appointing to this role were myself, Ms. Fraley, and Mr. Doman. What I would recommend is that we move pretty quickly on this. The timelines that we were provided as I skimmed them, and all these proposals are available to the full board in a shared Google Doc file that Ms. Newman shared previously. That we would try to get this down to 3 finalists that we would bring to the board. But it would be no less than 3. I know sometimes more selections isn't better, but if we have a natural cutoff at the top 4 versus the top 3, we'll do that. And then it would be the board ultimately we would set up times to interview the finalists, and the board would collectively make a full decision. In reviewing this with legal counsel, they said it's a bit of a gray area, so they recommended we do move forward with an ad hoc committee. That we post our meetings, we do public postings of our meetings. In the case of the ad hoc committee, we would be meeting here in the Fisher Building, and if folks would like to come observe this, they could, but we would not broadcast. And similarly for the board interviews, the board would be available if you wanted to watch virtually, but we would ask anybody to actually be here present if they wanted to watch any of the interviews. There's a weighing of the concern of both being publicly available for something like this and protecting the integrity of the selection process in terms of the interview, in terms of who might interview first, not being able to control and know who is observing this from afar. So it would be a public meeting. We could make it private if we chose to, but we could also do public. But in order to view this as a member of the community, you would have to be in person to do that. Board members would be able to do this virtually. But this motion, what it really does is sets up the ad hoc committee that would take about a week to review everything, ideally meet sometime this week, and then the full board would interview the finalists next week in order to make a selection, and then that gets us really into the process, which I'd push for later, is to spend as much time as possible with this superintendent search, not the firm to hire the superintendent search. Board comments and questions.
Please, I have a comment, and I know it's late, but this is my only chance to make this comment prior to the vetting to get to the finalists. I think, of course, we want the most qualified candidate, and how we write those qualifications will matter. And we need a firm that can find people who are going to meet our qualifications. So we aren't setting qualifications tonight, but the kind of firm I would like to see would be a firm that has connections and experience pursuing candidates of the nature I will now describe. We need someone who has experience and success teaching disadvantaged children. And that person may not be an experienced superintendent. That person may be someone of a life path who never had a chance to become a superintendent, but did become a position, could get to a position of significant leadership in a very large school district. And my specific example is this. When I was very young, less than 5 years old, I lived in La Crosse. And this is a story similar to what we heard from Wauwatosa. And I was looking out the front door of our house through the screen door, and across the street, an African-American family was moving in. And they had a little boy and a little girl, I think. And I'd never seen African-Americans before in my life. And days later, I heard adults speaking about how that family had been asked to move. And they did move. And we talk about white privilege, and that was white privilege. And I was able to grow up in a wonderful community with great opportunities that brought me to a place where I could be past president of the Wauwatosa School Board. Similar to Dr. Ertl, who's been a wonderful superintendent who grew up in a northern Wisconsin community. And we've had people who had the path that I took and the path that Dr. Ertl took. We need someone who understands the path that was forced on that African-American family that tried to move into the house across the street from me as a little boy. And we need to find those people who understand that path, who know how to teach people who had to walk on that path. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mark. Any community comment on this item? Seeing none.
There are no hands raised.
Ms. Newman, please call the roll.
Mr. Doman?
Yes.
Ms. Fraley?
Yes.
Mr. Meyer?
Yes.
Ms. Mufeld?
Yes.
Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
Mr. Rowland?
Yes.
Dr. Jessup Banger?
Yes. Board members, be on the lookout. And Ms. Newman, can you reach out to the board to find out what days next week, Monday through Thursday, or actually Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, if board members are available for the interview with the search firm? We will need to move pretty quickly to both review them. I don't know if we can get there, but we'll take a look at next week and the week after too. The Monday, Wednesday, Thursday dates
Of next week?
Next week, and then also the week after. If you can reach out to the board to find out availability. I know we can't do it at a board meeting, but so avoiding that date. We will get this on your get this information out to you and do our vetting process as soon as we possibly can. Knowing that we're probably going to need a day to at least recover from this evening. But thank you very much for entrusting with us with this process. And Mr. Meyer, thank you for the framing of the importance of your words as we undertake this. For members of the community, there will be ample time for community engagement in the superintendent search process as well. Superintendent reports. Wisconsin Association of School Boards proposed resolution results.
Oh, I know it's late. So if you really want to know what happened, call me. It's particularly important for, the legislative committee about various perspectives from around the state. I can say quickly that all of the resolutions passed, excepting paragraph B of resolution 9 relating to comprehensive school safety legislation. And that removal had to do with allowing prosecutors to bring appropriate charges against any individual who conveys a threat or false information concerning an attempt to injure or create great bodily harm or threat to a person on property, school, transportation, or a school event. I garbled it, but the point being, it seemed that they didn't want to have a chilling effect on people reporting concerns and worries. So that was taken out of there. And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. The last item on our agenda is the Legislative Advocacy Committee update. And I'll have a little piece at the end of this to tack on to what you have, Mr. Rollin.
All right, I'll go very quickly. I had a meeting with a new state representative, Sarah Rodriguez, and passed on connected with Phil and with Leanne and with Eric to talk through the legislative proposals that we would hope to advocate for. So just passed on all of those things to her. It was a good meeting. She was very receptive to all of it, which is great. And then Leanne and I had discussed organizing a date sometime in February for a virtual meeting of the Legislative Advocacy Committee. So we're working on getting that scheduled. I think that's the update.
If you are a member of the community still watching, please, we are always looking for folks who want to advocate for all things legislative. It's a big budget year coming up. And so it's important, really important work. The addition that I would have is, I mentioned this earlier, but I was working with Wauwatosa Public Health, the open community public comments on when and where teachers will be slotted in. Right now, it looks like 1B is likely. We should know this week again what that means. The 65 plus was a bit of a wild card that wasn't really up for discussion, and then it happened. It is unclear right now if 65 plus will end up being alongside and within the 1B will be considered in addition to 1A or something in between. But my hope is that it is alongside teachers in 1B. If that's the case, we can begin moving pretty quickly. And again, the district has been working with and planning for vaccines of staff as soon as possible. Ultimately, the big issue that we have right now is one, teachers in what I would say is Wauwatosa Public Health understands values and also wants to prioritize this. But they need to follow the state guidelines as articulated, and they're waiting for those. So as soon as we find out when teachers are available, our district staff, Caitlin and others, will be operationally just as they did with 1A, setting up times and communicating with our staff. Anyone can go out once your kind of number comes up. You can go get to Meyer or to anywhere that has it. And you kind of like, there's some weird stories of how people are getting vaccinated and kind of getting lucky right now. But the district will be systematically setting up opportunities. And what I've heard from some of our legislative folks is that working with Wauwatosa Public Health, they believe will be the fastest and most efficient. It won't be this case in every situation, but I think we're in a pretty good place to move forward with that. And big thanks to the district staff for that. Thank you, Sean and Leanne, for your continued work on advocacy. I am going to give 5 minutes for closing public comment, if there is any. Is there any is there any final comment on any non-agenda items this evening? And non-agenda items is an important note in that.
There are no hands raised.
Seeing none, it is 2:12 a.m. I believe this does not break our all-time record posts during my time on the board. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Newman, please call the roll.
Mr. Jolman?
Yes.
Ms. Fraley?
Yes.
Mr. Meyer?
Yes.
Ms. Mufeld?
Yes.
Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Dr. Jessup Banger?
Yes, and we are adjourned.
Drive safe, everybody. Let us know when the